So we're starting to see the storm dive just a little bit. See that in the last couple of frames there? So that puts Richmond more at risk for wind, and the Dayton metro area also more at risk for some wind. Eventually, at some point, we are going to see some winds on the southern side of this. Another concern is this right here. For winds and the Dayton metro area. That's called the cell merger. Cell mergers tweak the wind fields and actually increase the chances for spin-ups. So that's a real concern that we're seeing that there is even a greater potential now for a spin-up in this particular storm. We have not had anybody in this area, once it got past Muncie, no one in this area has spotted a tornado that we've gotten a report of, at least so far. But there's another concern with these storms tonight, and that is the tremendous amount of rain that they have. And now it's getting dark. So we've got a couple of things that are making this even more dangerous. If we were to get a tornado on the ground, they're going to be extremely hard to see. So the storm spotters aren't. And now it's getting dark. So we've got a couple of things that are making this even more dangerous. If we were to get a tornado on the ground, they're going to be extremely hard to see. So the storm spotters aren't. And now it's getting dark. So we've got a couple of things that are making this even more dangerous. If we were to get a tornado on the ground, they're going to be extremely hard to see. So the storm spotters aren't. And now it's getting dark. So we've got a couple of things that are making this even more dangerous. If we were to get a tornado on the ground, they're going to be extremely hard to see. So the storm spotters aren't. And now it's getting dark. So we've got a couple of things that are making this even more dangerous. If we were to get a tornado on the ground, they're going to be extremely hard to see. So the storm spotters aren't. And now it's getting dark. So we've got a couple of things that are making this even more dangerous. If we were to get a tornado on the ground, they're going to be extremely hard to see. So the storm spotters aren't. And now it's getting dark. So we've got a couple of things that are making this even more dangerous. If we were to get a tornado on the ground, they're going to be extremely hard to see. So the storm spotters aren't. And now it's getting dark. So we've got a couple of things that are making this even more dangerous. If we were to get a tornado on the ground, they're going to be extremely hard to see. So the storm spotters aren't. And now it's getting dark. So we've got a couple of things that are making this even more dangerous. If we were to get a tornado on the ground, they're going to be extremely hard to see. So the storm spotters aren't. And now it's getting dark. So we've got a couple of things that are making this even more dangerous. If we were to get a tornado on the ground, they're going to be extremely hard to see. So the storm spotters aren't. And now it's getting dark. So we've got a couple of things that are making this even more dangerous. If we were to get a tornado on the ground, they're going to be extremely hard to see. So the storm spotters aren't. And now it's getting dark. So we've got a couple of things that are making this even more dangerous. If we were to get a tornado on the ground, they're going to be extremely hard to see. So the storm spotters aren't. And now it's getting dark. So we've got a couple of things that are making this even more dangerous. If we were to get a tornado on the ground, they're going to be extremely hard to see. So the storm spotters aren't. And now it's getting dark. So we've got a couple of things that are making this even more dan And there's nothing to stop the inflow into this storm. We're feeding this storm with very, very warm, humid air. In fact, we're feeding this storm with very warm, humid air as well. Here's another feeder coming up right there. When that one collides, that may strengthen this storm as well. If we get a couple more of these, then we may have an increased chance for perhaps a spin up with those. But this storm will need to be watched because it's had tornado warnings all the way back to the Illinois line. And this is the one that's been producing the largest hail of all. So that's going to be headed for us in another hour or so, which will be a concern also. And the rain that we're seeing now, everything east of the Ohio line right now is not severe for the time being. The Weather Service in this tornado warning for Wayne County is also suggesting the potential for 1 3/4 inch hail. I'm guessing probably closer to 1.5 would be more reality, but it's large. It's large and can do some damage, certainly. So we've got also tornado warning, as I mentioned, just west of Mercer County. We also have, it's hard to see because of all the rain and the lightning. Let me zoom out a little bit. But another concern for those of you in the far northern Miami Valley, ultimately, eventually, maybe this. This is a flash flood warning. There's one right here as well underneath. You can't see it underneath the rain. Been a lot of rain with this storm, and as that heads east, that could also bring the potential for flooding as well. Now, there's going to be some places in between, like Union City and far northern Dark County, that may actually kind of squeeze between these two areas of severe weather. And that's going to be the case probably as they continue to march eastward. I can't tell you, once we get east I-75, I can't tell you where the places are going to be because we have to wait and see if these storms do start to dive a little bit towards the southeast compared to the west to east movement that we've seen so far with them. But there are going to be places that get hit pretty hard, and there are going to be places that get spared in between these storms. There's going to be a lot of rain with all of these. There's going to be a lot of lightning with all of these. There's going to be some wind, and we may get some more of what we had earlier with the storm in Warren County, where we likely had a wet downburst, where the rain-cooled air is heavier, so it rushes down to the ground and it spreads out, and it causes damage. We have tree damage in Lebanon, and Lebanon Airport had a 68-mile-an-hour wind gust with the storms we had earlier today. That was with the warm front coming through, and now we're in what's called the warm sector, the very warm, very humid air that that sits between the warm front and the cold front. All right, back to this storm here. Let's take a look at this one again. And let me just get the radars on that I want. Okay, so this is the Wilmington radar, where we're looking a bit higher in the storm. Let's see what kind of winds we got here. I turn those warnings off again, that's right. Okay, now we can check these out. What do we got? We got gate-to-gate shear of 50 miles an hour. What is gate-to-gate shear, you're wondering at home? That is an area where there's rotation, okay? It's now along the northern, northern Wayne County line. Now, we're looking high in the storm. Now keep in mind that the radar beam is elevated at a ½ degree tilt. So we're looking at this storm from Wilmington, which is a ways away, but what it is capturing up high in the storm is a velocity of 87 miles an hour headed towards the radar site. If we can get some of these downdrafts with these rain-cooled areas in the storm, we've got the potential to mix down 70-mile-an-hour winds with these storms tonight. And I'm not exaggerating that. I honestly believe that that is a possibility with these storms. So again, that's really high in the storm, but that is a possibility. Now, the gate-to-gate shear showing the center of circulation here from the Wilmington radar is not going to be where the tornado is. This is what's called the mesocyclone, the center of the broadly rotating area of the storm. But that is also where we're going to have the potential for some hail, big hail, moving east along the northern Wayne County line. And then back at the southwestern part of this system, this storm is where the potential for the tornado is going to be, as that's where the inflow, the warm, moist inflow into the lower levels of the storm will be. So let us then switch over to the Indianapolis radar, because this is kind of halfway in between. And this is looking lower in the storm. And right in here, see what we got here. We got 27, 8, 64, 76. These are closer to the ground. 65 to 75 mile an hour winds closer to the ground. This is where we're going to have the potential for the rotation. This is where we're going to have the potential to bring some stronger winds down to the ground. Now, this is showing much less of a type of a hook than it did earlier, which is good. But right in this area here in northwestern Wayne County, tracking eastward along 38 towards Greens Fork, eventually to the northern part of Richmond. We're going to have potential for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds with this system. So I'm going to say this right now, and I want everybody to listen very carefully. Whether or not you get into a tornado warning or just a severe thunderstorm warning tonight, treat it like a tornado warning, because the straight line winds we could have are going to be as strong as an EF0 tornado. The tornadoes that we've had, the 9 of them so far this year, 8 of them were EF0s. They've had some pretty significant damage. There've been some decent damage with some of those. So 70 mile an hour winds can do a lot more damage than 60, which can do a lot more damage than 50. The threshold for a severe thunderstorm warning is a 58 mile an hour wind. We're looking at 70 perhaps with some of these storms tonight. Also, the big hail. Hail is going to match up pretty well with where the greatest concentration of lightning is, because that's where the strongest updrafts are. And we're seeing that also right along the northern Wayne County line. That's going to march eastward. For those of you eventually towards New Madison and Dark County, the hail potential is there. All of you on the southern edge of the storm, there's the potential for the 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Or perhaps we can't rule out a brief spin up of a tornado. If we do have a brief spin up of a tornado, That's going to enhance those winds even more, maybe 70, 80 miles an hour. So that's what we're looking at potentially with these storms. A lot of rain, a lot of lightning as well. Let me just check and see if we have any new information here from either our Weather Service office. I've also been looking very carefully at Indianapolis Weather Service office information because that's where these storms are coming from. I've been watching very carefully to see what they've been producing. We've seen some 1-inch hail, 1.5-inch hail with some of these storms. The storms up to the north were stronger in terms of hail earlier, not as strong now. All right, so let's check these warnings up to the north here. We have a new tornado warning. Okay, for those of you in Mercer County, let me draw this outline for you for this tornado warning. We've got one right here. I know it's hard to see with the red heavy rain and also the red tornado warning outline. There's a tornado warning right there until 9:45. And we also have a tornado warning to the north of there. Let me outline this one. Right there, Bluffton and points eastward. That's until 9:30. So that's headed for you in northern Mercer County. The one south of there is headed for you in the heart of Mercer County and even southern Mercer County. So we're talking St. Henry, Coldwater, Salina. You need to be thinking about your safe spot right now as well, where you would go if that warning gets issued for you. And I see no reason whatsoever that these storms are going to stop rotating as soon as they hit the Ohio line. They're just not going to do that. There's nothing in the atmosphere that's going to stop this. We're going to have to wait for, what we're going to have to do is they're going to have the wind fields to rotate for the next couple of hours. What we can hope for is that they weaken and that the updrafts weaken. If the updrafts weaken a bit, then we'll have less of a threat for that tornado touchdown. What goes up must come down with storms. It's very important to remember that. This works is we typically start with some vertical, or some horizontal shear, I should say, where the winds, one layer are moving faster in the same direction than the other. And think about if you were to roll a pencil between your hands, it would start to spin like this. And then a strong updraft comes, and all of a sudden that spin that's in the horizontal gets tilted into the vertical. And that's how the vortex in a supercell that produces a tornado starts to form. So we've got the wind shear to create these. We need to stop the updrafts, and those eventually will weaken. But it's going to take a few hours still with the energy that we do have feeding in on the southwest edge of these storms. So again, the warning for Wayne County, northern Wayne County, that's until 9:30. The warnings, 9:30 and 9:45 for these that are just west of Mercer County. It's still probably 10 or 15 minutes away from a warning for you in Mercer County. And let's see, just check those storms coming in. So we had a report of a tornado spotted in Miami County, Indiana. Whitley County, Indiana had a tornado touchdown. Blackford and Wells County was under a warning because of an observed tornado. So these are the northern storms I'm referring to. What has happened with those over the last hour or so? So now both of the ones that we have, okay, so the warning for Wayne County has now been extended until 10 o'clock. So that's because the initial expiration time was 9:30, and we're only 7 minutes away from that. So they've extended it for that reason. Question is, have they moved it eastward? No, they really haven't. So it's pretty much the same warning. The area of concern here is back in this area right here. This is actually showing a bit more of a hook now than it was. There's your inflow right there. There's the rain wrapping around. So between Hagerstown and Economy is where there would be a potential tornado. And then to the northeast of there is where we're going to have our hail core. The hail core is going to be right in this area here. And then there's going to be some winds. Not only is there potential for a tornado right in here, there's the possibility that some stronger winds may swing around on the southern side of this as well in the rain-cooled downdraft. What happens is the air comes in near the surface. The warm, humid air comes in right here, and then it gets lifted up into the storm. Part of it goes this way and produces the updrafts for the hail right here. Part of it splits off comes up higher, and starts to come around this way. And that's what actually creates the vortex that creates the funnel cloud and the tornado. But then the rain back here will cool some of the air and it will sink, and it can spread out on the ground. Now, when this does happen, it'll cut off this warm inflow, and that should weaken the tornado. But before that happens, you can get some very strong gusts on the south side here. They're going to spread towards the southeast. So we've got a lot of areas with this storm. I think maybe we focus on where the tornado might be alone too much. This is a situation where we've got a bunch of things going on. We've got the hail, we've got the potential for a tornado, we've got the downdrafts that may produce a gust front on the south side. And this all just continues to march eastward, and it's slowing down too, which brings up a flood threat may be greater with some of the heavier rains as these storms are starting to slow down, it does appear. Okay, so yeah, Rachel Aragon's heading north on 49. We're going to try to get her into position for where there may end up being something to report on. Chelsea, I want you to keep letting me know where she is. I just want to make sure we don't get her into a dangerous spot here. We want to keep her safe, and we'll do everything we can. Probably be best if she... I would head up to 70, and I might just wait and see if this thing starts to dive southeast or if it stays from west to east. Yeah, because it's getting dark. We don't want to put her we don't want to get her too close to the storm if she can't see exactly what's going on. Megan, Adam, you want to add in anything here?
Yeah, well, and as you mentioned, we do have crews headed in that direction, and this is a situation where you, the viewer, is just as important as our news crews. So if you see any damage, and it is safe to do so, if you see anything happening, severe weather-wise, please share it with us so we can help warn others and get the word out there. You can call our newsroom at 262-1400, or you can chime in your photos via our app. Just open up the app, hit explore, then chime in, and you can send in photos and videos. You can also share them via our Facebook page as well. But
I know what you just mentioned is the most important part, as long as it is safe to do so, because we know a lot of you are in compromising situations, especially as Jamie's been talking about. It's getting darker out right now. You can't necessarily see that. So we talk about safe spots all the time. If you are at home right now, you should get to your basement. If you don't have one, you can go into a closet or a bathroom on your lowest level without windows is the idea. Getting under a sturdy table or beneath a staircase in any other windowless room is also a good idea. And never try to outrun a tornado if you're in your car. Instead, you should leave your vehicle immediately, take cover in a ditch. Do not shelter in a highway overpass. The high winds of a tornado can actually accelerate if in that confined space, meaning flying debris will be even more dangerous.
And if you live in a mobile home, get out immediately. This is if you are in a tornado warning. Do not hide underneath that trailer as the storm, as Jamie mentioned, these winds could get up to 70 miles plus per hour. It could pick up your house and drop it right on top of you. Instead, find a nearby shelter. Do you want to add something?
Yeah, with the mobile homes and trailers, the biggest danger is that they're not right on the ground, so the the winds can get underneath and lift them very easily. In fact, there was a tornado in Alabama back in March. I think it was an EF4. 26 or 28 people were killed, and it was found later on that every single one of them that died was in a trailer that was not properly fixed to the ground, which, by the way, is Alabama state law. They were not tethered properly, and the winds got underneath them and just flipped them. 26 or 28 fatalities that didn't have to happen. So that's the danger with the trailers. This is a brand new tornado warning that butts up against the northwestern corner of Mercer County here. You can see right there, there's the hook with this one, and there may be one developing right down here as well. So these are all, and if you're in the path of this and it's coming towards you, all of this heavy rain is between you and the tornado. That's why this is a dangerous situation tonight. It's dark. It's also rainy. I was just checking social media. We have viewers complaining already. Just go back to the show. No, we're not going back to the show, folks. This is a dangerous situation, okay? It's nice rain. Think about this. This was your neighborhood. I'm sick and tired of people complaining about this. Our job here is to keep people safe, and that is what we're going to do. Some of you complain that this is all about my ego. Stop. Okay, just stop right now. It's not. I'm done with you people. I really am. This is pathetic. Dangerous situation here. All right, I'm sorry I did that. It just really bothers me that We have people that don't care about other people's safety around here. That's just ridiculous. New tornado warning here. That's the same one we had. That's headed towards central and southern Mercer County. That's till 9:45. We've got the severe thunderstorm warning again just west of Darke County until 9:45, and this new tornado warning in Wayne County. I'll tell you what, this is really, let me turn on the hail here because, yeah, okay, the hail images are a little bit behind the radar because they have to get processed. But yeah, that was up to 2.6. So we're looking at 1.5 to 2 inch hail likely with this storm. That's going to do that can do damage to your car windshield. So I'll tell you what, here's another thing. If you have time, if you're ahead of these storms and you have time to go out and get the car in the garage or underneath the carport, if you're out ahead of these storms, do so now. It may save you a lot of money because the hail is going to be doing some damage to cars as well at 2 inches. That can shatter a windshield. That can put holes in siding. If it's wind blown, especially, that can put holes in siding and do damage to your roof as well. The winds that we're going to have may do damage to your roof also. Let's check out the shear on this one. Yeah, we got some shear as well. That's right about where we're seeing the center of circulation. Just northeast of Hagerstown. And let's get you back to that Indianapolis radar here, which has the best view of it. And check those wind speeds again. And let's see here. We got here, I'm going to take that warning off. Clear that out and check these winds. 79-mile-an-hour wind in this storm. It's not at the ground, but it is above the ground, but that is a potential for 70-plus mile-an-hour winds. That's going to do some damage as well. These storms need to be taken very, very seriously for the next couple of hours. They are going to cause some damage. I guarantee they are going to cause some damage. Let me check the radar here from Indianapolis. Okay, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I'm being told we're not hearing any reports from Mercer County yet. The worst of the storms isn't there yet. They will. Right here, we still have this potential hook echo with this storm headed towards the east, and it's going to continue. There's the hail core right in there, 2-inch hail potentially. Winds, we saw that there were, it's getting an update on the radar right there. So hail core's moved. Everything just moved a little bit farther to the east now. And so down on the southern edge of this storm is where we saw the 79-mile-an-hour wind. It looked like it matched up with just the edge of the storm. So that actually may be a downdraft pushing out perhaps ahead of the storm. So there's definite potential for some significant damage with this cell, plus the tornado warning alone from a cell that has had a history of having a tornado on the ground south of Muncie. That's why we're going to stay here with this. This is going to be news for us here. We're going to wake up in the morning and we're going to find that there's a lot more going on than we realized, probably because a lot of this is going to be happening in the dark tonight. We're going to wake up and find that the rural areas are going to have some damage that we won't see until the sun comes up in the morning. All right, let's see here if we got anything new. Flood advisory has been issued for Mercer County until 12:30 a.m. They are issuing a flood advisory for they being the National Weather Service. They're issuing a flood advisory before the worst of the storms even get there. So that is what you call anticipation of what is to come. They haven't had that much rain yet, but they're going to get some very heavy rain. So the flood advisory is in effect for them until 12:30. Again, the leading edge of the storm's just getting to Mercer County. I do expect we'll have a tornado warning for Mercer County as well. We have one right here. There's the outline right there. We've got another one right here. There's the outline for it. As these storms push eastward, I expect we will get a few more tornado warnings. And I expect we'll get a tornado warning eventually for southern Darke and northern Preble County also. And if that storm can hold together, the one that's in northern Wayne County, if it holds together, it could end up heading right for the Dayton metro area with the threat for tornado warnings as well. That's probably an hour away, though, from that happening.
Jamie Solana, you were telling us that thunder and lightning has arrived. Rain is also very strong there.
Okay, good information. Thank you very much. If any of you, I think we have it set up that if we do have people that are seeing things or experiencing things, I believe we have it set up that they can call in.
Yes, we do. Yeah. If you're seeing damage in your neighborhood, as long as it's safe to do so, take a video, take a picture, whatever you can do, or just give us a call and let us know from your safe spot. That number 262-1400. It helps Jamie tell the story, and it helps our viewers stay safe. It doesn't matter where you live when these tornado warnings hit. Your safety is more important than anything else that we do on this air. Yeah,
and this specific viewer was in Salina, Jamie. Again, thunder and lightning has arrived. Rain is strong. This was on Myers Road in Salina, so that is where it's currently moving at this time.
All right. New severe thunderstorm warning for this cell back up in here. That's going to be for wind and hail. So this is a developing cell that is now kind of cut off from the inflow. There's rain to the south of it. That's headed for you. I mentioned 10 minutes ago that maybe Union City would kind of squeeze between these storms. Well, maybe that's not the case now, because we've got this new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be heading east for Union City, the northern part of Darke County as well. So basically, if you live along or north of the I-70 corridor, at some point this evening, you are going to get hit with heavy rain, lightning, wind, which may be damaging, hail, which may be damaging, and at some point you may be under a tornado warning. I-70 corridor and points north, and that's why we have the tornado watch in effect until 2 a.m. for all but Butler, Warren, and Clinton counties. Outlined very well by the Weather Service with that watch. The Storm Prediction Center outlined the severe weather threat this morning very well for I-70 North. They told us exactly what the threats would be, which is exactly what we're seeing now: wind, hail, and potentially tornadoes. And there you go. There's our new tornado warning for southern Darke County. Actually, it includes Preble County as well. All right, let me get the lightning off here. That's just, it's hard to, in fact, let me take the radar off. And we can see exactly where the warning is. All right, so we've got a warning here for Wayne County until 10:15 for southern Darke County, including these areas here: Ithaca, New Madison, Neve Township, Hollinsburg, and for Preble County, that includes New Paris, just west of Lewisburg, and just north of Eaton. And those of you watching us from West Alexandria and New Lebanon that had a tornado not too long ago, this may get close to you, probably will stay just off to your north. This new warning is until 10:15. All right, okay, I'm being told we have power outages in Warren County. That's from the earlier storms that knocked down some trees. We are seeing the area of concern still right in here. There is what would be perhaps a hook echo right here. Okay, that's your hail core where we may have 2-inch hail. That's going to head east for those of you in southwestern Darke County as well. Now, just to the west of this storm, like we saw a little while ago, we have another cell that is about to merge with it. And when this happens, there you go. In fact, let me go back an hour. That's a 30-minute loop. Here's an hour loop. 1, 2, 1, 2. There they are. And, okay, now sometimes when you speed things up, you see things you don't see when they're still. The first cell right here, the first one, right there. Let me slow this down because I'm seeing something very, very clear here. In fact, let me go back an hour and a half. No, I'll do an hour, that'll be fine. All right, so as the first cell right there caught up with the main cell, that's when the hail core grew. That's when the hail started getting bigger. As this second cell merges with it as well, we may see a continuation of that. We may end up getting even larger hail as a result of this second cell merging. We may possibly produce baseball-sized hail. which is very rare around these parts to get this far east in the country, hail that big. That's damaging hail. That's the hail that we had 2011, Centerville, Bellbrook, that reclassified us as a high-risk hail area. Your insurance all went up because of that storm back in 2011. That's the type of hail we're talking about. So I'm being told that Rachel's in Verona right now. Let's make sure that we keep her. Let's make sure we keep her I-70 or south for the time being. Let's not let her get north of I-70 yet, because I don't want to get her caught in a dangerous part of the storm. I think what we're going to end up doing with Rachel is we're going to wait for the storm to, let's just have her stay where she is right now. And then once the storm passes, we'll start to probably get some reports, and then we can have her go from there. And yeah, I think that's the plan with her. All right, for those of you watching at home, I'm talking with my producer in the booth right now, who is in conversation with folks in the newsroom and whatnot, and we're just trying to all get together on the same page to make sure that our team coverage will keep our reporters safe. We're here to keep you safe. We're here to keep them safe, but we also know we have a responsibility to report the news as it continues. Okay, so the tornado warning is still west of Mercer County. Let me stop this now. And see what we got going on. Okay, so we have a tornado warning. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, so yeah, that's a brand new one. So let me point this out to you here. So there's a tornado warning right here. Okay, back in this area here. But this orange outline is a new severe thunderstorm warning, and that is right up against the western edge of Mercer County. So there's the rain. I have the lightning turned off temporarily because there's so much of it, it kind of makes it difficult to see the radar. Let me turn that back on. And there's a lot of lightning with that storm. We do have the lightning that's already in Mercer County. There's a lot of heavy rain with that storm. Remember that I showed you a little while ago, these storms here coming into Mercer County, you can follow the path back through Indiana, and for a good, I'd say 60 to 80 miles west of here, we have flash flood warnings because of the heavy rain that fell with these particular storms as they moved east. So there's the lightning moving into Mercer County, but a lot more to come as this moves eastward. Heavier rain, winds, probably less of a threat of hail with those northern storms. We had hail earlier with them, but the hail has really diminished as they've moved eastward. So there's our storm in Wayne County. I was not on the current radar image. So let's go back up to Mercer County now. And yeah, so the heavy rain and lightning is getting much closer to the western edge. Mercer County, you're going to go downhill quickly here with wind and rain and lightning. There's the storm in the Winchester area headed for northern Darke County. That has a severe thunderstorm warning on it. And now we have the heavy rain and the, wait, did you say Rachel's in Verona? I would back her south a little bit, just to be safe. Yeah, I would have her come back down to, yeah, I would get her back down to about I-70 and just wait. I don't want her in the path of that hail by any means. All right? All right, cool. Okay, so again, let me turn the lightning off. We've got, there's the hail moving into southwestern Darke County. There's what was initially looking like the best hook right here. I would say that this system is what is doing what we call occluding. And now we're going to see a new rotation possibly begin here on a far southern path that would also increase the risk for some damage here in the Dayton metro area as well. So let's check our wind fields again. I think we can go with we'll go with this one. 51, 36, that's better. How about out ahead of it? Okay, so the winds look like they may have come down a bit with the storm temporarily. I'm not saying that that's going to be the case moving ahead, but we may be seeing a cycling of this particular cell here, where it weakens and then it may get stronger again. Let's check the Indianapolis radar velocities and see what these are giving us. 78. .75. These are again higher up in the up. Oh my goodness. Gate-to-gate shear of 93 miles an hour. That's rare. But again, this is not where the rotation is. This is the mesocyclone. This is a between here and here. The difference in wind speeds is 93 miles an hour. So it may be 53 this way and 40 this way. The difference is 93. This is the big mesocyclone right here. Mesocyclone, a fancy word for big storms that produce a lot of hail and potentially tornadoes. It's a supercell. It's a supercell thunderstorm is exactly what it is. So the big rotation is right here. The smaller rotation where the tornado is may be back in here. If there is a tornado. I'm not saying there is. If there was to be one, it'll be back in here. But this matches up with that hail core as it moves eastward into Dark County. I want to check those winds right there as well, see what they are. All right, let me just check this right here. 56. Okay, so that's not as bad as it potentially could be. So, real quick here, let's check the hail again. Yeah, again, this, like I said before, this lags behind because you have to process the data. The radar is an immediate thing. It gets back to the radar, it gets sent to us. These other products lag behind because there has to be some computing that's being done, 1.5, so it's come down a little bit. So again, this storm may have peaked and may be weakening a bit, but it's still a dangerous storm. I don't want to make you think that everything's fine with it. Let's check the hail for the northern storms. This one west of Winchester may have some hail, but yeah, we're not seeing much. I don't expect much hail in Mercer County. Really, the only hail danger is with this southernmost storm as it does continue to head into, oh, we just got an update there. Let's see what this is now. 1.5 still. Yeah, I'll tell you exactly what's happening here. We are seeing, one second. What we're seeing here is, okay, we got a report of quarter-sized hail in Wayne County. This one is starting to weaken. This one is starting to strengthen. As they continue to merge together, they may blossom into one really big supercell, or this may weaken and this one may take over. If this one weakens and this one takes over to the southwest, that puts the Dayton metro area at that much more risk for some damage as these storms do come on through. So again, quarter-sized hail in Wayne County, our first report. So that's a sign of things to come, I do believe.
All right, again, we've been talking about safe spots and where you should go if it's safe to do so. We've been kind of monitoring the feeds of what people are seeing, where they are. I was just kind of looking at it a second ago. It looks like lots of lightning being reported in West Milton. Yep. I've seen Springfield, Sydney, winds picking up, sirens going off near New Madison. So this is widespread what we're seeing. But again, we've also been talking about the importance that you play. If you see something and it's safe for you to do so, take a picture. If not, just call our newsroom. Let us know what you're seeing. That number 262-1400. You really help us kind of get an idea of what's going on where you are. And
we also had viewers calling in from Salina telling us they're thankful that we are on the air. And I know that there are shows tonight people wanted to watch, but honestly, the safety of our viewers is always more important than a show that's on television. And I know that that's hard to hear for some, but it's important to put out there right now. Now, Salina viewers have said no sirens yet. Jamie, my understanding is that they are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, and you mentioned that that could be in the path?
No, there's a severe thunderstorm warning just west of Mercer County now.
Okay, west of Mercer County.
They will get a warning eventually, whether it be a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. They will get a warning eventually, and it's probably going to come pretty soon here. All right, let's see. In fact, let's go back up to Mercer County. And Oh, no, they did just get a warning at this very moment, as a matter of fact. We have a new warning for them. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. It goes till 10:30, and it is a severe thunderstorm warning. So that is a little bit of good news, I think you'd have to say. And this includes Auglaize County as well. Let me draw the outline for this here for you. This is until 10:30. So this is right around St. Henry. Does include Wapakoneta, and then westward through Rockford, and includes Salina and St. Mary's. So both of them in this. I actually have a St. Mary's camera. Let me see if I can pull it up here, and we'll take a look and see what things are looking like up in that area there. Not seeing much lightning yet. It's on the eastern tip of Grand Lake St. Mary's, and it does points out. Yeah, there's some distant flashes. Chelsea, do you have the ability to pull that up in Produtil? That St. Mary's camera? It's, I'll tell you what it is. It's cityofstmary's.net/community-webcams. I'm probably going to crash their server telling everybody on TV how to find it. But yeah, there's not a lot of lightning yet in St. Mary's, as you can see. I'm seeing some distant flashes, but this is a strong thunderstorm here with wind, and wind's going to be the main threat with this one. A lot of lightning and heavy rain. Remember, you're also under a flood advisory until 12:30 for this storm in Mercer County. The threats, yeah, the water tower cam. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there you go. You can see some distant lightning on that one. And it's going to keep an eye on that one. That's going to get a lot more active as that storm heads eastward across the lake. And so the Weather Service is indicating the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour winds and hail, likely less than 3/4 of an inch. So like I was telling you before, hail is becoming less of a threat with these northern storms. And wind is the threat, as well as the heavy rain and the lightning with this storm here in Mercer County. But the reason we're staying on the air is because of this one, which has a tornado warning now for Wayne County, as well as southern Dark and northern Preble as well. Okay, so there's a lot going on here with this particular radar. Let me zoom in here. Okay, so a couple things. Number one, interestingly enough, we're not seeing a whole lot of lightning right now with this northern cell. So that tells me that this northern cell is weakening, and the hail threat's going to decrease a bit with it as well. This one, however, is probably going to take over and become the main cell. And this now is on the northern edge of Richmond, and this one will move eastward, and we're probably going to see these two merge into one big rainmaker with the potential for wind and hail, but also still the potential for a tornado spin-up and a tornado warning. So we'll continue to track this as it does head east. This warning is until 10:15, and points eastward will be in the path of this storm as well. Let me do what I should do more often, actually, and that is zoom out and show you the entire area. Because those of you watching in Greene County and Clark County may be wondering what's going on near me. And let me get the warnings off of there. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's turn this off. Okay, so as we've been saying for hours now, it's I-70 corridor north that is at risk. There are those flash flood warnings west of Mercer County I was telling you about. So that's why they have the flood advisory up, because of that. So really, I-75 corridor east, it's just some rain. A couple of lightning strikes here, but mainly just rain. This is a strong storm, potential for damage, and this is the one that's going to have the potential for some rotation. There is another storm still, that tail end Charlie I talked about earlier. Let's just check on that one back in Indiana, because that's going to need to be kept an eye on as well. And that is weakening. So if we are fortunate, and I hope this is the case, we may be seeing the beginnings of perhaps the weakening after sunset here, as we are 5 minutes to 10 o'clock. Let's hope that is the case. I talked earlier when we first came on the air that the wind fields that can produce rotation were not going to go away. The tornado threat would diminish when the strong updrafts started to weaken within these storms, and that would eventually happen after sunset. And maybe we're starting to see that. Maybe we're fortunate that these got here just late enough that they start to weaken and they're less of a threat. Hey, do we have Rachel on the phone by chance? Can we get her or see what she's seeing? Okay. When we get her, let's see what she's seeing, because she's sitting on the eastern edge of this warning right here, and we want to see what she's seeing, how heavy the rain is, how much lightning there is, and whatnot, if the winds have picked up there yet as well when we get to her. So I've been told that we have some viewers that have called in and asked about the safe spot, where to go. So let me talk about that a little bit right now. We urge you to do a couple of things. Number one, stay away from windows, okay? And I said earlier in our coverage here that these severe thunderstorm warnings, and this includes you up in Mercer County, with the potential for some pretty strong winds, I would treat all of these like a tornado warning tonight. So first thing first, stay away from windows. We want you to get as low and interior as you can in whatever home or building you're in. Basements are best. Lowest floor in a closet or a bathroom. Get underneath sturdy furniture, get inside a closet in the basement, get into a bathroom in the basement, get underneath the stairwell. That's something else you could do. And try to stay there and put on a bike helmet. Get a blanket over you. As many layers between you and the outside world as you possibly can is really the most important thing. And remember this acronym, DUCK, D-U-C-K, D, get down, U, get under something, C, cover your head, and K, keep in your safe spot until that storm is past. And we have an interesting development here because we have just been issued, the Weather Service has just issued in Mercer County. Let me get back to my radar here. Okay, if you're watching us from Mercer County, we now have a tornado warning for you as well. So, we now have 2 active tornado warnings. Mercer County till 10:30. Wayne County, yours is about to end in a couple minutes. We'll see if they extend that or not. And also southern dark and northern Preble. And it's got to be this is the really tricky part of this for the Weather Service is Mercer County is an area where it's equidistant between 3 National Weather Service radars, okay? Which means we don't get to look low in the storm very easily here. We're looking up higher in the storm. But we have some shear, and this is a storm that had a history of tornado warnings. So they're seeing something, or maybe somebody saw something that has prompted this tornado warning. And there's no reason to believe that it isn't a good idea for them to issue it, because they've been tracking these storms all night long, as I have. And again, the history of a storm can be very, very telling. I want to show you something else that's very telling in regard to the safe spot. This is a photo from El Reno, Oklahoma, where they had the tornado yesterday. Actually, it was overnight, Saturday night. And it's an EF4. And look at the cars tossed about. That's why a car is about the least safe place you can possibly be. You're better off being outside in a ditch than being in a car. But I also want to point this out. This is a motel, second story. Look at all the damage here. The first story, I saw some other photos of the first story underneath here where these rooms were pretty much intact. And if you were inside, maybe in the bathrooms of these first floor motel rooms, you would have made it. Maybe not made it up here. There were some fatalities here and at a trailer park with this EF4 tornado in El Reno. So it's a great photo that illustrates why we want you to get as low as you can, and why we want you to get as interior as we can. Okay, so the Wayne County tornado warning has been extended until 10:30 now, because it's not quite out of the county yet. So let's go into that one again and zoom in here. Okay. So we got a new warning. The old warning is being replaced by this one here. Just going to outline it. That's the new one. So this includes Richmond, Centerville, and all of northeastern Wayne County. So that's till 10:30. The dark and the Preble warnings are until 10:15. So those will clearly get extended as well until 10:45 or perhaps later. And I understand that we now have Rachel Aragon on the phone. Rachel, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Jamie. That's right.
Okay, where are you located, first of all?
Sure. Right now we're on 70 East and 49 South in Clayton. We've seen a little bit of rain, but mostly lightning.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys can see what we can see right now, but that lightning has been pretty nonstop, about 15 to 20 seconds apart.
Okay, so she's in Clayton, so she's right here, right on the eastern edge of the storm. And Rachel, you are in a safe place right now.
Correct, Jamie, as you said, we're outside the car because, as you mentioned, right now being in the car is not where you want to be, so we're outside.
Okay, well, you would be fine in the car right now because you're a ways away from wherever the tornado could be. And this is what she's seeing right now with the lightning off in the distance, some light rain, as she mentioned. She's on the southeastern edge of this storm, still in a safe place. And we're going to make sure we keep you safe, but it's also valuable to see what is headed our way here in the Dayton metro area, as there's, a lot of, I mean, the radar wasn't showing that much lightning, but now that I'm seeing this live shot, I'm realizing there's a lot more lightning than the radar is showing us right now. A lot of cloud to ground. Now, I should say the lightning display on the radar is just cloud to ground strokes. So we may be looking at some in-cloud lightning here that does not get displayed on the radar. The reason we only display the cloud to ground strokes on the radar is because if we showed you all the lightning, it would just be crazy. You wouldn't be able to see the radar underneath it. And of course, cloud to ground strikes are the only ones that we have a danger of being on the ground as human beings, and our property being on the ground as well. So that's why we only show those. But yeah, there's a lot of lightning. Winds look like they're still pretty calm right there.
Wind's not so bad. A little bit of thunder, but mostly lightning and some light rain is what we're seeing right now.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll check back with you certainly as we head through this coverage, which I'm sure is going to be lasting a while longer here with the way that these storms are looking, both north and south. And we are seeing still the threat for some damaging winds, at least, if not a potential tornado spin up at some point in time with this storm here in Wayne County. Let's check the hail again with this. It's weakening. It is weakening. The hail threat is weakening. The initial hail core, which was showing potential 1.5 inch to 2 inch hail, is this one, which is weakened. This is where we have the greatest hail threat, because this southwestern part of the storm is taking over. This one is dying out. The reason that this happens is the rainfall eventually on the southwestern side of the initial storm it cools the air. And as that happens, we then have a cooler inflow to the storm, and that starts to weaken the storm a bit. So there's still some heavy rain. There's going to be some gusty winds with this northeastern cell right here, but this is the one that's taking over. And now look at this right here. Boom, the lightning is increasing. We've got what could be a new circulation on the tail end of this storm developing right here. So there's the inflow. There's the rain wrapping around right here. So this is the new tornado threat right here. Northwest side of Richmond. That's the tornado threat. All this lightning indicating a strong updraft right in this area here. This is going to end up being the new hail core right here. So this storm has weakened, and in the exact same place that this storm was, this new part of the storm is strengthening, and it's going to start to head right along the Preble and Darke County line. And the tornadic threat's probably going to be at or just south of the Preble and Darke County line. So the new warning's probably going to end up being something like this, I would say. And they may extend it eastward. They have until, when I say they, it's the National Weather Service again, they've got another 10 minutes. Here's the eastern edge of that warning right here. So once we get to 10:15, they'll reconfigure all of this with a new warning, I do believe. and that'll be our next starting point, and we'll move on from that. All right, let's go back up to Mercer County, where we also have a tornado warning. Don't want to forget about you folks. And the area where there could be rotation with this particular storm is actually getting close to Salina now. So if you're in the Salina area, you need to be in your safe spot right now. This is probably the area here. Could be up here. With all this rain, it's hard to pinpoint, and we don't have a real good view of these storms velocity-wise with the radars, because as I mentioned earlier, we're looking up high in these storms. So this is a situation where I would say play it safe. Better safe than sorry. Get to your safe spots right here. St. Mary's, you're going to need to head to your safe spot pretty soon here as well. And the reason I believe that probably the Weather Service is figuring this is the part of the storm of most interest is because it's right in the center of where this warning is. That's the northern edge. That's the southern edge. They want to make this warning kind of equidistant on either side of where that is in Salina. And that's headed for you in St. Mary's as well. Wapakoneta, eventually, you may get into this as well with this northern cell. Now, there's the one in between that looked like it was strengthening. Oh, we have a new, no, we don't. No new warning for that. This one here from southeast of Portland back down through Albany. Strong but not severe storm at the moment. We've got a strong but not severe storm here because there is a severe thunderstorm warning right here, and they have not extended it eastward into Darke County. So our National Weather Service office, this is an area where the responsibilities change from the Indianapolis office to the Wilmington office, our office, when the storms pass the state line. So they've issued our office has issued no new warning for this one. So they're suggesting that it's a strong but not severe storm with just some gusty winds most likely headed for you on the north side of Greenville. And then our storms to the southwest here, which are continuing to move eastward into, really the worst of it's about to cross over into Darke and Preble County as we speak. And then the Dayton area is still rain-free for the moment. And then some heavier rain here on the south side of Greenville. I want to readjust my radar here for a second. As we cool off at night, we start to get some ground clutter. So I'm going to clear a little bit of that out. And that's not going to be, it's not going to take away from what we are seeing. There we go. That's pretty good with the stronger storms. All right. I'm going to toss it over to you, Adam and Megan, because I am in dire need of some water right now.
And you deserve it. If you're just joining us tonight, meteorologist Jamie Simpson has been on the air for the last hour updating people in our northern counties regarding tornado warnings that have been popping up again and again over the past hour. I believe we've had 3 so far and counting, and this could get worse as it continues. So that is why we are live here on the air tonight. I know some of you were watching some shows tonight. We interrupted programming to do that, and we do that for a very specific reason. It's because the viewers in these markets matter, and it's very important that we keep them safe. Jamie, as he just mentioned, said to viewers in Salina, get to your safe spot now because of that exact reason, because there is a warning there until 10:30 tonight.
It's really easy to sit at home where it's quiet where
Sure.
you are and
Yeah.
think that it's not a big deal. But for a lot of folks, especially in our northern counties, this is a very big deal, what is happening all around them right now. As far as the outage map goes, I want to touch on that real quick. We've been keeping a close eye. This is a DPNL outage map right now. Relatively quiet at this point. You can see some outages reported there around St. Henry, just about 50 customers affected there. Sydney, 177. And it looks like another one just popped up there around Raymond. That's only 2. So relatively quiet at this point, but we do expect to see that number continue to jump as Jamie's been talking about just the strength of the winds as they're moving across to the area right now.
Well, and of course, it's always much more frightening right now because, of course, it is dark. You're not going to see it, but you will hear it and you will feel it. And Jamie had mentioned throughout the evening tonight that this is a track of storms that could progress well into the evening. There was a tornado watch issued till 2 a.m. for many areas in the Miami Valley. So
and that's why he said even a warning we should be treating, or a watch, excuse me, we should be treating like a warning tonight just because you can't see storms moving in the dark, which is why we are on the air trying to give everybody this advance warning, because that is what it is all about as far as staying safe, is knowing what's coming your way.
Yeah, and so we are going to continue to stay on. We will continue to update you throughout however long it takes until these tornado warnings are passed, and we pray that there won't be any actual touchdowns. But you, the viewer, help us out a lot in the regards of what is happening around you. We've had phone calls, we have had emails, we have had Facebook messages, etc., letting us know about what they are seeing and feeling and experiencing, as long as it is safe to do so. Please either give us a call and let us know what you're seeing. You are our storm spotters tonight. Let us know what you're seeing. You can send us photos, you can send us videos, but again, the point here is as long as it is safe to do so. As we mentioned before, Jamie mentioned folks in Salina need to be in their safe spot. We obviously do not want you to be out there taking photos and videos. However, once this warning passes, you can let us know what you saw and experienced.
And we also have our own crews going out right now. But if you've been with us throughout the evening, you've been hearing Jamie. We're very diligent in making sure that we are not sending them directly into the path of a storm. So I know we've been kind of staging, moving people around here on air. Rachel should be kind of getting into position now. I'm sure we'll be checking on with her in just a couple minutes.
Yep. And so again, we continue to monitor it. We want to send it back to Jamie now to get an update on these warnings, which several of them are extending into the 10:30 part of the hour, Jamie.
Yeah, and we have a new one. This is a new tornado warning I've just outlined here for southern Darke County. That's until 10:45. So we'll probably get a new one also for northern Preble here coming up shortly. But this is a brand new warning. I know we have a lot of warnings. We also have some new flood advisories. Let me take you through this, and I'll try to do this graphically as best as I can here. Now we just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Let me show you that. Just popped up, and that is for the areas between the two tornado warnings. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Megan, Adam, we have someone from Preble County on the phone.
That's right. We're going to take it back for just a couple minutes, Jamie. We have Captain Brad Moore, we understand, from the Preble County Sheriff's Office joining us by phone right now. Captain Moore, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks so much for taking time. We understand that there may be some tornado sirens going off in your area. Can you kind of tell us what you're seeing there?
Yes, I'm seeing the rain just stopped. Everything's kind of calm right now. Lots of lightning above me right now. I'm at U.S. Route 40 and State Route 320. We're setting off the tornado sirens in the northern part of the county right now as a pre-warning for people to take shelter with this second cell coming in.
And for your office, I imagine that you are spread out right now. I mean, this is something that you're taking obviously very serious.
Yes, absolutely. I'm up here. I'm actually getting ready to head north on State Route 121 to the most northwest part of our county to see if I can see a funnel cloud or anything that may be touching down in the area to be able to report it back to dispatch to get ahead of it.
This is the one thing, we always talk about. If you're in a car, not to be in a car. That's the worst place that you can be. Hopefully you're not seeing much traffic out as you're out patrolling right now.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Just the fact that it's so dangerous to be in a car. We often talk about how that's the worst place that you can be. Never try to outrun a tornado. Are you seeing much traffic out about, or is it pretty quiet right now?
No, it's very quiet. We haven't seen much traffic out. We set the sirens off when just before the first cell came in. So, and everybody got alerts on their phones, and we sent something out to dispatch over a countywide broadcast. But I'm not seeing hardly any traffic out right now.
Now, Captain Moore, you had mentioned that the northern part of Preble County now has the sirens going off. Can you give us an idea of the cutoff line, I guess, what the areas you're more concerned about as a department?
We're right now, our main concern is the village of New Paris, northern Jefferson Township, northern Monroe Township, El Dorado area, everything in the northern half of our county, Lewisburg, Verona, up in the northern part of the county where the cell seems to be coming. The heat lightning hasn't let up. It's kind of raining off and on, and the wind will pick up and then die down.
Wow.
All right. Thank you so much, Captain Brad Moore from the Preble County Sheriff's Office. We appreciate your time. Stay safe out there. I know you're going to be out, like you said, keeping an eye on everything. We also have our own crew. Rachel Aragon is out for us right now.
Rachel, what are you seeing where you're at right now? It sounds like there's some lightning in the distance, at least.
Adam, I don't know if you can see what I'm seeing, but that lightning has been picking up in the last 30 minutes or so. I would say lightning every about 10 to 15 seconds. Rain has definitely picked up here on 70 East near Clayton. As I was mentioning earlier, it was pretty dry, but just in the last 10 minutes, we're seeing heavier rain. Cars still coming by, but we are seeing less cars on the road, and for good reason, as Jamie was saying, to find a safe spot. But again, as you're seeing that lightning right now, picking up more and more as the minutes go on. But like I said, warm gusts of air, but mostly a lot of lightning here in Clayton. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Jamie, I want to bring you in on this because the Weather Service in Wilmington just tweeted 2 minutes ago that their radar shows a tornado likely on the ground just east of Salina, moving towards St. Mary's and Mercer.
Okay, well, I'm glad you passed that along to me. First of all, a new severe thunderstorm warning right here for the areas between the two tornado warnings. We have the Mercer tornado warning, the Southern Dark tornado warning. This is a new thunderstorm warning in between. That's until 11 o'clock. Let's take a look at up there in Mercer County and see if we can sort this out. Okay. So where was the location of that, Adam, again?
Tweet lists that it's headed towards, it's just east of Salina, moving towards St. Mary's in Mercer County.
And that's where we were pinpointing the potential area before, yes. So let's take a look at velocity. This is not helping at all, but you know what might help is if we can switch over to we actually have what's called a terminal radar at the Dayton airport. And let's check the velocity on that one. And that is not doing what I wanted it to do here. Come on. Okay, so that's actually the terminal radar's down at the Dayton airport. That's unfortunate. That would really help. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, this is a brand new image here. Yeah, so we've got, take the warning off again. Clear that out. Boom, here you go. Oh my goodness, gate-to-gate shear, 92 miles an hour, velocity 83 miles an hour. So yeah, absolutely, right where I'm highlighting here. Let me zoom in on this. So this is, again, we're looking up higher in the storm here, but this is pretty much what we were seeing in Wayne County earlier as well, where we're seeing some really high gate-to-gate shears. And just as the Weather Service mentioned, this is east of Salina, south of Neptune. This would be the area. In fact, let me zoom in a bit more and get you some roads. Howick, Old Town, Riley. This is just in the vicinity here. Hayes, Rice, Salina, Mendon, Mercer Auglaize Line Road, Beach Line Road, Fort Turkey Road. To the east of there, Glenwood Road, Meyer Barber Road, and then into the St. Mary's area as well as it heads eastward. So that is the area. Yeah, it's going to pass by just on the north side of St. Mary's, it looks like, and then head for Wapakoneta also. So I would not be surprised if we end up getting the warning extended eastward with this particular cell here as it heads really across the northern shore of Grand Lake St. Mary's, which is interesting because that is one area where the possibility of a tornado can actually be enhanced. And I'll explain why that is. The lake is essentially right here, okay? We're looking at this storm right in this area here. The winds that feed into these storms from the southwest, there's no friction on the water compared to the land with trees and fields and buildings. So the winds that feed into these storms can actually accelerate a little bit across the lake, and that can enhance the potential for a spin up of a tornado as it does move east. So again, Salina's right on the edge of your screen here. There's St. Mary's, Wapakoneta on the other edge of your screen. So those of you north of Grand Lake St. Mary's, in the St. Mary's area, have to be in your safe spot right now. We are past sunset. It's dark. There's rain. You can't see these. Yeah, so yes. And they've also put out a statement of an observed tornado. Observed tornado now for Mercer, in Mercer County. And Auglaize also included in this warning for an observed tornado north of Grand Lake St. Mary's. That warning goes until 10:30. That's another 10 minutes, so that will get extended eastward almost certainly as well. Let me try to sort out what's going on with all of these warnings right now. Okay, so we have the watch, which continues until 2 o'clock. That is the large area shaded in yellow. We also have, give me a sec here. Can manipulate this. Come on. Oh, that's why. Okay, shut that down. Okay, here we go. Yeah. No, I'm gonna do this. Okay, so bear with me here. I'm trying to do 3 things at once. Okay, so we've got the watch, which is the large area shaded in yellow. The red are tornado warnings, except for this one, that's a flash flood warning. So the red are tornado warnings, Mercer and Auglaize, southern Dark, northern Preble, and also northeastern Wayne County. The orange for Mercer, Auglaize, Dark County are severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, we have the flash flood warning west of Mercer County, and what's left here are flood advisories, where areas where the rain could become problematic over time. So that is what we have. There's the flash flood added back. There's the severe thunderstorm warning added back. There's the tornado warnings added back, and there's your watch as well. So there's an update on all of those for you across the area. Back to the radar now. And let's see, we've got okay, that's not new information. Okay, let me get to my radar here. Yeah, go ahead, Adam, Megan, why don't you go ahead and while I get myself resituated here with the radar.
Well, we want to update you on power outages because obviously as the storm moves through Mercer specifically, as Jamie's been talking about with Salina and St. Mary's there, you're looking at the live outage map as we speak. Currently, there are 1,945 customers in Mercer County without power. That number exploded in just the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, the last time we checked in, it was less than 200 all over the Miami Valley. So you can see a couple sporadic spots. But yes, Mercer County definitely the hardest hit area as far as power outages go at this point.
So again, if you're just joining us on the air tonight, our Chief Meteorologist Jamie Simpson has been on the air since 9:05 this evening, and the reason why is we've had tornado warnings popping up. They began near the Indiana-Ohio line, and they have now spread into our viewing area, which includes Mercer County, Dark, Preble counties here. So Jamie is continuing to update us on those, and we want to show you this. This is a live look.
This is out of St. Mary's right now.
This is out of St. Mary's right now. You can see the rain coming down. The lightning as well.
And we've had lots of reports of lightning, not just in Mercer County, but all over the Miami Valley. We're also getting now reports into the newsroom from viewers calling in saying that there is damage in Dark County. I've been kind of keeping an eye on our Facebook page, and I'm seeing some reports of trees down, power lines down. That's in the New Madison area. So again, this is widespread. This is not just going to be an isolated storm that is impacting any single area tonight.
Well, and we want to mention too that we had Captain Brad Moore of the Preble County Sheriff's Office live on the phone not too long ago, and he talked about setting off the sirens in the northern part of that county specifically because of what we've been seeing all this evening, which is tornado warnings popping up left and right. And there have been reports from the National Weather Service that we saw on Twitter of seeing a path of a tornado near the Salina in St. Mary's area. So there is certainly lots of activity, dangerous activity. This is why we are live on the air right now.
And, you know, we're seeing modern technology, people saying that municipalities are now sending out warnings to let people know. I'm hearing Piqua just received a phone warning. So this is, again, something that we're taking very seriously. Everyone else should as well.
Well, and also we want to mention too, Jamie, before we go back to you, we are broadcasting this live on Facebook. We have been following comments from folks giving us updates about what's happening, what they're seeing in their area. Those comments really help us to be able to tell the story of what's happening and keep everybody safe tonight, because at the end of the day, that's the most important part.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and when we get these warnings and you need to go to your safe spot, we're there for you live on Facebook, so you can just keep your phone with you, and we'll get you through this. And that's why when we start to alert you to the potential for severe weather, make sure you start charging that phone for that very reason. This is a brand new tornado warning for southeastern Darke County and now Miami County as well, including Troy, including Tip City, including West Milton, including Pleasant Hill. And the report from that damage that you guys were mentioning a moment ago in the New Madison area, the amateur radio person that reported that said possibly caused by a tornado. I'm going to state this again. It's going to be hard to see these tonight with the rain and the fact that it is dark. But we have potential here for this continuing. Also, this lightning concentration is indicating to me that we're getting a strong updraft again right now, which means the hail threat is increasing for those of you living Troy area and points west also. Here's the inflow. There's the rain wrapping around. This is the area where there could be a circulation. This is the area that just came over New Madison. This is the area that just caused damage. This is the area of the storm tracking east that will likely cause more damage. Be prepared for damage as these storms do roll on through. So that new warning is until 11 o'clock. That 11 o'clock for this new warning, tornado warning in Miami County. Get to your safe spot. Pleasant Hill, West Milton, Tip City, Troy, even in Piqua. I would get to your safe spot just to be safe as this is headed your way as well. Now, an update on the warnings here. We have had Wayne County has been allowed to expire. That tornado warning has been allowed to expire. And the reason why is because the most dangerous part of this entire storm. So let me turn the warnings off for a second here.
Hey, Jamie, we're getting a lot of reports on our Facebook Live tonight and confirm that there are sirens going off in Huber Heights.
Okay, there should not be.
Okay.
There should not be. You're not under a tornado warning in Huber Heights.
Okay.
You're not at the moment. Could you be? Yes, you could be eventually, but you're not at the moment. So the most dangerous part of all of these storms right now is what I'm showing you here. Right, 127 and 70. Now, if Rachel is still in Clayton, I think we need to move her back south a bit just to be safe. I don't really feel comfortable where she is right now. She is here. This is where there's rotation. This is where there's hail, and this continues to move eastward. So let's get her down south. Just take her back down 49. And we'll get her safely south of this part. But those of you watching us from Lewisburg, Clay Township, eventually Clayton, Englewood, Vandalia as well, we are going to, we're going to continue to watch this tracking eastward. Alan Henry's going to be heading up towards the Troy area. We got to make sure that we keep him safe as well. Do we have his current location? He's just left. Okay. Just let me know when he gets close to I-70. I want to know where he is, make sure he doesn't get in the path of this as well. We're not. Tip City, sirens. Yes, absolutely. They are in a tornado warning. Tip City, your sirens should be going off. Chelsea, give me one just second here, and we'll touch base in a moment on their crews. I really just want to make sure we don't get them in the path of these storms because that would not be smart. Strong storm here in northern Darke County. Severe thunderstorm warning with that one. Let's get you back up into this area here where we have the tornado warning. Salina, you're in the clear now from this. And do we have a new warning that's been issued? Yes, we do. New warning has been issued until 11 o'clock for Mercer and Auglaize County. In fact, it is pretty much all of Auglaize County. And then just here's the western edge of this warning. So it's basically a sliver of eastern Mercer County and also Auglaize County. Do we have that St. Mary's camera available? Yeah, the water tower. If we can get that up. Let's see what it's looking like right now. There we go. So now we're looking south in this one right here. We're looking south in that direction here, and the worst of it's on the other side. I was just wondering how much lightning there was, and not a ton. But again, this is an area that you need to be in your safe spot right now, certainly. Rachel says lightning's getting bad. It is getting bad, yeah. That's one thing that one of the reasons I want to get her down south of where she is in the Clayton area is that I want to make sure that she stays south of an area where there may be some hail, and certainly there is that possibility. Okay, let me say that again, Adam. But just go ahead and read it. Yeah.
Yeah. This is from the National Weather Service in Wilmington, Ohio. They just tweeted out it's highly likely that a tornado is on the ground in southeastern Darke County, moving into southwestern Miami County.
Yep.
If you're near Potsdam, Laura, or Ludlow Falls,
Yep.
take cover now. All caps.
Yep. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Let me turn the lightning off. Absolutely. I know exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So they're looking at this right here. Let's flip over to the velocity and check this out. Okay. Radars. Turn these off. Give me this one only. There we go. Okay. So here is the area that he was just mentioning, and we are. Let's check out some of these velocities. I turned the warning off again. Okay. There we go. Gate-to-gate shear, 158 miles an hour. That doesn't mean the winds are 158 miles an hour. Again, the difference between the winds outbound from the radar and inbounds to the radar are 158 miles an hour. I fully agree with the Weather Service that there is likely a tornado on the ground right now in this area. So this just changes everything here. Yeah, so let's see here. Let me turn off the lightning again. Yeah, so this is the area right in here. Potsdam, Laura, West Milton. Those of you in Troy and Tip City, get to your safe spot now. Absolutely get to your safe spot now. There's probably, we may be seeing the circulation. This is a rain-wrapped tornado, too. That's the worst thing about this, is we're seeing probably the circulation right in here as it's kind of spinning the rain in an area right here in western. Now I believe western, right on the line between Darke and Miami County is most likely where this is. So everybody that's in a warning, get to your safe spot. There's probably going to be areas we're going to wake up in the morning and there's just going to be, we're going to find a lot of damage. I'm just telling you right now, we're going to find a lot of damage. All right, so let me get back to the Wilmington radar. In fact, let me save this. Don't let me save it. Okay. Okay, so zooming back in, lightning off. Yeah, Ludlow Falls. Between Ludlow Falls and Laura, without a doubt, that's where there's likely a tornado on the ground. Yeah, absolutely. That's what we're looking at. I'm going to check a couple other things here. CC.
Oh, Jamie, another new one. They're saying Trotwood, Vandalia,
Okay.
Englewood till 11:15.
New warning.
New warning:
Okay.
Trotwood, Vandalia, Englewood, Ohio. If you live in those cities, get to your safe spot right now.
Yep. So this is tremendous shear in the storm here. Just like the hail product, the shear product takes some process time, so it's lagging behind the radar. Radar showing it right in this area here. This is where the shear is. This is the highest shear we've seen with any storm so far tonight. And I'm talking about including the ones that have been producing tornadoes west in Indiana. So this is why they're saying there's likely a tornado on the ground. So Ludlow Falls, West Milton, Pleasant Hill, Troy, Tip City, all points in between. Get to your safe spot right now. This is likely a tornado on the ground, as the Weather Service was alluding to. In fact, they're also now saying observed tornado with this one. We have a tornado warning now for Montgomery County until 11:15, as Adam was alluding to. Let's show you that one right here real quick. All right, this is getting to be a busy night now, as I suspected it might be. All right, the new warning here does include downtown Dayton. It includes, let me just draw it out for you. Okay, we need to get Rachel back south more. Yeah, there's the outline for the new warning. We'll get to that in just a second, Chelsea. Let's just take a look at this storm a little bit more here. And then where Alan Henry is south of Troy, we need to make sure he's in a safe place. He needs to be out of the car. He needs to be in a safe and sturdy building up there. and that needs to happen immediately. Okay, so Lewisburg is the area right now where the circulation is with this particular cell. You've probably got hail between Lewisburg and Clay Township as well. Safe spots: Lewisburg, Clay Township, Union City, Clayton, Trotwood, Vandalia, Huber Heights, Dayton as well, Drexel. All points in between. If you're south of downtown Dayton, you're probably in fine shape and will not have to deal with the worst of this. But basically, anybody from downtown Dayton, from US 35 north, US 35 north, and all points in between to Mercer County, you are under the risk of having damage, if not a tornado. We know we've had some. They've been observed. So that's absolutely what's going on. All right. If you guys want to go ahead and bring Alan on, go ahead. And I'm going to take a look at the radar a bit more here.
All right. Alan Henry has been out here on the roads. Alan, what are you seeing where you are? Can you tell us where you're at? Do we have Alan on the phone? All right, he might have actually lost service, considering the night that we've had so far. Would not surprise me.
He was initially headed towards the Troy area. We have had to turn him around, reroute, kind of get him back into a safe spot as this is all kind of changing.
I believe we have the Troy, yeah. You can see the live webcam there. You can see the lightning in the distance, heavy rain falling as well. Troy, one of many cities that are under warnings here.
What's really interesting is the flag is completely still.
Yeah.
Which we've watched the shot. Yes, as Jamie just said, for now. And you can see the tree, so that storm in the distance, but definitely moving too.
And this has been a storm. We came on the air at 9:05 tonight. Jamie's been going wall-to-wall weather coverage since then because we started getting warnings right near the Ohio-Indiana border. Since then, those have now moved all the way into Montgomery County. So this is a storm system that's continuing to drop tornado warnings. And as Jamie mentioned, Jamie, you said
hey
there was
guys,
an
hold on.
Yeah.
Mercer County Sheriff Office staging area. Report tornado touchdown in the Salina area. So they have a staging area that's being set up. So we apparently have had a touchdown for certain up in the Salina area.
Okay. Okay.
So just everybody, if you're not in your safe spot, think about where you would go. Let's go through them again. Basements, get down as low and interior as you can. We now know that we've had at least a couple of tornadoes touch down this evening so far. We're not done. We're not done. We still may have 2 more hours of this to go as this is slowly moving across. And that means that the heavy rains may bring up a flood threat as well for some of you as we head through the night. Hail could be 1 to 2 inches in size. Winds without tornadoes could be 60, 70 miles an hour. So this is a serious, serious situation that we're dealing with tonight. Get to the basement if you have one. If you don't have a basement, lowest interior room you possibly can. Closets, bathrooms. Stay away from windows. If you have to be in a room with a window, cover yourself with a blanket. Put a bike helmet on, football helmet, whatever you have. Head protection is important. If you live in an apartment, you want to get down and low interior as you can. Maybe that's the laundry room. Maybe that's the stairwell. Maybe that's your downstairs neighbor. Maybe there's a building at your apartment complex that's sturdier than yours, where the office is. They're probably closed, I know, but maybe there's someplace you can go that's safer. You want to, if it means going downstairs and knocking on your neighbor's door and say, hey, can we stay to be safer? Hopefully they'll be understanding to that. If you're in a mobile home, you need to get to a safer building than that, without a doubt. What happens with mobile homes is the air can get underneath them and lift them up because they're not always properly secured to the ground. They're very, very dangerous. Most of the deaths we've just had in some of these tornadoes in Oklahoma and earlier this spring in the South have been people that live in mobile homes. And cars are not safe either. And that's why I want to make sure that we get our crews in safe places. I don't want them in their cars. I want to actually retreat them. And then once the storms pass, I want to go up. I don't think it's safe for them to be in the paths of these storms right now. So they need to get back. And overpasses. You don't want to take cover in an overpass under a highway because the winds can get funneled and actually get stronger as they go through there. So that's an important thing to realize as well. Something? All right. Garage ripped off a home on Brook Avenue in Salina. So that's probably the touchdown that we are getting word of now in Salina. So we fully believe a tornado has touchdown in Salina. We believe New Madison may have had a touchdown as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we learn of a touchdown that happens as well for Wayne County. Okay, the Dark County tornado warning has been canceled or allowed to expire. We have still, okay, I've got a couple of other information. Okay, yeah, so Dark's been canceled. Miami continues. First of all, let's just go from south to north, okay? We have tornado warning continuing for northern Preble until 10:45. That's 6 more minutes. They'll probably let that one go as the storm is now passing into Montgomery County. We have wind, hail, threat for a tornado from essentially US 35 north in Montgomery County. That tornado warning is until 11:15. This may be the strongest storm we have right now. Oh yeah, so those of you in Troy need to get to yours. Can we pop that Troy camera up again? I want to take a look at the lightning there that we do have. Let's take a look at that. Okay. So, interesting. We're looking west. That's the other thing. I want to see how much lightning we have. And I want to see this flag, which is moving from what looks to be north to south. So, expect it to be, well, maybe from east to west more. Interesting. Okay, so anyway, back to the radar, if we could. And there we go. So the circulation's right in here. West Milton and Troy, between the two of you. Tip City to Troy in the path of this storm, and it will continue to head probably a little bit north of east. So eventually to those of you in eastern Miami County as well. West Milton, your threat is almost over. Ludlow Falls, your threat is almost over. But don't get out of your safe spot just yet in those two particular locations. This warning continues until 11 o'clock. And yes, let me check a couple of things. Let's go back to Mercer County as well, because we now are pretty certain that we have had severe damage in northwest Salina. Thankfully, the storm is gone, and that's probably why we're starting to get these reports, because people can get out and about now. So severe damage, northwest Salina. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so we have, let me check the velocity on this one. Okay, so it's moving into Wapakoneta right now. That's where, Wapakoneta, safe spot now. This is where we are seeing this particular storm. Let me check the North Webster radar too. That's too high. And that one's down. Okay, so bear with me here. Yeah, it's hard to tell where this is now. It's hard to tell where this is now from the velocity fields, but as I take a look at the radar here, and let me just kind of, okay, so there's that. Getting an update here. I would say it's, yeah, you know what it is? It's right here. This is a new circulation south of where the first one was. The first one was this, which is weakened. Now you got this right here. So New Knoxville, Kettlersville, and southern Auglaize County. I wonder if we may get another warning just to the south of Auglaize County, because this is now the threat area right here, southeast of St. Mary's. St. Mary's, you're in the clear. Salina, you're in the clear. Those of you in Auglaize and far, far northern Shelby County are not yet in the clear. Let's check the shear on this one. In fact, we'll check the shear on all of these. Not seeing much with that one. Minster's got a little bit. Here you go. Now, I mentioned before that these products are delayed from the radar. So there's the radar, and then there's the shear. So you got to kind of think about these being farther to the east. But the strongest shear, which would indicate the highest potential for wind damage and potentially a tornado, is the one that's moving towards Troy right now. We've got less shear here moving into northwestern Montgomery County, but still some shear. Let's check the hail on these two storms as well. That's the wrong thing. There we go. Okay, so there's hail in northwest Montgomery County and less hail in Troy, moving into Troy. We also may have some hail here in this storm here that's north of Greenville. So that's also something to consider as well. So we've got multiple threats with these storms. We will continue to have multiple threats with these storms over the next couple of hours. Turn the lightning off again. Okay. So again, we got some rotation here, northwestern Montgomery County. Trees down, Hall Road, Union Township. Some porch damage in Cedarville along Solon Road. That may be from the earlier storms, actually. We've got hail. Clay Township and Clayton, you're about to get hail. Clayton is about to get hail. Trotwood may get some hail on the north side. Huber Heights, you could get hail. Englewood, Vandalia, you probably have some hail that's about to head your way. I would not take the chance on getting the car in the garage at this point. It's too late. We are now seeing the circulation here just to the west of Clay Township. This is where, if there's going to be a tornado, it's going to be right in this area here. But we're seeing less of a threat with that. With this is more of a hail-producing storm, whereas this one is more of a potentially tornadic storm with the circulation right here, showing up right here. There's the inflow into the storm right there. So west of Troy is where we have the potential for a tornado with us. Now, I'm saying potential because we don't know right now if there's anything on the ground, but we believe that there was a tornado on the ground back in Darke County towards the Miami-Darke County line. New Madison has some damage, and this is headed right over downtown Troy. Keep an eye on that camera for me. If the winds really start to pick up, let me know. And because we're going to want, in Troy, because we're going to want to get that taken care of. Where is Rachel at this point, location-wise? Do we have a place where she is? Okay. Yeah, I want to make. Okay, so the rain's really picked up considerably. A lot of lightning up in that area there. The flag not that bad yet. You know what? I think we might want to roll on this just in case. Okay. I meant can we roll on just the Troy cam alone? Is that a possibility? Okay, cool, because we may end up getting some significant wind coming through there. When I say roll to the folks at home, that means we're recording it because we don't want to miss anything if we do get all of a sudden some very, very strong winds coming through there. I hate to see the fact there's people on the roads. Maybe they don't know what's going on. It's a possibility. Maybe they have to be out. I don't know, but I would not advise driving in any of these areas under a tornado warning right now by any means, because just think about this. If there was a tornado a couple hundred yards back there, you're not going to see it until it's right on top of you because of the rain and because of the darkness. And that's the danger that we have tonight with these storms, because of the rain, because of the fact that it's dark. Preble County, yeah, your warning has been allowed to expire, so that's good. We have a new tornado warning now for Champaign, Clark, and Miami. We have a new tornado warning for Logan and Union County as well. These are both until 11:15. So let's take a look at these. All right, let's see here. Where's with all the red in the radar, it gets difficult to see the edges of these warnings here. Okay, here's this one. Sirens are going off in Harrison Township, I'm being told, as they should be. So here's the new warning. So basically it's Troy East, and it takes you into the western suburbs of Springfield, includes New Carlisle, basically all of western Clark County, north to St. Paris and Champaign County. So that is that new tornado warning that goes until 11:15. To the north of there, oh, interesting. Okay. This is a brand new tornado warning for a brand new cell. And that is, whoops, that's the wrong thing I want. I want this one. That's for here, folks. And that's the new warning until 11:15. And this is for this cell right here in West Liberty. So this is a brand new tornado warning. West Liberty up to Pickrelltown, showing signs of rotation. That's why the Weather Service has issued a warning there. So those of you in southeastern Logan County also need to be in your safe spot. Bell Fountain is not included in this particular warning. So that's one thing. And it's interesting because the radar signature around West Liberty was looking very similar to the one that we're seeing here as well along the Shelby and All Glades County lines. So where there's no warning, but we'll see. Maybe there'd be a warning for that. So let me head back over to, where's my map here? There we go.
Hey, Jamie, can you give us an update on what's happening near Brookville? Because the National Weather Service is coming in and saying there's likely one on the ground.
That is the cell that we were looking at a little while ago. So now they're saying we're hearing thunder now here at the station. So that they're talking about this cell right here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're bringing all our crews back and keeping them inside until the storms are past. I think that's a wise decision. It's just too dangerous for us to be out there. I hope the other stations are following suit as well and not putting their people in harm's way. So we've checked the velocity with this one. Oh my goodness, yes. Absolutely, I can see why they're saying that. Take a look at these. We have a wind here towards the radar. Hold on a second. Let me get just the Wilmington radar on. Okay, here we go. So towards the radar of, let's check that. 83 mile an hour winds, and this is much closer to the ground, but that's towards the radar at 60 miles an hour. That is a gate-to-gate shear of 124 miles an hour. And up in this area here, we have winds there's definitely, if there's not a tornado on the ground, there's about to be in this area here. So Trotwood and Clayton and Englewood and Vandalia, this is headed right for you. There may be a tornado on the ground as we speak. You need to be in your safe spot right now. This is a very, I can't stress this enough. This is a really serious situation that we have here tonight. With the rain and the darkness, and we know we've had tornadoes on the ground. Gate-to-gate shear 145 miles an hour. This is indicating winds, not just the tornado, but winds themselves of over 100 miles an hour. Right there. That's the velocity. The winds in this storm could be over 100 miles an hour. You need to be in your safe spot right now. You have to be. You can't take the chance. We're talking tire roofs coming off of homes here. That's why we want you to get as low as we possibly can. We're going to have entire trees coming down on homes in this area as well. This is marching eastward towards a very populated area, Clay Township and Englewood and Trotwood, and eventually the Northridge area and Vandalia as well. Huber Heights, this could be headed to you also. So, yeah, we may have 3 or 4 tornadoes on the ground right now. So the tornado damage threat from the Weather Service. They've reissued a statement on this area here for Montgomery County. Tornado damage threat is considerable. I saw the same wording on warnings like this in Oklahoma over the last week. Considerable, potential considerable damage. We may be looking at 100+ mile an hour winds with this particular storm. This is absolutely a very, very serious situation. In fact, take a look at this. Boom, there it is. It's right there. That's a tornado, folks. Right here. That's a tornado on the ground. And it's tracking eastward. Westbrook Road, there's Diamond Mill, Shiloh Springs, Taywood, there's I-70. This is a tornado on the ground. This is what they look like. We were seeing these signatures on the tornadoes out in Oklahoma the last several days. Northview, headed for you. Clay Township. You gotta be in your safe spot, folks. This is a tornado on the ground, and you can't see it coming because it's dark and it's raining. All right, so let's get a track on this. We're not really getting. Let me see if I can do that. Let's put this on here and see what comes up. Where are my storm tracks? Boom, there we go. Okay, there you go. There's a track for that cell right there, and it is indicating rotation. So we got a couple of them here, okay? We've got this one that's headed down to the north side of Dayton. We've got this one in Troy. I'm not sure, I believe it's headed southeast as much as it's suggesting it is, but that's showing rotation. We've got rotation with this new cell to the west of Bellefound. That's a broader rotation, not necessarily tornadic. And thankfully back up towards Salina, we're not seeing rotation. So we've got a couple of areas here. We've got some broad rotation with this storm that we have the severe thunderstorm warning for in the Greenville area. But right now, this is the concern right here. That is a tornado on the ground, I do believe. Okay, so we need to start making some calls and see if. Okay. Yeah, let's get him on the air. The EMA director from Mercer County.
Yes.
Yeah, Mike. What can you tell us? What's been seen up there? What damage do you have? We're reporting that there was a staging area set up.
Yeah, we are still. Sorry, we are still gathering information. We know the northwest corner of Salina got a lot of damage, and farther west of Salina there's a lot of damage. We have a lot of wires down. We have a lot of roof damage. We have trees down. We're still in the response stage, so I have not personally been out there yet. I can do more good in the office right now. But the mutual aid with the fire departments is working. They're getting their search and rescue done. I did speak to the Weather Service. Of course, at this point, we don't know if it was a tornado, but they will probably be doing a damage survey tomorrow. We have not set that up at all yet as far as times, but we definitely had some major damage. So far, we only know of a few minor injuries, but the search and rescue effort is just getting underway. So we don't have any details yet.
Okay, thank you very much for that update. I want to pass along a couple of things that I'm seeing now. There was a funnel cloud reported in Lewisburg at 10:46. That's 10 minutes ago. I believe that has touched down now as it moves through between Trotwood and Clayton as we speak. As you can see that right there. We have a 1-inch hail that was observed in Arcanum. That was on the north side of that cell that's now in Troy, north of the area where we believe there may have been some damage from a potential tornado touchdown in, where was that at? That was in New Madison, where we have some damage there as well. New Madison, we've got trees and power lines down, possibly caused by a tornado. Also in New Madison, we have a tree down on a house, possibly caused, oh, that's Salina. I'm sorry, that's Salina. Building at Ohio 121 and 72 with a door blown off. Damage possibly caused by a tornado. Tornado warning. Oh, my goodness. They've upgraded now the tornado damage threat from considerable for Montgomery County. Everybody listen to this very carefully. The Weather Service has upgraded the tornado damage threat from considerable to catastrophic. Catastrophic. So we've got a tornado on the ground. It is potentially going to do a lot of damage. Please get to your safe spot. Please heed these warnings. It's right here, Clayton and Trotwood heading eastward, about to pass over 48. This is why we brought Rachel Aragon back south again, because we did not want her to be in the path of this. Maybe some hail, probably some hail here at 70 and 75. Let's see if we can get up let's see if I can get the ODOT camera up for 70 and 75 here and take a look at that. Meanwhile, I'm going to zoom this radar in more on on this right here. Let me say this. I've been here 20 years in Dayton, and this is the most significant tornadic radar signature I've seen here in 20 years, if that puts things into perspective for you. Yeah, I hope it does. And I know that people, I'm still getting social media comments and I'm being over dramatic, but this is a serious, serious situation here. Let's get 70 and 75 up. Where is it? Here we go. Well, you can't really see anything because it's raining so hard, unfortunately.
Whoa,
a lot of lightning.
Take a look at that.
A lot of lightning. Okay,
Yeah.
so, yeah, this is an area just east of there. In fact, see, this is going to be, I was going to check some cameras also to the west of there, but this is south of I-70, so, although Clayton, let me check some others here, see if we can find, see if we can see. '70 at this 40s, 49. Crestway. That camera is down. That camera's down. That's in the area where we're tracking this. That camera is down. Hoke. Yeah, it's just too dark and too wet to really see anything. Okay, so let's go back to the radar. Megan's going to try to see if she can find something. So now we're right here. This is the tornado on the ground right here. Regina Heights, there's Westbrook. It's staying pretty much due east here, Westbrook and Philadelphia, and right at 70 and 75. That's where the really heavy rain is, and maybe some hail as well. That's a possibility. There is serious concern with this, without a doubt. The National Weather Service, as I mentioned a moment ago, is saying potentially catastrophic damage from a tornado here in Montgomery County, headed for I-75, headed for you in Harrison Township, about to hit, as a matter of fact, in Harrison Township, Huber Heights, Riverside. You may be in the path of this. A lot of people living in these areas, and we believe there is a tornado on the ground as we speak. Back up to Troy. Troy, you are now west of that circulation, so you're in better shape now, without a doubt. And then just a stronger thunderstorm that's actually weakening a bit here to the east of Greenville. So still some rain to come with that one. We also still have this tornado warning up into southeastern Logan County with this particular cell that's going to move off to the east. And there's also still a tornado warning now for easternmost Auglaize County, but this storm looks to be weakening now. This one that we know produced some damage on the northwest side of Salina. Perhaps a tornado touchdown with that. We may have had a tornado touchdown back in southwestern Darke County. And a funnel cloud spotted in Lewisburg. And this is as classic a radar signature as I've seen in this area in my 20 years here. This is a tornado on the ground. This is the Hook Echo, and this may be a debris ball, what we call a debris ball. What the radar is actually picking up here is not only the funnel, but stuff that is being thrown in the air. We have damage. This is potentially life-threatening situation here as it continues to track eastward across areas north of Dayton. We're looking southeast away from the storm from this particular camera here. Troy, things are calming down. The storms have moved on through. Doesn't look like we don't have any damage here at the square, it appears. So this is the storm that we need to focus on. We just got a little bit of an update there. So Harrison Township moving in. I believe that let's see here. This is 48 right here, and there's 49. So it's now to the east of 49, about to cross over 48. So that's North Main Street, I believe, isn't it? 48, continuing to head eastward. But again, we're seeing this Hook Echo and tornado on the ground as we speak right there. So this is a deadly situation potentially that we're dealing with right now. I want to check a couple of other fields here. The shear is the highest shear we've seen with any storm today, right here. 49 meters per second, which is essentially 100 miles an hour of shear. We've been seeing that with these storms the whole time. Let me check this right here. This is a product that I'll explain in just a moment. I'll take that warning off again. Clear that out. CC. That's going to be 1. Okay. It's going to be 98, 98, 49. Okay. Yep. That's it right there. Get back to the radar. Okay. So we just got an update here. More than 3,500 without power, I'm being told, on the DP&L outage map. Okay. All right, so here it is. Let me get the lightning off. There it is. Okay, so there it is, right over Shiloh right now, moving into Harrison Township. We've got some roads down here. This is moving pretty much due east. So 75, and you know what we should do is pull up the ODOT camera for 75 and like Webster or Needmore. 75, and it's going to pass right over 75 and Needmore. So let's get that camera up here. '75 and Needmore. Boom, there it is. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that camera, 75 and Needmore. It may pass right over the... Okay, confirmed large and dangerous tornado on the ground near Trotwood. This came out a little while ago. So we have confirmation now that this is on the ground, which I fully suspected based on the radar imagery that we are seeing. Report of a house collapsed in Brookville. Female trapped. Let me read that again. Report of a house collapsed in Brookville. Female trapped. This is what we're going to hear more of this as we head through the night, because this is a tornado on the ground right here. Chute Mill Road. This is Needmore right here. Frederick Pike. There's 75. Continuing to move off to the east. There's Webster right there to the north. Again, that is the funnel on the ground, the tornado, if you will, that's going to continue to pass right over 75 here coming up in the next few minutes. Keep an eye on that ODOT camera, 75 in Needmore. We may see something, although we're looking north, and it's probably going to pass just on the south side of there. But this continues to head eastward. So this is it. This is the main storm that we need to continue to watch. Yes. Yep. Apparently people are seeing this tornado on the ground from Dayton now. We're getting reports from amateur radio. Large tornado on ground looking to north from 5 miles west-northwest of downtown. So that's just about where we are, continuing to move to the east.
Camera's locked up, Jamie.
Yeah, well, it's probably lost power, to be honest with you, with what's going on, well, the lightning we've had and whatnot. So again, this is a situation you need to be in your safe spot without a doubt. There's the tornado right there as it continues to move. It's probably about to pass over 75 as we speak. So let's move this radar a little bit more to the east now. And yeah, continuing Wagner Ford Road. It's going to be right in that area there. Let's see if we can get that camera actually. 75 in Needmore. Where's Needmore? Needmore.
Do you see it, Jamie? Right there.
I don't think we have one at Needmore. Doesn't look like we do. There it is. There's Needmore. Oh, that's the... No, I want Wagner. Here, see if we can get... Sure. There's one for Wagner. All right, so, yeah. Okay, did we... Is that extended eastward? So apparently part of Greene County is in this warning as well. Oh, this is a new warning. This is a new tornado warning, replacing the last one. Let me give you the outline of this, because this includes Kettering, this includes Oakwood, this includes Xenia. There's the new warning. Includes Beaver Creek, Fairborn, Riverside. All those areas included in this. Bellbrook as well, although I believe this probably stays to the south, to the north, I should say, of Bellbrook area. So I'm going to zoom back in here because now this is over 75. And the tornado here is, we don't need these warnings. We know these warnings are here. There we go. Okay, so here it is. There's a tornado on the ground. Across 75. Here's Stanley right here. Needmore. Continuing, there's 202, 201, Valley Pike, Harchman. I sure hope this stays through an area here where there's a little bit less in terms of people living, instead of heading down to the south. It would be horrible if this headed for Children's Hospital. It should stay north of there. A lot more population up into the southern Huber Heights area here. There's Needmore and Harchman, as I mentioned, Valley Street, Valley Pike, Kittredge Road off to the northeast. This has been pretty much moving to just south of east. So I would say a track like this. It's going to take it right down into this area here, and we'll continue to, I don't see this. Okay, there's an update. It actually did just jump a little bit farther south now. Oh, it's still on the ground without a doubt, given the way this radar looks. It's probably past 75 now, so we're not going to see it on any of those cameras at this point. Riverside, you're in the path of this, without a doubt. The base is in the path of this tornado on the ground. Yeah, absolutely. The base is in the path of this. So right, Pat. So again, it's going to continue down here into Riverside. This is the base right here, and hopefully it lifts before it gets there, because we certainly wouldn't want. I hope it lifts right now. I do, but certainly it looks like it's still on the ground without a doubt. We have confirmations on the ground. We have spotters that have seen it on the ground. We know we have damage because it's been on the ground. It continues to be on the ground. It's going to cause more damage. It is going to cause more damage as it heads eastward. All right, Danielle's on the phone
Yes,
with the
that's
Montgomery
right.
County Sheriff's Office. Danielle, what do you got?
Yes, I am at the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office. They were kind enough to let us inside when we were told to seek shelter. We have heard sirens go off about a couple of times here. Now, we're seeing a lot of lightning. The sky is lighting up constantly. The rain has died down here, but really what we're seeing is the lightning, and what we've been hearing are those sirens going off.
All right, thank you. Keep us updated with whatever information you get. I have a Facebook viewer, post from a viewer on Facebook that says house and barn flattened between Potsdam and Laura. So that's where we were tracking that. That's one in Miami County. And we'll continue to track that storm. Let's really just get a quick update on that one, because that one doesn't look as serious as it had been. Just to the west of Northampton, we still have what looks like it could be a circulation with this. We do have this tornado warning that continues east of there. The Logan County warning has expired. This is the new warning for Clark and Champaign with this one that goes until midnight. So that includes Urbana. Let me give you the outline of this one. It's going to include Urbana, South Charleston, Springfield, basically southern Champaign and northern Clark County, and that is for right in here. That's where there would be the most likely rotation with that particular storm. So that's that. This is just a strong storm here, not severe, or not tornadic, I should say, in Miami County. Still plenty of lightning with it. Same thing back towards Greenville. We had a touchdown with damage in Salina. You're in much better shape, just some rain right now. And this storm now about to lift north of Logan County, so that's good news. This other storm to the east of Logan County. So I think we can sound the all clear now for Logan, Shelby, Auglaize, Mercer counties. Dark in Miami County, your tornado threat should be over. Should be. Still the threat, though, in Clark, and especially with these storms down here, which are now moving through Riverside. So there you are. There's where the tornado on the ground is. There's where there may be showing debris on the ground here. Page Manor. We have a lot of people living in this area here. That's the base. There's 675 where it makes the turn. Those of you in Beaver Creek, this is headed your way as well. Let me zoom out a little bit. Fairfield Mall. This is headed for the Fairfield Mall, which is located in this area right here. That's the Fairfield Mall. We just got an update. This is about to cross over 675 and the Fairfield Mall. Our Soin camera is down, unfortunately, which would be looking right towards this. So we don't have that. We're going to keep an eye on the 675 North Fairfield ODOT camera that we do have up here in the studio. But those of you on the north side, north of 35 in Beaver Creek, get in your safe spot right now. Those of you in the south side of Fairborn, get in your safe spot right now. Those of you that live in the Xenia area, this could be headed for you as well. It's making a beeline along 35 here. There's Xenia in the southeastern part of your screen. And then you have, take that ODOT full. Okay, yeah, so this is 675 in Colonel Glenn. Look how much it's shaking here. So we've got at least some pretty strong wind. Looks like we may have just lost it there. Let's switch that over to Fairfield now, because that'll be up next. And so we were looking at right in this area here. There you go. There it is. That was the camera we were just looking at right there, and it was shaking from the wind. Now we're just to the east of there. And what I want to, just hold on this for a minute here. What direction is this looking? Looking south. Okay. So we're looking south. So just want to keep an eye on this here, because we may see something here coming up as this does come on through. I hope these motorists are aware of what's going on. They probably aren't. A lot of people don't get warnings while they're in their vehicles. And a lot of lightning, got some heavy rain, certainly. Let's just stay with us for a minute here. Actually, Matt, keep an eye on that and holler if you see anything. Let's go back to the radar real quick, and we'll go back. So we were right here. This is Fairfield, right here. So it's still just to the west of there, but this is 675. This is the base. The base, it's probably going to pass just south of the base. There's Colonel Glenn Highway right there. There's Fairfield. There's the Fairfield Commons Mall. This is going to pass right over. It's good it's late. It's good it's a holiday and nobody's in there, because those large expanse roofs will often come down. We'll continue to track this as it does head eastward. All right. We are looking, yeah. It's hard to make anything out here, given the quality of the video that we get from these at night. But what I'm actually looking for is flashes, because if there is a tornado there, when it hits things that have electrical systems and transformers and the things you see at the top of the poles, it'll cause flashes. And that's what I'm looking for right now, if we see any of those. It's hard to tell because we've got so much lightning here, if we're seeing any flashes from lightning or if we're seeing any flashes from other things. But certainly this is, I'm surprised that the trees aren't blowing around a lot more than they are right now. But we may not be looking exactly in the right direction. All right, let's go back to the radar then and get an update here as to where this is. There we are. Okay, so now it is, it's still west of there. So it's moving. It's probably passing into the Fairfield Commons Mall area as we speak right now. But still looks like there's a tornado still on the ground to me from what I'm seeing from the radar imagery. All right, 4 miles west of Wapakoneta, emergency manager reports a tornado at 10:30. House severely damaged on County Road 33A and Kettlersville Road. Barn moved 1/8 of a mile. The tornado warning for Montgomery County The tornado damage threat has been downgraded from catastrophic to considerable. I would say that considerable is pretty serious still. We've got a second report from 3 miles north of downtown Dayton of a large tornado on the ground. So 2 of our spotters have seen a tornado on the ground north of downtown Dayton. We know we've had damage. We've had several reports of the tornado on the ground. Huber Heights had 1-inch hail on the north side of that tornadic producing cell. And that's the updates that I do have in terms of from the Weather Service. Okay. So this is still on the ground. Those of New Germany, Trebein, Kemp, continuing to head eastward. Continuing to head eastward. All right. Just want to pass this along from a viewer. My phone says we need to take cover, but you haven't said anything about West Carrollton. You are not in the path of this storm in West Carrollton. Your phone is giving you that because Montgomery County has gone into a tornado warning. All right, so here we go. So we're continuing. This is Beaver Creek now. We're talking about the northern edge of Beaver Creek, New Germany, Trebein. So the Beaver Creek Golf Club is right in this area here. Just for reference, there's Kemp Road. That's Fairfield. Heads down towards the center of Beaver Creek. If you live south of 35 in Beaver Creek, you look like you're in okay shape right now. Beaver Valley Road right there. Trebein Road that heads up towards Dayton Yellow Springs Road. It's probably going to stay south of you in Dayton Yellow Springs Road. Those of you in Fairborn, you're probably okay in terms of the worst of this staying south of you as it continues to move onward. It's showing no signs of weakening, which is a really unfortunate thing that we have here. And also that the strongest and most damaging and dangerous cell has been affecting the greatest populated area of any of the storms tonight is really an unfortunate, serious situation as this continues to move eastward. Chelsea, say that again. All right, Adam, Megan.
All right, Jamie, thanks. We want to give you a break here because Jamie has been on the air. If you're just joining us now, we have been on the air live since about 9 tonight when the first tornado warning popped up on the Ohio-Indiana line. That line has continued well into our area, now into the Dayton area. And you've been sending in and giving us phone calls and letting us know what you're seeing. We have a video we want to show you.
Yeah, this was from Shelly Myers. This was a Facebook video sent in to us. Shelly's in Dark County.
Yeah, you can see the lightning flaring up, something that we've been seeing all over the place from the traffic cameras to obviously on Jamie's radar. And this is a night that this is why we talk about having a safe spot. And we want to go over that really quickly with you. If you see this kind of stuff coming, if you're in a house, get to your basement. If you don't have one, go to a closet, get in a bathroom on the lowest level, get under a sturdy table or beneath a staircase or in any other windowless room is also safe.
If you're out in a car, which we sure hope you are not in this storm, but again, never try to outrun a tornado if you are out on the roads. Instead, leave your vehicle immediately, take cover in a ditch, never take shelter in one of those highway overpasses. The high winds of that tornado will accelerate in that confined space, meaning any flying debris is going to be even more dangerous.
Also, if you live in a mobile home, get out immediately. Do not hide underneath that trailer as the storm could pick up your house and drop it right on top of you. Instead, find a nearby shelter. Most parks have a community room or office that you can take shelter in place in. If that's not an option, again, take cover in a ditch or culvert as far away from homes as possible.
But again, this is nothing to mess with. Your videos, your pictures help us tell the story, but only if it's safe to do so. So if you're seeing damage, if the storm has passed and it's safe to do so, you can go outside, take a picture, send that in to us. We appreciate it. Or you can just call our newsroom. 262-1400 is that number. Let us know what we're seeing. We're also keeping a close eye on our live stream on Facebook right now. Lots of reports coming in. I just saw one golf ball sized hail in Fairborn right now. So again, this storm is, as it's moving across, causing havoc everywhere for sure. Well,
and we want to take a live look now at the DP&L map. One of the power companies that are trying to keep the power on for folks tonight. You can see that they still have about close to 4,000 outages across the area. Many of those in Mercer County, and Mercer County was one of those places where there have been reports of tornadoes touching down, or at least in the very least strong winds that are causing damage in that part of the area.
And I know right now we have our own Elise Coulter, our morning anchor, up late right now. She is in the Fairborn area. And Elise, you're joining us by phone. What are you seeing or hearing right now?
To be perfectly honest, Megan, I'm not really seeing a whole lot because my dogs and my husband and I are hiding in the basement, all the way in the back corner, away from the windows, because we're hearing a lot of very large hail, a lot of heavy wind, a lot of heavy rain, and a lot of thunder. And I can see just through the blinds of my basement a lot of lightning. So it sounds very active outside right now. My husband and I decided to take shelter once we heard that the storm was moving our way. The tornado sirens actually started going off probably about 20 minutes or so ago. So I've actually been tuning into you guys live via phone on Facebook Live, watching to make sure that my family and I are safe at this point.
Well, and we're glad to hear that, Elise. And in case you are wondering, we do have reporters out in this, but they are not outside, of course. They are taking shelter. One of our reporters is at the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office. They were kind enough to give shelter to her as we wait this out. And unfortunately, we'll be probably seeing lots of damage here, especially north of Dayton.
The more that the night has gone on, the more that those reports have picked up. Again, Jamie said earlier, the damage reports from Montgomery County going from considerable to what they're calling catastrophic. So this is just the very early stages of what we are hearing as far as the reports that are coming in, only going to get worse as the night continues and we start to wake up tomorrow to get a true grasp of what has happened tonight.
And if you're concerned about your power going out, we are broadcasting this live on Facebook to keep you informed, to keep you safe. Jamie has been on the air since, again, 9 o'clock tonight when the first tornado warning popped up, continually giving updates on this. So if you are losing power or you're worried about power, you can get onto our Facebook page right now, watch our live stream, and give us updates because we've been getting a lot from viewers. We have it up right now, getting a lot of reports from viewers about what they're seeing around where they live. Jamie looks like, Jamie, are you still getting prep? What's... Okay. And Elise just told us that her power just went out as well. So, and she's
the Fairborn area.
In the Fairborn area.
And Wright Patterson reported hail as well. So we still have the tornado on the ground, I do believe. This is New Germany Trabine Road right there, and Trabine Road here. So we're getting into a bit more rural area here. This is 235 that heads from Yellow Springs, Dayton Yellow Springs Road right here down into Xenia, and there's 68. So looks like the north side of Xenia may be up next for this as we are still looking at potential tornado on the ground. I actually am seeing something a little encouraging, and that is that this is not going to hit downtown Xenia. It's going to stay north of downtown Xenia. So here's Xenia, and this is going to continue to head down in this direction here. Wilberforce perhaps more in the path than Xenia is, but certainly the north side of Xenia. There's Fairground Road right there. So the fairgrounds are right here, Greene County Fairgrounds. But I want to show you something that is interesting because we may be seeing our first positive here in quite a while. As I take you back a little bit, zoom back out here. Okay, back when this was moving across 75, see how distinct and separate this is from the hook. There's the hook, but there's the debris in the funnel, okay? That was back at 11:10, so that was 20 minutes ago. And now, as we move forward in time again, back up to the current time, it is still fairly distinct there, but then right here, still distinct there, but up to the current time, see how it's getting wrapped into the circulation here. It's not as distinct. This is filling in here, which is good and bad. It means there's more rain around it, but it also may be indicating that it's time for this thing to start. 675 in Woodman, tornado spotted. 675 in Woodman, tornado was spotted. This may be starting to weaken a little bit. We're going to be getting that video, apparently. I'm told pictures of the tornado 675 and Woodman. So north side of Xenia, Yellow Springs, you're more of a threat for hail, like Elise was telling us in Fairborn, than anything else. The tornado is going to stay south of you in Yellow Springs, but Wilberforce and Cedarville certainly in the path of this. So those of you in east side of Beaver Creek, Yellow Springs, get to your safe spot anyway to be safe. North side of Xenia, safe spot to be safe. Wilberforce and Cedarville, safe spots. Need to be there right now. 1-inch hail in Huber Heights. Tornado warning canceled for Champaign and Clark. Observed tornado, that's for the back in Miami County, that's right. Or Clark, Fayette, Greene, and Madison. So let me check on this. This may be for the north side of this one. Where's this warning at? Clark. Oh, this is, okay, so this is the new warning. This is the new warning here into areas east of, there it is. So there's the new warning. So Montgomery County, Dayton area, this is passed on by, but hang on one second. Hardin, Montgomery, cancels Montgomery. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything here. So that's the new warning for basically Greene and far southern Clark counties. Let me get back over to here. Okay, that's a, where's this tornado? There's a new tornado warning for Miami. Tornado warning. Okay, so this is a new one here. We have a new tornado warning for north of I-70. Let's get back to the radar. Let's check on that one first before we do anything else. Okay, so there, oh, this is, yeah. Okay. Well, this is a new tornado warning, and this is not looking good either. So again, Union City to Clayton. Vandalia, you're in the path of this one. The cell is looking, certainly it's got a hook here, whereas the inflow is right there. So we have a potential tornado with this one headed towards you in Huber Heights, headed towards you in Vandalia. This is going to be another potential tornado here that's eventually going to move eastward and into far southwestern Clark County as well. So we've got a brand new threat here with this one. This one goes until 11:45. So we've got two tornado warnings. The one here for northern Montgomery and southern Miami, which is a new warning. And then we've got the tornado warning for essentially Greene and southernmost Clark for the one that we know has been on the ground and has caused damage in Montgomery County, perhaps to the west of there as well. Both of these considerable threats for some significant damage that we do have across the area. The new warning is 12:15. Yeah, if we got Alan with live video from Vandalia, let's get it on the air right now.
All right, Alan, are you on the phone? Can you hear us okay? That in the background, there is the sound of thunder and lightning right now. We're here at the Kroger in Vandalia on Northwoods Boulevard here. Our phone right now is sending out those alerts, sending that tornado warning that'll last until midnight tonight. Let me just set the stage here. It was about an hour ago, Jamie, that you were telling us to turn around. We were on our way up towards Tip City, up towards Troy, when those strong track of storms came through from the west there. We turned around, we came here, we took shelter with a bunch of people here shopping at this Kroger on Northwoods Boulevard, and we've heard that thunder, that lightning, that wind. The power in the parking lot here has gone out. The power is still on inside the store, though, thankfully. So there are a lot of people here waiting, wanting to know when it's safe to leave, where they can head to safely. We've been gathered around in the back of a dairy cooler in the back of the store, watching you live from my phone, Jamie, just trying to get those latest updates and this information. So a lot of people here huddled down, concerned, because just based on the look of this parking lot, a lot of people here are hunkering down. They do not want to leave this safe space, ourselves included, as we watch that radar turn red, orange, even purple, just a little bit to the south and a little bit to the west of us, where we're seeing a lot of those reports of damage. So it sounds like more might be heading straight towards us, so we're going to break this down, go back inside the store and get to that safe spot. And just based on what we're seeing, I'm encouraging anybody who is in the Vandalia area to do that as well. Back to you, Jamie.
Not yet. Because we... All right.
Alan there talking about going and finding his safe spot. That is exactly what we want you to do if you are in this area that is on your screen right now. Again, if you're in your house, get to your basement. If you don't have one, go to an interior room that doesn't have any windows. Also, you can use sturdy furniture, put that over top of you. But the main thing is to stay away from windows. That is where you're going to run into problems.
Yeah, and obviously do not get into a car. If you're in one, leave immediately, take cover. Do not take shelter in a highway overpass, because the high winds of a potential tornado can actually accelerate in the confined space, meaning flying debris will be even more dangerous. And I know that all of our reporters that are currently in the field are taking shelter as we speak. Danielle Malagary is at the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office. Alan, who you just heard from, is over at the Kroger in Vandalia.
Yes, safety obviously a top priority. As the storm has moved through, we've watched throughout the night. I want to hit real quickly on DP&L outages because we talked early on. We only had about 200. That was around 9 o'clock. That number has now skyrocketed to more than 4,500. Now the majority of them being right there. You can see centered around downtown Dayton, Beaver Creek, North Miami County. So again, you can see that it is widespread right now, and this is that storm direct's path as it's moved across the Miami Valley tonight.
And Chelsea, our producer, Chelsea, can you tell me again? You said Miami County. Okay, Miami County. This is obviously awful. They're saying that they're getting so many calls that they can't get through them currently because there's so much widespread damage. This is in Miami County, so obviously this is just one of the counties that have been impacted by these tornado warnings and potential touchdowns that we've seen tonight. So that just goes to show you just what we're dealing with. We do. Okay, I understand we have the sheriff.
Wait, hold on, come to me real quick first. Okay, we have a brand new tornado warning here that includes downtown Dayton, Kettering, portions of Washington Township, again for Beaver Creek and Fairborn, as well as the north side of Dayton because of this storm right here, which is expected to take a similar path. We may be places that get hit twice here. That's a possibility. We do not have any confirmation of a tornado on the ground with this one. This one is radar indicated, but we know what has happened with this one. And there's a similar type of situation in terms of where the atmosphere is at with the second storm right here. This one goes until 12 o'clock. Miami County no longer in the warning. Party View was the southern part of Miami County. This one's going to head southeast as well and head for through the same areas that this first one did. And there's the one that was continuing to, we know we have damage with this one as well. That's continuing to head eastward across Greene County, staying north of downtown Xenia.
All right, and again, we understand that we have Sheriff Rob Streck of Montgomery County on the phone. Sheriff, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I know it's obviously very busy for you and your staff. Can you give us an idea of what you're seeing right now?
Yeah, I mean, from Preble County on I-70, from Brookville, Clay Township, Perry Township, into Trotwood, Clayton, there's heavy damage. A lot of houses damaged. There's injuries, so a lot of power lines down. It's definitely probably one of the worst instances I've seen in my career. So everybody just needs to, stay in their house, stay safe, and just wait and only call 911 and things like that. And if someone is injured, other than that, sparking lines, things like that. But there is a lot of damage out here, and obviously crews are trying to get to everybody they can.
You mentioned injuries, Sheriff Streck. Can you give us any idea of the severity of those, or are you aware of that just yet?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely hearing, my crews are calling for medics. Where I'm at in the Brookville, Clay Township, Perry Township area, there's several injuries. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely injuries out here.
Can you give us an idea? You talked too about houses being damaged, and we've heard reports of roofs being torn off, houses even collapsing. Have your crews seen any of that?
They have seen that, and I've seen that.
You've seen it in the Brookville area where you are?
Yes, the Brookville, Perry Township, Clay Township. I've seen roofs gone, and I've seen houses that have been heavily damaged and halfway collapsed.
Now, when you're getting these calls, I'd imagine your dispatch is being swarmed with these calls. What should people do at this, if this is passed, obviously, lots of calls, lots of people needing help right now?
It's a bad time for everybody, but if everybody's okay and there's not sparks coming out of power lines, stay off the 911 lines and save 911 for people who are injured, who know where injuries are and where fire is needed because of fires and sparking down lines. I know everybody is upset that their house may be damaged, but if they're okay and they don't see fire and sparks, just hang on and let everybody in imminent danger get help.
And also, I would imagine this is a good time for watch out for your neighbors.
Yeah, get out there. If it's safe to do so, go check on people, make sure they're okay. But once again, make sure it's safe to do so you don't put yourself in danger before going out.
All right, very good. And Sheriff Stark, lastly, I imagine you're still just getting a basic sense of this, right? There's a lot more to see here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously in the dark, it's hard to see. There's roofs everywhere. There's insulation everywhere. There's trees. So yeah, I mean, we're just trying to get a feel for what's going on and make sure that we can get to everybody who needs help right away. We can.
All right, Sheriff Rob Streck, we really appreciate you taking the time to give us a call. We know your crews are very busy right now. Thank you very much. All right, and that was the Sheriff Rob Streck from Montgomery County on the phone there. He talked about calling it the worst that he's seen in his career, and that is a long career that he's seen a lot, and I think that really puts it in perspective of what people are dealing with, and with it being dark out, I don't think we're going to know the extent of it.
No, and this isn't one of those storms that's just moved through and just affecting Montgomery County. This has literally been every county almost in the Miami Valley throughout the night. We've been talking about Mercer, Logan, Champaign, Clark, Greene, Miami. I mean, it is everywhere. So this really is one of those things that, as you just heard the sheriff say, he's one of the worst of his career. But we've also heard terms like catastrophic damage. So again, we're just getting the very earliest of reports. In fact, I've got my cell phone out here watching social media. I'm getting friends from home texting saying they've got relatives. I got one a few minutes ago. My grandma's roof is gone. Minutes later,
in Greene,
my
right?
grandma's, no, this is actually in Montgomery. This was North Dixie area. So minutes later, it was updated to the roof isn't gone, the house is gone. So, like the sheriff reiterated there, don't call 911 just because you've got some damage to your property, because right now they need those lines for families and people who are maybe experiencing injuries or dealing with fires, etc.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that's going to take a long time to fully get the full grasp of what we're seeing out there. Jamie, you mentioned in your career you've never seen anything like this as far as
I have never
radar
seen
signature and other things.
I've never seen radar signatures this absolute defined tornadoes on the ground as what we're seeing tonight. In my 20 years here in the Miami Valley, have never seen it. The only one that comes close was the Blue Ash tornado back in 1999 on the north side of Cincinnati, and that was significant damage. I believe we're going to wake up tomorrow when we see what's happened. This is going to be the worst. I'm not saying it's going to be on the same level as. This is going to be the worst damage since Xenia 1974, I do believe, with perhaps, I believe it was the Arcanum tornado in 92, similar to that as well. Okay, the couple things to update you on. This is weakening. There may still be a tornado on the ground, but this circulation is starting to weaken. That's good news. However, the new one to the northwest is strengthening. And unfortunately, it is in the exact same area that the first one was. Now across 75, a little farther north. The first one came through down here between, near Needmore. This is just north of Needmore. So Huber Heights, safe spot now. Those of you in northwesternmost Greene County need to be in your safe spot now, because this one looks to be stronger. See how it's got that separated look from the hook. The hook's up here, and now this is separated. This may be another tornado on the ground. We haven't got any confirmation yet, but it's having that very, very similar look to what we had pass by just south of here. So this could be a repeat. Thankfully, not the exact same area, but it could be a repeat. All right, let me just check here. Yep, no, it is observed. It is observed. That tornado has been observed as well. So we have a second tornado on the ground for Montgomery County. Tornado damage threat, considerable. Same thing all over again. So we are Rip Rap Road here. So now we're east of 75, moving into the south side of Huber Heights. The area that just had a tornado was the area right in here. The EF0 was right in here. This is going to stay south of you. Longfellow Ave, Fishburg Road, Bell Fountain Road, headed southeast. Hooks Corner. There's 202. It's going to pass over this. There's Needmore, probably headed right across 202, just north of Needmore, possibly is where we could be seeing this. Let's bring this up north a little bit. And okay, so this is heading in the same direction. So it's kind of just south of east. So down across this area here, there's 201. There's Harshman, Forest Ridge Boulevard. This is the area where this is headed as it continues to head towards the east southeast. There's an update. There you go, just north of Needmore on 202 as this comes on through. Now it's not looking as strong as it was a couple of scans ago, but still. Could be a tornado on the ground yet again in that location heading east-southeast. This is certainly a possibility for some more damage. We need to take this serious as well. All right. Old North Dayton, roof off of Holden Villa Apartments. Trees down, windows broken. On Wagner Ford house missing. More house damage, Wagner Ford Road. So that was from the first one coming through. Now we've got the second one coming through. We've had multiple reports of damage with the first one, and perhaps we're getting more with the second one as well. So everybody to your safe spot if you're in the path of this storm. This is it. These two are the last two. In fact, they've updated the tornado warning for eastern Greene County for the first one. Xenia, you're in the clear for the first one. The second one, we'll just keep a close eye on it for you. So this one is here. Again, it's. I would say this is probably just past Cedarville and continuing to head through northeastern Greene County, largely rural areas, thankfully, and we're not getting any more reports of damage with this one. We haven't had any reports of damage with that since it passed to the east of Beaver Creek. But the second one, still certainly there is that possibility. Now this one is going to, whereas the first one brought hail to the Fairborn area, this one could be potentially bringing some greater threat of a tornado to the Fairborn area. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the area just north of where the tornado warning is, and that is essentially here. Let me outline this for you. So here's the new severe thunderstorm warning, and this is going to be mainly because I believe hail and wind potential. Yes, wind up to 60, hail 1.25 inches possibly, and this was issued because of the reports that we have been getting from Huber Heights and Fairborn, and Yellow Springs had some hail as well. So that's the severe thunderstorm warning for hail. And just to the southwest of there, let me outline this tornado warning again for you. Down to 675 and Wilmington is the southernmost edge of it. Oh, actually, no, they just upgraded it or just refined it. So this does not include those areas. Kettering is not in it anymore. Where's the back edge of this thing? My goodness. There it is. It's right there and there. And so there's the new tornado warning that goes now until Still midnight, and they're still saying observed. So somebody's seen this one. Somebody's seen a tornado with this one as well as it continues to head southeast. Again, there's 675. The base is right in this area here. Fairfield Commons Mall right there. This is going to pass probably just north of where the first one did, right here. And I also want to point out something else. We now have a flash flood warning for areas including downtown Dayton northward. Let me just take off the radar for just a second here. Okay, so there are your warnings. Let me go through these real quick here. So there's the tornado warning for Montgomery and Greene. There's the tornado warning for Northeast Greene. There's the severe thunderstorm warning I just outlined. And this right here, including Troy, northwestern Montgomery County, Xenia northward, Springfield southward, Clark and Greene, that's a flash flood warning. Because these storms have kept passing over the same areas over and over and over again, some heavy rain is going to lead potentially to some flash flooding that we're going to have in that part of the Miami Valley as well. So in regards to any other warnings, I believe that's it. So let's just double check here. Yeah, that's it. We have a tornado warning just northeast of Logan County and one northeast of Columbus. But once this last storm passes through, the one that we're having in Montgomery County right now, that should be it for us for the night, other than a potential flooding threat. Let me clear some more of the radar away. There we go. We're just looking at actual storms. Take you back in here. See, you know, we gotta watch this one in Miami County too. See, the last storms here, this is starting to show it as well. It's got kind of a supercell look here with potential hail developing here. This could be the beginning of another hook echo around Laura and West Milton, another area that was hit already. We know there's damage in this area here. You may have another developing supercell thunderstorm in that area also. Let's see here. So there's that one. We'll have to watch that one very carefully. Here's the one that does have a warning. And as we zoom in here, this is the area of concern passing State Route 4 right now, headed down towards Colonel Glenn Highway as well through the Riverside area. That'll continue to head east-southeast. And then that last storm right there. Still looking like there's a pretty good hook echo here. This is in northeastern Greene County. We'll soon be out of the county, but you can see the circulation, the rotation here, potentially a funnel at least with that one. Looks like that is a possibility as that continues to head east-southeast as well. Let me check on a couple other things here. Let's check that shear again. See what we got with shear here. So there's still some shear, pretty good shear with this one, indicating the possibility of wind damage. This is the strongest shear here. Huber Heights down towards the base in Riverside. Again, remember, these products are a little delayed compared to the radar, and developing shear here in western Miami County. So we have all of these threats. Continuing with all of these storms. Where are we at here for my... Yeah, let's bring this up. Zoom you out. Get rid of this ground clutter. There we go. We could send our crews up to no, not yet, because I don't know what this one in Miami County is going to do. I'm conferring with our staff here on if we can send crews out yet. I still do not feel safe sending crews anywhere north of downtown Dayton just yet. So we're going to have to wait a little bit longer. All right, so we continue this now. Let's see, we've got continuing till midnight. We're gonna get some Clark Greene. That's the warning. We got some decisions to be made here coming up in 10 minutes or so by the National Weather Service, as we have warnings that will be ending at midnight. So we'll probably get some new configurations on these warnings. And I believe that the one in eastern Greene County, this one here, we will not have a warning for it anymore because it will be east of Greene County. This one will probably get a new warning for Greene County, and then we'll just see. I don't think we're going to get a warning for this one yet up in Miami County, but it needs to be watched carefully. I'm sure there's some hail at some point in this part of the storm here along the Clark and Greene County line as well, probably up around this 675-70 interchange. Let me see if I can pull that ODOT camera up. 70, actually we got 70. Let's take ODOT if we could, because I have 70 in State Route 4 at 235. We got a lot of rain coming down here. Look at this person in the breakdown lane going very, very slowly, probably because the visibility is so low that they are having issues driving. I just saw something. Drop on the highway. It looked like debris there, which is very possible that the updrafts have carried debris up into the storm, and it's going to be dropped distance from where the tornadoes were touching down. That's absolutely a possibility. I saw it in the lanes to the left there. So what I want 70 and 675 is what I want.
I've seen debris twice already.
You've seen debris on some other ones?
That exact one.
Oh, that one. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Matt, who's in our studio here, one of our production assistants, says he's been watching these ODOT cameras. He says he's seen some debris as well. We can't see anything here. The rain's just too heavy. There could be hail coming down. I'm seeing cars with flashers on, so they're going slow because the visibility is so low with the heavy rain and also the hail that we have. I've got golf ball sized hail. Someone just sent me a photo from Huber Heights of golf ball sized hail. Let's see what else we got. Let me just double check our chime in and see what anybody might have sent. Beaver Creek, quarter sized hail. I'm seeing an entire tree down on Ravenwood and Dayton. Yeah, that's the one that I just saw. Right. Fairborn, I'm seeing golf ball sized hail. I'm seeing some big hail in Fairborn. There's Fairborn hail. Yeah, so we got some big hail that's coming down. That whole tree down was in Dayton as well. So here is again the hook right here. This is an encouraging sign. This is what we call, well, it's good and bad actually. It's what we call a flanking line. And that is going to be bad because there could be some straight line winds that develop along it. So let me kind of talk you through this here. This is a flanking line right here where this part of it right here could be some faster winds starting to push out ahead of the storm. So the straight line wind threat here towards the north side of Xenia, but this is going to cut off the inflow a bit and might weaken the tornadic circulation within this storm. That is a possibility because we're not seeing it look as ominous as it was just a little while ago. So let me see if they've updated any warnings here. Let's see. Yes, we have a new warning for Clark and Greene till 12:30. So does that mean Montgomery County? Montgomery County will not be in the tornado warning in 4 minutes. Once we get to midnight, will not be in the warning anymore. So here's the new warning. Let's see if I can figure this out here. So many to keep track of. It's like we're like this and this and this and that. So there's the new tornado warning until 12:30 for Greene and the southernmost part of Clark County. The first one that caused the most significant damage is now passing east of Greene County. There's the county line right in the corner of your screen there. They've issued a new warning for that off to our east. And then the warning that includes Montgomery County, Huber Heights, Riverside, is set to expire in a couple of minutes. That cell to the north, no warning on it, still needs to be watched carefully, but it still has the potential to do something, whether it be produce a tornado or some wind or hail remains to be seen. We'll need to keep a close eye on that as well. So that's a wrap up for where we are warning wise. So we've got another half an hour to 45 minutes at least where we're going to be dealing with this tornadic threat here across the area. All right, so yes, Montgomery County has been canceled. The tornado warning for Montgomery County has been canceled. So it's just Greene and southernmost Clark now that we do have the warnings for right now. Let me and the other thing that's really encouraging, actually, as I zoom out a bit here, this is also very encouraging. Still have a lot of lightning with this storm, not nearly as much with this one. That means the updrafts are not as strong, and that means that we are going to have the threat for any rotation in the clouds coming down to the ground is diminishing. So that's a really good thing to see right now as this continues to probably produce a little bit of hail, although it doesn't look as bad as it was. So we are seeing signs of heading in the right direction finally with these storms weakening. This one is not looking as bad either. Now keep in mind that this whole area here, this darker red here, that's the flash flood warning. And it includes Springfield and Xenia to eastern Clark and Greene County, back through northwestern Montgomery County, southern Miami County. There's going to be some water out there from all the rain that we have had. It's going to be something else that we're going to have to deal with as we deal with the, just figuring out what's happened through the overnight. The cleanup tomorrow morning. We've got a lot of people with it. We should probably update the power outages. We've got a lot of people without power across the area right now. And keep in mind, if you lose power, we're streaming this on our Facebook page, so you can just follow along on your phone. Get to your safe spot and follow along on your phone. So let's see, more than 8,000 people. The concentration here is exactly where we would expect it to be. Can we zoom in on the Dayton area a little bit? Yeah. So, yeah, perfect. So there's the path where we get the first damage with the one that came through North Dayton. The first damage was reported up in the Brookville area, and that follows the exact path north of downtown and then into Greene County as well. So, and then we've got the damage up in Salina, and then some spotty other damage across portions of the area. Looks like around Sydney we've got a little bit. This is Troy, Tip City area. So that's the other tornado we believe was on the ground for at least a while from southwest Darke County up through the Troy area. So we got one path there, the other path there. You can clearly see which one was more significant. The one that came through Montgomery into Greene County. That's going to be, I mean, we're going to be covering this for days, the damage that we have, without a doubt. All right, so Montgomery County, you're not in a tornado warning anymore. Flood advisory for Mercer County has been extended till 4:30. There was some heavy rain up in that area as well. And we're not getting, this is the other good thing, we're not getting any new reports of damage. So I have a viewer that said, I just heard Brookville School lost part of its roof. We'll have to check on that. Let me see what else we got from our viewers here. Okay, yeah, let's get them on. The sheriffs from Greene County are joining us now. Gene Fisher is joining us now. Sheriff Fisher, what do you have to report from your county?
We've had some appears to be minor damage so far. We're out checking. We've had tree into a garage on 68 North. We got trees down across Trabine Road. And, we're still trying to follow the path of the funnel clouds that came through and see if there's any more damage anywhere.
Sheriff Fisher, have you had any reports of any injuries at this point?
Not that I'm aware of. So it's, hopefully that stays that way. We don't want to see anybody anywhere be injured by these storms.
I know that we talked with Montgomery County Sheriff Rob Strack earlier. He was saying phone lines have been very busy. Have you been able to check in with dispatch to see what's happening as far as the call volume that you're experiencing right now?
Well, I'm sure if it's like any other storm that we've had in Greene County that the dispatchers are being overwhelmed. If you're just calling to ask questions, give them some time, give them the opportunity to do what they need to be doing. And, law enforcement will be responding, first responders will be out and about, and, just check on the damage and get to everybody as fast as we can.
Sheriff, have you had calls from other counties yet requesting assistance, or is it too early at this point?
No, that would be too early. I've not received any phone calls. But we're still checking on our own county too. So it's received a phone call myself from somebody on Ludlow Road. So we're going to go out and check Ludlow Road and check everywhere where we're getting calls of damage. But right now, what I'm aware of is Trabine Road and then a tree into a garage on 68.
Sheriff Fisher, I mean, I know that your long career in Greene County, also, with Xenia PD. Just talk a little bit about Greene County in general and when it comes to tornadoes and how seriously you take these there.
Yeah, the people in Greene County, specifically Xenia, they've been through this several times, 74, 89, 2000. For the last 5 years, now 5 of the last 6 years, we've had some kind of tornado touch down in Greene County. So, it's I don't know what the big attraction here is, but I wish it'd go away. But we're responding to take care of what needs to be done. I've been in contact with the county engineer to get the road crews activated to help move debris off the road.
And you touched on this a little bit, Sheriff, but can you just describe your message to folks in Greene County tonight, what you would want them to know?
Well, first of all, they need to know that if these storms are still active, that they need to maintain their shelter in place. And, if there is lines down, we don't know yet. Just stay away from those. And, once the storm stops, get some sleep, and then we'll see how things are in the morning.
All right, Sheriff Gene Fisher, thank you so much for your time tonight. I'm sure it's going to be a very busy tomorrow for you as well as for us here as we're keeping an eye on what's going on throughout the Miami Valley. And it looks like we've even got another report of some storm damage in. Yeah,
the amount of damage in this is going to be incredibly extensive. And as the sun comes up this morning, we're going to get a real extent of it. But we continue to get reports. Westbrook Village Apartments in Trotwood at Union and 49, power lines lying on cars, roof ripped off building, people trapped inside by trees. DP&L lines busy. They're calling 911, not getting through. Again, we had Montgomery County Sheriff Rob Streck on earlier, and you talked about this a little bit with the Greene County Sheriff as well. If you're in a situation where where you're not injured or you're not trying to help someone who is injured, try to avoid using the 911 lines. And this is why, because they're getting jam-packed with calls because of the extent of damage. And that makes it more challenging for first responders to prioritize those with injuries and get to them faster because they are seeing injuries.
He did mention now if there's a fire, there are going to be exceptions. If you've got fires or live wires down, of course they want to hear from you. But if this is just a call because you've had some windows blown out, we hate to say it, but tonight that's not going to be a priority. There's just so much damage that we are hearing from all over, not just a single isolated street or neighborhood. This is literally widespread across the Miami Valley tonight. So right now you are looking at a picture that was sent in to us. I believe this was a tree down of 2400 block, of Ravenwood Avenue in Dayton. This was sent in to us by Dave Sparks.
And now we want to look at some lightning here. This is your dark clouds over at Edwin C. Moses Boulevard across from the University of Dayton Arena. You can see it is still coming, and it is still coming hard there. The lightning, of course, has been something that we've been seeing extensively throughout the evening tonight. Yeah, we also, I think, have some Beaver Creek lightning video. Is this what you were just mentioning? Sent in by Steve. I think this was a scene that was played out, from just about every viewer that we have heard from tonight, was just the amount of lightning that they saw throughout this storm. Yeah, and this is going to be something that, as Jamie has mentioned time and time again, we've been on since 9 o'clock tonight. Wow. We have had tornado warnings basically going across our northern viewing area continually, and now going south into the Dayton area. And the extent of this damage, we've not shown you the extent of the damage yet, and there's a good reason for that. Number one, we don't want our crews to be out in it, just as we tell you to stay safe inside of homes and stay safe in basements or in your safe spot. We don't want our crews to be put into that situation, just as we don't want you to be as well. So all we know is what we've heard from first responders, and that is this is this is a massive, massive situation as far as damage goes.
And my understanding is just from looking at social media is that access points into some of these communities that we've talked about with some of the harder hit damage tonight have been blocked off by first responders because they simply don't need traffic coming in as they're trying to do their job. So just remember that if you're in a community and you saw a big storm come through earlier tonight and you're curious as to what may be going on, you know, it's fine to survey your own property, but it's probably best you just stay in for the night. Let first responders get out, get who they need to, and see all that later, because right now nobody needs everybody out on the streets driving around. And
no, and this is, again, it's an overwhelming situation for not just you, the viewer, but for first responders as well, because they're trying to put out a lot of different situations that are happening as we speak. And we're just beginning. This is just the beginning of learning the extent of the damage that is throughout our area tonight, including in the Dayton area. And there's really no words.
I'm just looking at another text. A grocery store on Main Street in New Madison is damaged, and unfortunately, you know, we're getting these little individual reports.
Right.
And I'm not sure it's telling the broader story because, yes, I understand a grocery store in New Madison is down, but I would imagine we talked about a tornado likely being on the ground in New Madison earlier. That there probably is a lot more damage than just a grocery store. So, again, that's something we will probably, we know will be unfolding as daylight comes up. So in just hours here, we're going to be getting a better image of what has actually transpired here over the last 3 hours since we've been on the air watching these storms as they moved in from Indiana.
And you're hearing it from folks who have lived in this area for decades that this is the worst that they have seen in decades. Jamie Simpson, our chief meteorologist, who's been on the air since 9 o'clock tonight, providing updates really nonstop. You had mentioned that this is some of the worst you've seen, if not the worst you've seen in your
These
time
are
here.
the most significant tornadic signatures I've seen on radar here locally in my 20 years in Dayton, by far. By far. The radar signatures that I have been seeing are similar to what I've been seeing on radar out in Oklahoma the last week. Chelsea, if you could go to Prod-Util and click to my Twitter account. Just search for me and click for my Twitter account. I've just retweeted some images, and see, we're looking southeast. That's just lightning. That's just lightning right there. Go to the top, and I just retweeted a bunch of stuff. Now we can finally see what's going on. Randy Drury, this is Nottingham Road, a war zone, he says. Randy's a storm spotter. Randy knows what he's talking about. So that's what we're seeing right there. All right, let's go to the next one here. And daughter's room on Riverside. No electric, no roof, no window, no gates. Okay, next. That's hail. That's Elise Coulter's hail in Fairborn, at least golf ball sized. And whatever falls is bigger than what you get because it's melting as soon as it hits the ground. So we're dealing with that as well. She's in Fairborn, correct?
Yes.
Yes, Fairborn. All right, let's see what the next one is. Okay, this is video. Let's see what the comment is on this one. We just took a direct hit from a tornado. Our street is in ruins, Urbana Avenue, Dayton, Ohio. No sirens heard. Yeah, you know why there's no sirens heard? Because the sirens don't work in parts of Dayton, Ohio. The sirens don't work. And then there's more. I mean, we're seeing roofs torn off of buildings and homes. This is ODOT. ODOT tweeted this out. This is I-75 north of Dayton. There's debris on the highway here. Keep in mind two things for tomorrow. If you're in these areas, if you go through these areas, if you're going to be in these areas, the streets will have debris. Cleaning them up is not going to be an immediate priority because there are going to be other more significant things that need to be taken care of. Number two, if you live in these areas, make sure you have adequate footwear on the second you step out the door. There's going to be broken glass everywhere. There's going to be pieces of metal and wood everywhere. Two important things to remember for the day tomorrow. All right, is this the same one or is this a different one? Okay, that was just the second photo. Okay, and then there's this one. Look at this. That's a telephone pole, right there. We've got wood look at the tree that's been ripped apart. So this is not going to be a weak tornado. This is going to be a significant tornado. I think that's about it. So I just quickly retweeted some of the things that came up in my feed, and just to give you an idea of what type of things we're dealing with across the area right now. So now we're getting a report just off to our east in Jeffersonville along I-71. Some of you know that the outlets are out there. Mobile homes may be damaged due to wind and hail. So that's the storm that did all the damage here that's now just east of Greene County. That's what's going on there. Let's see here. Let me check my Facebook, a couple of Facebook photos. I have a photo here on Facebook from, oh my, yeah, the grocery store in New Madison. Okay, yeah, let me just check mine real quick. Yeah, Brookville. The school in Brookville has been damaged, without a doubt. So we should find out if they're done for the year, first of all, or not. All right, let me see those Facebook photos again. So Jordan, Wagner Ford. Okay, yeah. So this is Wagner Ford and Rolfe. This is where we were tracking it, right across 75, right by Wagner Ford Road. This is the damage that we are seeing. Northridge High School might have been right in the path of this storm as well as it came on through. That's a possibility. But now we're finally starting to see some of the things that we're going to see a lot more of in the morning. All right, let's go back to the radar quickly here and give you an update because the Weather Service just put out something that's pretty important right now. First of all, good news with the storm that was in Miami County. It's not showing signs of having much rotation yet anymore. Probably just some rain with that one. And then here's the one that we still have the warning for from Cedarville eastward. Xenia, you are now in the clear in Xenia. Cedarville eastward, north of US 35 is where we have the still the threat. So that's that. So that's good news. The Weather Service, what they said a while ago is we have, as of now, this was about 5 minutes ago, as of now, we have no observed tornadoes on the ground, and we have no radar signatures indicating a tornado. But they're going to keep the warning up for this one just because of the history. In fact, we just got a brand new one that's going to update the old one. This one now until 12:45. The new warning is for areas east of Xenia. So we've got probably another 20 to 30 minutes until we can likely sound the all clear for damage. Beaver Creek, train spotter reports multiple tree limbs down. Englewood, large tree down. So we're starting to get some of the damage reports in as we speak. And yeah, so there you go. I don't want to ignore this flash flood warning that we have either for areas of southern Miami, northernmost Montgomery, southern Clark, and northern Greene County. If you have to do any driving, which I certainly would not advise you do in these areas because of the damage we've had, keep in mind there may be some high water that we do have. All right, so I have a photo here on, where am I here? A Facebook photo from a Mike Pit near Wright State, and it clearly shows a funnel on the that looks like it's on the ground, the tornado, and it's not small. It is not a small tornado by any means. So if anybody else has any images of anything, if it is safe, please send them in to us. You can chime them in on the Fox 45 app. You can hit us up on Facebook or Twitter. And we just want to know what's going on out there. That's really what we're interested in most, so we can have an idea of the scope of the damage that we do have from the storms that have rolled on through. Let me just check one more thing in Facebook here. Some more large hail photos that we do have. Here's another photo of the Brookville school. Yeah, they have lost their roof. The school in Brookville has lost its roof. What's that, Chelsea? I have to manipulate a little bit to get them to the point where we can do that. So we'll. Okay. So let's catch our breath here for a moment. I think we're probably in the recovery mode with these storms now. I really feel pretty good that we're not going to have any more damage. Probably not. There may be some hail here in northeastern Greene County, but I believe the tornadic damage is probably over for the night. But we're going to wake up and it's going to be a whole new ball game tomorrow morning. Okay, anybody have any other additional information to feed in? All right,
sounds like we have some images that we want to get.
Yeah, I was trying to see if they were available yet. I've had some friends texting in some different pictures. I know I mentioned earlier one of my friends' grandmas is up on North Dixie in that area. Send in some pictures, and this is what you're looking at right now. I asked what room this was. This was actually a bedroom. You can see the roof there. Looks to be pretty much gone, and I was told that the roof is gone, the windows are gone. There's another image, and it looks to be of a living room. And the same situation where you can just see the amount of damage that's happened there in a very short amount of time. And this was that storm, Jamie, that you mentioned, right, as it was moving through the Northridge, Vandalia, it was in that cluster.
We're going to find that tomorrow morning, and we're sending some crews up there now because it's safe. I said it's safe for us to send our crews anywhere west of I-75 now. So we're going to start up in Harrison Township. I-75 back up through the areas between Trotwood and Clayton are going to be the areas where I think we're going to see the worst of it. We know we have damage in Brookville. We know we have damage in New Madison and Dark County, and we know we have a lot of damage in areas southwest of Troy and southwestern Miami County as well. So we're going to be covering this for days. I know we are, and we're going to be hearing stories of that are good and bad. I mean, neighbors are going to come together. Families are going to help out other family members. We're going to have family members that have to go live with other family members. And this is going to be something that's going to be talked about for years around here.
Well, I know I asked Sheriff Streck that question, Montgomery County Sheriff. This is one of those situations when, there just simply aren't enough first responders to get everywhere they're going to need to get tonight. And this is one of those situations, if you can, check on your neighbors, make sure they're okay, because you just don't know. I mean, that's the thing about tornadoes is your property can be fine and what happened next door.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't know if it's bad enough that we may get some help from, say, National Guard, but in situations where these areas of damage are bad enough, and it may not be widespread enough for that here. But there are times when the tornadoes that we cover nationally, to get national coverage, and we will be the national coverage tomorrow. I believe Dayton, Ohio will be the national coverage tomorrow for the tornadoes. I believe the worst that we're going to find out in this country today is probably right here in our backyard because it hit an area that has so many people living in it. The population of the areas that got hit are pretty high. And I can't remember a tornado. No, I mean, we have not had it. Once we get down to how it ends up being assessed by the Weather Service in terms of the strength and the path and all that, the combination of how long it was on the ground, how powerful it was, and how many people it impacted, if there was a scale to put that all together, it's going to be the biggest we've had in years. More people probably impacted by the tornado tonight than Xenia 74, although the damage certainly back in 1974 is going to far exceed what we've seen here today. My initial guess is we're going to find out this was probably an EF2. That's just an initial guess on my part based on the few things that we have seen so far. We'll get better assessment tomorrow, the Weather Service, and they've got a lot of work to do because we know we had a touchdown in damage up in Salina, New Madison, Miami County. We don't know if anything happened in Wayne County, Indiana, but that was where we had the first warning back at 9 o'clock. That's a possibility, and of course the areas that we've seen here. It's interesting because what Sheriff Streck said versus Sheriff Fisher, he said he doesn't know of any injuries and only minor damage, and that kind of goes right in line with how I saw things play out with the radar. It did appear that the tornadic threat diminished slightly once we moved into Greene County tonight. And here's the last storm here. This is not the one that caused the major damage. This was the second one. And also saw some statements from the Weather Service that this one did cause some debris to get picked up in Vandalia. And then we saw on the ODOT cameras, we saw some things falling onto the highway. And that probably was the debris. It makes sense. If it got picked up in Vandalia, it would be dropped off up near State Route 4 and 70. That seems about right with how those things work out. But there's still rotation with this. Not as strong as it was with the first one, but this continues here. So Xenia's well west of this. Cedarville, you're fine now. Wilberforce, you're fine. It's just the northeastern part of Greene County. There's the eastern edge of Greene County. This is the last threat we have for the night. That warning goes until 12:45, so about another 20 minutes or so. Let me take you back into Montgomery County again. And this is not a tornado warning you're seeing. This is a flash flood warning. But that last storm, which looked a little ominous back in Miami Township, looks like it's just some rain here. And really the lightning's diminishing with that storm in Greene County. We have little, if any, lightning left with this one here that's going to move south, just by to the south of Springfield here in the next 15 minutes. So I don't expect any damage with that storm either. And just to show you what else we have, as we take you through the entire area here, that's it. Those are the last ones. So once these are through, we're done. Thank goodness. Once these are through, we're done for the night. Again, flash flood warning, I should say, continues until, there's been so many warnings issued, I can't even go back and find that one. Where is it?
Jamie, I know this is a tough question to answer right now, but
yeah.
Any idea how many different if they are, in fact, I know we were hesitating to use the word tornado until the National Weather Service can go out and confirm that's what they are.
We can use
Do you
it.
think
They
it's
were.
fair to say at this point?
Absolutely.
How many different tornadoes could there have been tonight?
Well, that's a good question. Let's go back over it. Let's talk about the storms that produce tornadoes. The first one came from Wayne County. We believe there was a tornado touchdown in New Madison. I feel safe given the photo I've seen of the grocery store there that there was. And then that proceeded up into Miami County, and we know we have damage back here, Laura and Potsdam. So was it on the ground the whole time? Maybe. Maybe it touched down and touched down again. That's a possibility. If that's the case, we're talking 2 tornadoes instead of 1. We know we had the one that touched down near Brookville, came down through Trotwood into Greene County. That was 1 tornado on the ground for 40 minutes, I believe I saw. And then the last one with this cell here in eastern Greene County, that briefly touched down near Vandalia also. So we're talking 1 or 2 plus 3, 4. So either 3 or 4. No, I take that back. Salina had a touchdown as well. So it's either 4 or 5 is the way I see it already for just tonight. On top of the 9 we've already had this year so far, would bring us up to 13 or 14 for the year so far, and it's not even June yet. So we have a couple of more months where it is possible to get tornadoes here. So this is going to be, you know, it could end up being a record year for the Miami Valley. I don't know what the greatest number in one season is. That would take some work to find out, but that is possible. And it's not even June. All right, so yeah. So we also, but let me flip over to just, okay, give me 1 second. We're gonna get to Rachel Aragon in just a moment. Let me just go over this real quick here. Tornado watch has been canceled for our western counties. So the yellow is the tornado watch. There are tornado warnings. That's the flash flood warning. It includes portions of Greene County underneath the tornado warning. And then these are flood advisories, Mercer County, Dark, Northern Preble, Northern Wayne. So that covers where we're at right now, and we've got about 15 more minutes until this tornado warning is gone, in which case we just are going to have to deal with damage that has happened already and some high water in spots. And yeah, so that's where we stand right now with watches and warnings. Adam, Megan?
Well, Jamie, as you talked about with damage, you know, we kept our reporters in safe spots until the storm passed. We didn't want them to be out because we wouldn't be telling you to stay in your safe spots and then send our reporters out. But they are starting to get some video, some information about what they're seeing on the ground there.
That's right. We want to check in with Rachel Aragon. She is out for us right now. She's at Philadelphia Drive near West Nottingham. Rachel, we saw a picture from a viewer sent into this location a little bit ago, described it just as pure destruction. Is that what you're seeing?
Megan, that's absolutely what we're seeing. We're also hearing from drivers passing by and say they cannot get to their home right now, and this is why you're seeing some of the debris knocked down from the lightning. This area of Philadelphia Drive is really dangerous right now. Cars trying to get by, but they're having to swerve or slow down in this darkness. Again, that darkness right now making it even harder to get through Philadelphia Drive. But this debris is not just right here. As we were driving along Philadelphia Drive, it's about every half block or so. But again, drivers as they're passing by right now, taking it slow and really not able to see this kind of debris until they actually come across it within feet or so. But as I'm saying, residents, several of them saying it is harder and harder to get to their homes. Hopefully the crews will be out here to monitor some of this traffic, because look at this car right now. You're going to see just kind of coming up to the roads with debris, not really knowing what to expect. But again, this is just one section of Philadelphia Drive that's really getting tough to get past. But we'll keep you updated, of course, throughout the night and now the morning, of course, about this damage. Back to you guys.
All right, and Rachel, thanks. And she was showing the damage there, and we want to mention we had Montgomery County Sheriff Rob Streck on earlier. He talked about how extensive the damage was, the worst that he had seen in his long career, and he had just put out a notice just seconds ago saying, stay off Montgomery County roads, all of them, because the damage is that extensive.
Well, the damage is that extensive. You get into back roads. It's not well lit. We're talking about maybe still power outages. There are going to be lots of areas that are just dark, and you don't know what you're driving up to until it's too late. We've got wires down. We've got trees down. It's just not safe to be out on the road, so stay in.
So that's the kind of damage that we're talking about. The entire county of Montgomery, do not get on the roads. We want to go on to Alan Henry now. He is live at a church, we understand, in Dayton. Alan, what can you tell us about what you're seeing and where you're at?
Adam, Megan, we're in the northern part of Dayton, near Miller Lane here, where you know there's a bunch of those restaurants and hotels here. Let me show you a little bit of what we're seeing right now. You can see these tree branches that have been scattered here. That sign used to say Ruby Tuesday. It was blown out completely by some of the debris flying around here. You can see police, emergency vehicles still on the scene here, taking care of some of this group of people behind us here at the New Life Worship Center. They were inside of this church when these storms, those tornadoes rolled through this area here. I'm joined now by Spencer Rudd. Spencer, tell us what happened here earlier tonight.
We were sitting in the church. We just got back from a youth trip. We just pulled in about 3 minutes before the first wave hit. The first wave wasn't too bad. When that second wave came through, it completely, as you can see, destroyed the entire church. Snapped all these trees off over here. It was busted gas lines. There's power lines down everywhere. Picked up the vestibule, slammed it down on top of all the cars here, so it was definitely crazy.
How many people were inside the church? Women, children, I'm assuming people of all ages?
We had about 30, youngest being about 6, oldest 30. So it's like I said, youth group trip, so very young kids.
So were you already here, or did you hear that storm and start to take shelter?
We just pulled in. We're coming from Kings Island. My mother called me and said that there was a tornado in the area, so we took shelter as quick as possible.
What did it sound like hearing those two storms roll?
Jet turbine, man. We had the front door open. We just had pulled in people who were pulling in to pick up children into the bathrooms with us. When we had those doors open, it sounded like a jet turbine out here.
Now, when you stepped outside, what did you see?
Lightning. There was definitely a transformer that blew up back here. Green flame up in the air.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Once as a kid when I was younger, but nothing this close. This is new to me.
So what happens now? I mean, you said the roof is taken completely off that church?
No idea. Like I said, we had to shut the gas valve over here real quick. We helped these people out of their house. The gas valve had a tree, yay big, put through it. So we tried to shut that off and then let the cops do what they're doing, so they know what they're doing.
And obviously it's dark out here, so it's hard to tell how much exactly was damaged.
There's definitely a lot. I went about 6 houses down, and 6 houses down was climbing through trees and power lines to get down there to check on people. It's pretty extensive.
Now, was anybody hurt or any injuries happen?
Not here. Not that I talked to any in the buildings down here. Everybody looks okay down here. So
it's good news, definitely good news to share. But Adam, Megan, as you can see far off in the distance, I'm not sure if you can make it out, but there are trees that have been completely snapped, completely uprooted over here. And like I was saying, this place usually filled with a lot of light because of the restaurants and hotels around here. Well, right now, except for the lights coming from those emergency vehicles, it is almost completely dark here right now. Definitely a sight that you're not used to seeing here on Miller Lane in the northern part of Dayton. Now, a few moments ago, we were reporting just up the road in Vandalia at that Kroger. It only took us about 5 minutes to get down here, but we're seeing a lot of that as we travel south on 75 into the path of those storms that Jamie was tracking tonight. Seeing power lines down, seeing power out in a lot of places, seeing that debris scattered, not just here on these roads, but on the interstate as well. So stay off the roads if you absolutely if you can, because we are seeing a lot of that damage and a lot of that debris spread out far and wide, and we've only been out here for a few minutes so far. So reporting live in Dayton, I'm Alan Henry. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Alan, be safe out there. If you have to do any more driving around, certainly watch out for those power lines and try to stay on the main roads without a doubt. So I want to give you a little update here. We have a tornado warning for another 12 minutes, although the tornadic threat really has come down significantly with this storm. There's Xenia. There's Cedarville, safely east of you, north of 35, continuing to head towards pretty much out of Greene County. There's the county line right there, so it'll continue to move out. There was some hail that did some damage to some mobile homes near Jeffersonville, but that warning until 12:45. Once this is out of here in another 10 minutes, that's it for the night. There will not be any more damage. We'll be in the clear. Flash flood warning does continue until 2:45. That includes southern Miami, northern Montgomery, northern Greene, southern Clark. Watch out for high water, but we don't want you out on the roads anyway. It's just not safe with power lines down, with branches down, and debris from, even if you didn't get impacted by the tornado, we were seeing on some of the ODOT cameras, we saw things coming down out of the sky. There was debris that was picked up, carried up into the tornado, the tornadic storm, and it's going to be dropped off 10 miles from where, 5 or 10 miles from where it was. So if you are out tomorrow and you were not impacted by the tornado, don't be surprised if you find something odd in your yard or on your streets, like a piece of insulation, some papers, things like that. You're going to find things like that are going to happen when we have tornadoes as significant as we did during the evening tonight. And tomorrow is going to be a whole nother ball game. We're going to see a lot more of what did happen, especially between Clayton and Trotwood, down through where Allen is, and Harrison Township, and east of I-75 as well. We're going to find a lot of things that we're not going to be real happy to show the viewers, but that's our job to let you know exactly what's going on in the area.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jamie, because at this point we've really just been getting, as we talked about, just sporadic reports of damage. Snapshots
of what's actually happened tonight, and tomorrow will be when that full picture is revealed. And unfortunately, it's not going to be a pretty one. We already know. No, we definitely know based on conversations with the Montgomery County Sheriff, the other emergency officials around the county. We want to go out to Danielle Malagary. She's in Trotwood tonight, an area that certainly has been dealing with damage. Danielle, can you tell us what you're seeing at this hour?
Yeah, first let me start where I'm at. I'm on Salem Avenue, and Olive is really nearby. So right now we're seeing a lot of emergency vehicles. You can see an ambulance right here. There's fire trucks. There's police. We're seeing a lot of down trees. That's going to be behind me. It's really dark out here, Adam, so it's hard to see. We don't want to get close to these power lines because they are knocked down, but you can see them on the road right here. And, of course, you can see all of that debris. Now, I've seen people over here just walking back and forth, groups of people. They say they live over here, they have relatives over here, that a storm did come through here. They believe it was a tornado. They're checking on their family, making sure they're okay. Someone told me their grandma's roof blew off their house. Like I said, we're really not able to see a lot of stuff right now because it is so dark, but if you can kind of look behind me, you can see some of the trees are knocked down. There's a huge branch right here on the road. This is a huge tree just knocked down. We're going to stay here and work to learn more and try to talk to some more people who are dealing with the storm aftermath right now. Back to you.
All right, Danielle, thanks so much. Again, that's a scene that is likely playing out in neighborhoods and communities all over the Miami Valley tonight. Not one single isolated area. In fact, if we take a look at the DP&L outage map right now, it started, if you remember, more than 3.5 hours ago now with just a few outages. Now, that map at this hour, 11,502 people without power tonight after these storms have moved through.
And you have to imagine that that map is going to continue to grow as far as the outages. Again, we've been hearing it again and again tonight. The extent of the damage tonight cannot be understated. And we've been hearing that from Jamie Simpson, our chief meteorologist, who's been on the air with us for the last 3.5 hours, talking about this. You know, we've mentioned before, Jamie, that this is not something that's going to be just a couple of trees down. This is going to be buildings destroyed.
There are some people that lost everything tonight. From Clayton and Trotwood down through North Dayton, there are people that lost everything tonight. Their homes will need to be completely rebuilt. They have possessions inside those homes that likely, they've lost. We had roofs come off of homes. There was heavy rain with these tornadoes. So now we're talking about homes that have lost their roofs, and then the water comes in. They got to deal with that as well. So this is going to be a long rebuild for a lot of people. It's going to take a while to recover from this. We know we have some injuries. We hope there's nothing more than that, but we don't know yet. So we'll continue to keep an eye on things. So the storm now is, I believe, safely east of Greene County. This is just some rain that's dying out here in Clark and northern Greene County. This is the flash flood warning that continues until 2:45 with some high water possible. But the damage threat is over for the night. So now it's time to find out exactly how much damage there has been, how widespread it is. The Weather Service will be conducting surveys tomorrow to determine how strong the tornadoes were. And, we typically in these situations say possible tornado, find out how strong a tornado might have been. No, we had tornadoes. We know they were on the ground. We know it was tornadoes that did the damage they did. And we just need to see how bad, how widespread, how significant the damage is as it's going to be a whole different day tomorrow when the sun comes up and we see exactly the extent of it. Now, one thing that we believe is that as it moved into Greene County, it started to weaken a bit. And we've heard far less damage in Greene County than we have in Montgomery. I'm wondering, have we had anybody check on Beaver Creek and see if we have any problems in Beaver Creek? Because that's one area where I believe the tornado may have still been on the ground in Greene County.
And I did see a report, and it has, it's an unconfirmed report at this point, just on social media, someone saying that a house on Grange Hall was completely down.
Yeah.
So that is an area that we will be checking on as well. Like I said, we're getting these little snapshots and just hear kind of small reports, but it'll be a greater picture.
The whole picture we imagine is going to be painted once the sun comes up, and probably not completely till many hours, perhaps days later, because of the extent of this. I mean, Jamie, we're talking multiple counties. This is not just Montgomery County we're talking about. This is obviously the heavy populated area here.
Dark in Miami as well. Mercer, we had the tornado touchdown around Salina. In fact, that's the first one that we know of that was on the ground. And Wayne County, we found out there was something in Wayne County as well. So Montgomery, Grange Hall, that makes sense. Grange Hall makes sense. There's some damage there. There was still a pretty good signature as it did move through there. The Fairfield Commons Mall area may have some damage. That was pretty much in the path of it as well. Looks like the base was spared. It moved by just south of the base. So that's good news. So we're going to learn a lot more over the next 12 to 18 hours, without a doubt. But again, that storm now safely east of Greene County. The warning is going to be expiring in 4 minutes. And that'll be it for warnings, other than the flash flood warning, which is until 2:45 a.m. That'll be it for the night.
Jamie, thanks. And you mentioned Beaver Creek having damage, and we want to go out to one of our reporters, that's Tessa DeTiro, who's out there live for us. Tessa, what can you tell us about what you're seeing out there this evening?
So So we headed to this area. We're right off Esquire Boulevard and Kemp Road here by Fairfield Commons because we heard that the power is out. Well, that's true. I'm going to pan off here and show you none of the street lights on right now. And if you can see it, it might be hard to see. Tons of trees basically snapped in half. Things in the road. People are having a hard time seeing. They're hitting things that are in the road. The lights are flashing and some are actually swinging and totally low. I mean, probably a tall SUV would be able to possibly hit them. They've, totally kind of unattached there. I'm not sure if you can see it. We had a passerby in the car drive up to us and tell us that the National Tire and Battery right around the corner is leveled. So we're going to head over there once we're done looking around in this area. But it is scary there's a lot of drivers on the road right now, and so it is a little bit scary that none of the lights are on. So just be careful. There is a lot of debris in the road. And if you look over here, it appears to be some kind of siding or
All right, that was Tessa Nutero reporting. All right, thank you, Tessa, very much. The audio obviously going in and out there, but she's showing just the amount of debris. They're obviously going to have to remove all that, and that again is why the Montgomery County Sheriff has said to all Montgomery County residents, do not get on the roads.
Well, we just heard Tessa say that the lights are out, that it's hard to see. You can't see what's there, including the downed wires, the downed tree limbs, everything else. It's simply not safe to be out right now with so much debris on the roads, and not just in Greene County or Montgomery County or Mercer. We're talking everywhere. So just stay inside tonight if you can.
All right, now we're going to be going to Danielle Malagary. She is in Trotwood. Danielle, what can you tell us about what you're seeing there?
Well, Adam, like I said a little bit ago, we saw a lot of people kind of walking around saying their homes are destroyed. Some of them are messed up, have roofs off. And I'm here with Jalen and her cousin. Jalen, you're telling me that's the case for you right over here off of Salem Avenue?
Yes, like all the houses are gone for real. The roof tiles are missing. Some of the people don't even have ceilings to their homes anymore. Beds are tore up, upside down. People had to go in their bathrooms, and even their bathrooms were destroyed. All you saw was porcelain pieces everywhere. Your lights were falling down. It's just a big mess.
Talk about what you heard when this storm came through.
Well, during the time, we heard the alarms go off on our phones, and we heard the sirens. And around once the sirens came on, that's when you started hearing the windows start to flutter, and then you started to feel the ground shake a little. Then after that, you started hearing glass break as the windows were being blown out.
That's really scary, and you're not alone. There's some people behind you waiting, and you do have a safe place to go tonight.
Yes.
Oh, we're glad and really sorry for everything. So have a safe night. Thank you for speaking with us. Again, they are not the only ones. We are going to make our way over there so we can see some of the damage. Like I said earlier, it's really dark out here, so kind of hard to tell, but we'll update you as soon as we can. Back to you.
All right, Danielle, thank you. And as that interview, the woman with her child that Danielle was talking about, I mean, the way that she described it is eerie. Houses gone. Roofs torn off. I mean, that's the kind of story that we're obviously all very concerned tonight that we're going to be hearing throughout the day tomorrow.
Well, and as we've heard Jamie say multiple times tonight, he's never seen anything like this during his career, because we're not just, again, talking about an isolated one storm. This was multiple, and we are all over the Miami Valley going to be dealing with this. We do have crews out all over, and yet the damage is sounding very much the same. Everybody that we're checking in with, a lot of roofs gone, a lot of buildings collapsed. We've heard the National Tire and Battery in Beaver Creek, the New Madison, the grocery store out there on Main Street, multiple homes throughout the Miami Valley. So again, we're just getting a small image of how this is all going to look in the morning when the sun comes up. We want to check in now with Alan Henry. He is live for us right now in Dayton. Alan, we checked with you just moments ago. You're there at a church, and now you're getting a better kind of view of what's actually happened there as well, right?
Yeah, that's right, Megan. We kind of walked around the side of the church where we saw more people were congregating. And you can see up here the steeple of that church. It's kind of hard to make out. A lot of this damage is hard to make out because of how dark it is right now. The power is still out around here, but the steeple snapped towards into the church. Thankfully, that did not crash through the roof there. But if you take a look over here to our right, you can see part of the roof that did come off of this church here and land in this parking lot. I'm here with John Coleman. John, you were telling me there was a woman trapped underneath that roof?
Right. She was in this car right over here. On the south side of the roof, and she couldn't get out or wouldn't get out, and a couple of the young guys, one of them basically dragged her out of her car to save her life.
Wow. So it doesn't sound like there were any injuries here, though. You said your sons were on the
No,
trip to Kings Island?
they were actually coming back from Kings Island, and I was talking to one of them, telling them about the bad weather patterns that were happening, and I said, you guys better pull off the road and find refuge somewhere, and I said, stop at the church, you know. And so they stopped here. There was about 25 or so of them, and they went inside and hunkered down inside the restroom. And they were there the entire time. In fact, I was on the phone with my son the entire time when this was going down. And of course, they were saying a few prayers, actually. So
I can't imagine what must have went through your head as a
I
father.
can't imagine. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine what they were feeling. Actually, I was praying for them, you know, down deep inside. But thank God they were safe.
Now, one of the things tonight, it's dark out, but we're still seeing damage. You were just showing us some damage we didn't even know about over here, where there's crews. Take us through it and show us what's going on.
Exactly. Over here, next to the church, was a barn, or kind of a barn shed kind of a structure. And it was very long, probably 75 feet long or so. And that's totally destroyed, as you can see. There's the house, of course. And but yeah, that was just, you know, it'd been there forever. Now it's not.
What do you make of seeing all this damage and destruction right here next to this place of worship?
Well, you know, I just think that you have to say it's an act of God that there were no injuries with the young people that were inside the church, even though the church received structural damage that can be replaced. But lives can't, and we just thank God that they were all safe. Had a lot of worried parents out there tonight.
I can't even begin to imagine. John, thank you for talking to us.
Sure.
And Adam, Megan, as you can see over here, crews still over here on the scene inspecting this damage. As Jamie's been saying all night, as the sun comes up, as more crews get out here, it's going to be a long couple days, maybe even weeks, months, just to take in all of this damage. We were over in the parking lot. We had no idea even that this whole barn back here was destroyed until John just showed it to us a few minutes before we came on air, because of how dark it is out here. But you can kind of make out the branches and the tree right next to the barn there. Just awe in awe of this display of devastation and destruction just in this one part of Dayton. It's hard to imagine what it looks like in some of the other harder hit areas. So we're going to keep looking for those damage reports. For right now, we're going to send it right back to you in the studio.
All right, Alan, be careful walking around. All of you that are going to be dealing with this tomorrow, make sure you got good boots on. Be careful walking around. Power lines are down, broken glass, maybe pieces of metal and wood. Got to be careful with that, without a doubt. All right, so I want to take you back through the life cycle of this as it did come through the areas that we're reporting from. But first, we have Mindy Dillon from ODOT on the phone joining us. And from what we understand, there were plows out on 75 plowing debris away. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Actually, we have several crews out on I-75 just north of Dayton and south of 70 working to clear the interstate from debris. And we actually also have crews out in some of our other counties. Auglaize County, Mercer County, as you know, were hit very hard.
Right.
We have crews out working to clear debris on some of the routes there as well.
Okay. So they too have a long night ahead, as many of you do, many of us do. Thanks, Mandy, for joining us. Let me take you back now and show you this. And I used some language on the air tonight like this is the most significant tornadic signature I've seen here in the Miami Valley in my 20 years here. Absolutely, without a doubt, it is. So what we're looking at here is this was the supercell thunderstorm. This is 1054, supercell thunderstorm right here, and then this is the hook echo. But this separate area of red you see here is the funnel and all the debris that was being kicked up. It's called a debris ball. That's the technical term we use on the radar. This actually first did some damage back up here in northwestern Montgomery County. We know the roof is off of the school in Brookville, but then it passed between Clayton and Trotwood. We just saw and heard from some people in Trotwood and what they dealt with. But let me show you how this played out here over the next 30 minutes or so, because this separate debris ball, the actual tornado on the ground, was clearly, let me zoom in a little bit more here, was clearly a feature that stayed with us. So here we are now coming into Harrison Township about 11 p.m. Still there, still there. There it is crossing I-75. And to the north of there, just to the north of there is where Allen is, with some significant damage. And then it continued to move on down through Riverside. And then crossing 675, we have a report of some house damage on Grange Hall Road. And then it continued. We don't know how the extent of the damage at Fairfield Commons Mall, but there it is right over the mall and that area. And then it probably started to weaken about here as it moved down along Beaver Valley Road south of 675, where it makes the turn north near Dayton Yellow Springs Road. And that probably was when it lifted up. And we've gotten far fewer reports of any issues east of Beaver Creek. But it was up through this area here, Harrison Township especially, that it was at its worst. And we're going to find out tomorrow morning, as I mentioned, just how bad and how much of an extent there is with these as we continue to move through the night. So this is where Allen is again. Is that right? Okay, so this is where Allen is in North Dayton. That's why you don't want to be in a car, folks. That is why you don't want to be in a car. So this was essentially a projectile rammed right through the windshield of this car. Looks like we got another piece that hit it here. That's a 2x4. Okay, so we're pulling out a bit now. So yeah, I mean, there are many reasons you should not be in a car if there's a tornado, and this is one of them. And we are also going to see, we're going to see some cars that have been moved and tossed and overturned at some point in time from the winds that we have had with this. But it doesn't really take a lot of wind. I'm sure we've had winds over 100 miles an hour with this tornado. I'm certain of it based on what we've seen. So, tornado watch has been cleared for all of our counties. Nobody has a tornado warning anymore. Nobody is in the tornado watch anymore. All that we have left are flood advisories here, and the flash flood warning. Southern Clark, Northern Greene, Northern Montgomery, Southern Miami. That goes until 2:45 in the morning. Watch for some high water, but there's no reason for you to be anywhere outside your home in these areas where we had the damage. All right, so we're going to head back out to Danielle. Is that correct? All right, Danielle, what do you got?
Yeah, Jamie, so I'm over here on Salem is in front of me, so this is on Olive, and I'm sure you can see all of the trees that are down. I've had my photographer kind of get in there as close as we can without getting too close to those power lines. There are trees down in everyone's yard. This entire road is blocked off, and police do have it blocked off on each side. This is where the woman I just spoke to, Jalen, where she told me that she was walking from. She says over here, and again, it's so dark you can't really tell, but she tells me some of these homes, they are destroyed. She said roofs are off of homes. I talked to a couple of homeowners, though, who are standing out here. They tell me that their stuff is okay, but again, we see that all the time. You know, one home will be damaged, another home won't. But one thing that we can clearly see right now is all of these trees down. Again, if you see down power lines, do not get close to them. You want to stay back because they are very dangerous. We're going to talk to some more homeowners over here and get a better idea of just what kind of damage we're looking at. Back to you.
All right, Danielle, thanks so much. Again, she mentioned all the damage, and it's not just neighborhoods that we're seeing it, it's the highways as well. We mentioned a few minutes ago when we spoke with ODOT on the phone, Mandy Abner there, that this is what's happening. And you can see the crews are out there right now.
I'm not sure if it's possible to zoom in at all, but Megan, you were zooming in on this picture earlier on the right side. It looked like just all debris.
Correct, and that's what I was going to say. They had multiple different images, but this is snow plows now out, clearing the roads right now. And there's, if you look at the far right of your screen there, I know it's kind of hard to see. If you could zoom in on it a little, on my phone is what I was looking at it on. You can't exactly tell what it is when you get up close. It almost looks like insulation. I can't tell if it's the barrier wall, but it is all lining that side of the roadway right there. And it is for the length that you can see, from where that snowplow is all the way out hundreds of feet.
I mean, if this image doesn't show just the extent of damage that our area has suffered tonight throughout not just Montgomery County, but Mercer, Darke, Preble, all of those counties. I mean, that in a nutshell gives you an idea of just how much cleanup is happening now.
Well, and reiterates Sheriff Streck's point that if you don't have to be out on the roads, and really, there is no reason. And when I say don't have to, just don't. It's not safe tonight. We want to check back, and we've got more live reporters out.
Yeah, we have Alan Henry, who is live. Alan, what can you show us?
Well, Adam, Megan, those wind speeds that we were talking about as those storms were passing through, you can see why those remain such a concern with the debris, especially you can see where this wood plank just went right through the windshield of this car here at the New Life Worship Center. Thankfully, nobody was injured here at this church. Truly a miracle here. We were showing you those pictures of that steeple that was cracked in half, the roof that came sliding down. Now we're seeing this wood plank smash straight through the windshield of this car, and more debris. Looks like smaller splinters of wood closer to the driver's side of the car. Thankfully, everybody here was inside the church at this time. At the time those storms came rolling through, you can see the people here gathered outside. They're all just kind of taking this in right now. A lot of them have been out here for a few minutes now, and as they're getting their cell phone lights out, they're taking a look at the trees, some of the damage next door, some of the damage to some of their vehicles. Like a lot of us here at this news station, they're trying to wrap their heads around the extent of the damage caused by these storms tonight. So we've talked to a few of those people. We're going to talk to a few more of them and try to get back on the road here soon, because I know there's a lot of damage, especially in this area. I think this is one of the areas that was in the path of those tornadoes as they kind of rolled through here. So we'll continue to follow the trail of damage and bring you more live reports as we get them. Back to you in the studio.
All right, just going back over this again and trying to assess the areas and the timing. And the worst of it, from what I can see, are 2 times here and we're, give me 1 second here, and we're on top of these locations with where we're reporting from. First is where Danielle is, right there. That's the tornado. Between Clayton and Trotwood, that is the tornado on the ground. And it perhaps weakens slightly and then strengthens again, boom, right there over Harrison Township, and then crosses I-75 near, areas near, Needmore and Wagner Ford and that area, and then continues down into Riverside, and then also pushes into areas of Greene County right there. I still am hoping to get some information on the Fairfield Commons Mall area, because we may be seeing what looks to me like a signature that would cause some serious damage there as well. Also, this is going to be fun to do. Let me go back to this. And I got to go back farther. That's not going to work. Okay, that doesn't go back far enough for me to show you that. So again, we're in the clear now, without a doubt. Let me zoom out and head back to the radar here. There we go. And all of the warnings now are off to the east, except for the flash flood warning that we have that will continue for a while for areas north of Dayton, southern Miami County, northern Greene, and Clark County. Let me get rid of some of this ground clutter. There we are. So that's all that we have left, is that, so that's good news. But again, we are now in recovery mode. We are now we've gone from active weather mode to news mode here, and we're going to be learning an awful lot as we head through the night and through the day tomorrow. Megan, Adam?
All right.
We sure are. We're on the phone with DP&L spokesman Marianne Cable tonight. Thank you very much for joining us. I know you and your crews are very busy tonight. Take us through what's going on right now, because the outages are obviously extensive, Mary.
Yes, they are extensive. So DP&L is working through the night. We're working with first responders. We're out there assessing the damage. We're assessing what damage has been done to the electrical system. We can't stress enough for people to watch for fallen power lines, be safe, make sure that's your top priority. We'll learn more as we go through the early morning hours. We can't stress enough to be safe. I'll keep you posted as we go through the evening and later on this morning.
I'm looking at your outage map right now, which is all the way up to 33,132 outages. How do you even begin to tackle something like that? And talk a little bit about the prioritization of, you may have people and you're going to start. Where do you start with something like this?
Well, we have a great crew in-house that are working on scouting and finding out where these power outages are located. They're going to the substations. They're dealing with downed poles. There's a lot of activities that take place in terms of bringing people back up where we can. So at this point in time, we're learning more about the extent of the damage, and our crews are out there. We have also asked for help through our mutual aid network, and I can give you more details as the evening progresses, but please continue your coverage and continue our safety messages. It's so imperative at this point in time.
Well, and Mary, I know it's very early, obviously, but for our viewers who are watching at home tonight, can you give an idea of just how big of a job this is for your crews tonight?
It's large. It's potentially, with the extent of the damage and the number of tornadoes, it may be a multi-day event to get people up and running.
The one thing I always worried about, especially this time of year, obviously we are in a warm stretch, we're entering summer, we're talking about potentially no air conditioning. You've got elderly people, you've got people with medicine, you've got a lot of needs. What should someone do if they are in that situation where they have medical needs and are in need of power and without it for the foreseeable future?
You need to have a plan. You need to have a backup plan. You need to prepare for outages over the course of these upcoming summer months. So you need to put a kit together and a plan together for those people in need.
All right, Mary Ann Cable, we sure appreciate you taking the time to talk to us live here on the air and letting our viewers know what's currently happening. I know you guys have a huge job in front of you tonight, so we sure appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
And as she mentioned, they have called in extra crews and reinforcements to hopefully try and get their arms around this. But as we just heard her say, this could be a multi-year event as far as
multi-days for sure.
Yes.
Getting the power
multi-day restoration. Yes.
No question about it. And again, we are still every minute tonight. We're learning more about just how much damage and the extent of what we're dealing with, not just here in the Dayton area, but our surrounding communities as well. And it's extensive, to say the least.
I would want to go back to the down power lines just again.
Yeah.
If you are out and about on your own property or walking any place, just make sure, I know as Mary Ann Cable said right there, but stay away from them. They are dangerous, and crews don't need more emergencies on their hands tonight just from curiosity and wanting to go out and peek around and see what's happened in your neighborhood.
Well, and you saw all the damage. I mean, we showed you the ODOT trucks that are out plowing highways tonight. I mean, this is the kind of damage we're talking about, folks. It's extensive. It's everywhere, and it's covering roads. And this is a big reason why. And here we have tips that we put up whenever we run any stories about power lines. And this night, of course, is no exception. But this is a night where, the Montgomery County Sheriff, Rob Streck, has come out and said, do not get on the roads. Obviously, help your neighbor. Be safe about it. If it's not a life-saving emergency, try to avoid calling 911. The reason being is they're being flooded and overwhelmed with calls, and you obviously want them to prioritize those folks who are injured or those folks who are helping others that are injured, or there's some kind of catastrophic damage happening that could impact the safety of others.
And as we, get a better idea of what has actually happened in our community tonight, we are getting lots of photos and images and videos into the newsroom. But again, I want to push just the emphasis that how much you play a role in all this. If there is damage in your area, and it's safe to do so, because I know we're telling you not to go out and then asking for images, but of your own property or nearby that you can do safely, take a picture, take a video, send it in to us through our app. You can go to the Fox 45 or ABC 22 app. We've got the chime in there. You can send it in easily, or you can call our newsroom and just let us know what you're seeing where you are. That also helps us at number 262-1400. So just remember those as well.
And we've been live on Facebook since this event began. You can find us at Fox 45. You can leave your comments for us. because those comments help give us an idea of the kind of damage that you're seeing. If you do lose power, you'll still have us, assuming your phone can maintain battery. So,
and we've both been very active on social media tonight, our reporters as well. Danielle Malagary also very active on social media, and she's live, I think, for us right now, and I believe she's still in the area. Danielle was in Dayton, correct?
Trotwood. Danielle, what can you tell us that you're seeing at this moment? You had talked about a woman saying houses were destroyed. Very powerful imagery there, obviously. What are you seeing right now? You can hear sirens in the background there.
You can. There's a lot of emergency vehicles here. There's also a lot of utility vehicles here moving these power lines off. I am on Olive Road. That's close to Salem Avenue here in Trotwood. If you kind of walk over here a little bit, you can see there's already trees everywhere knocked down. For a second there was one hanging up on this power line. We were told to move our car off of the road because they didn't know what was going to happen whenever they took it off. But we don't want to get too far into it because, again, they are telling us that there are power lines everywhere, but you can see tons of branches down over here. A gentleman that lives straight over here told me that his neighbor's home had some damage. If you kind of look back here in his yard, you can see trees just knocked down everywhere. Branches, leaves, everything everywhere. Again, these roads are blocked off because, of course, these power lines, they don't want people to, well, actually it looks like they're letting people through now. This road has been blocked off. Most of the time that we've been here, they're finally letting people through. So if you do have to come over here, as you mentioned, there are emergency vehicles. They're probably going to stop you. They might redirect you. So just be mindful of that. And again, be mindful that there is debris absolutely everywhere. I was talking to a neighbor, and he tells me that he's scared to see what this is going to look like in the morning because, as you said, I talked to Jalen a little bit ago. Her cousin, some of her other neighbors, they were walking down this road over here from their home to her aunt's home because their home was messed up. A lot of people are telling me their homes are destroyed. And if you just kind of take a look, you can kind of see the damage that these people are going to be waking up to tomorrow. Back to you.
All right, Danielle, thanks. In fact, you know, we were talking about those ODOT trucks. You could actually see one
move by behind her there.
Right in the background. Yeah, trying to clear off some of the debris. So, Jamie, what's the latest here? Are we through the worst as far as?
Yeah. There's no more damage tonight. We're done with all the damage. No more damage. We're in the clear from all the storms now. So now it's cleanup time. It's recovery time. It's see where we're at with how things came together this evening with the tornado that moved through. Now, I've accessed our Chime In images, and I want to show you some of these because we've gotten some in here recently that show some things that are of note here. First is this. That's the New Madison grocery store. Look at all the bricks and concrete that are down in the street in front of it. Next up, what do we got? We got storm clouds. We also have, let me get back here. I want to get to, let's just go through the damaged ones here. So here we go. This one just in, and there was a report of this as well. I don't think that the advanced arrow is working. I think we have to go back and come back in. Funnel cloud near Jamestown here. That's the same cell. That's actually the second one that came through Montgomery and then Greene counties as well. This is Salina. That's a tree. We've got some pretty significant damage and debris on the ground there as well. That, again, is Salina. Let's see what's next here. Those are storm clouds. I'm not sure that those are from today. There's another one from Salina, so let's get out of that and go down, scroll down a little bit. Yeah, that's Salina as well. Let's check on that one here. That's Salina. So we have something dwelling that has lost a roof here. So they're dealing with stuff as well. Yeah, we got to go out and come back in. I don't know why they're not going in order. Last one here. This is Salina as well. So that's the last one to show you. So we've got some significant damage in Salina. We're not going to be able to get up there until during the day tomorrow at the earliest, but they're dealing with it as well. All right, Alan Henry joins us once again. What do you got now, Alan? We saw that was where you were with the 2x4 through the car, right?
Yeah, that's right, Jamie.
Yeah.
We're here at the New Life Worship Center, so we're still getting a better picture of all the damage that's around this area. We're here on Benchwood Road near Miller Lane. Let's start over here a little bit to my left. You can see some of the branches here in the parking lot. One of these branches flew into the sign over here for this Ruby Tuesday. You can see the framing of it has been knocked out and the sign almost completely shattered. Now, as we've been talking to the emergency officials around here, what they've been stressing is to stay out of their way. And several times here tonight on Benchwood Road, we've heard these emergency crews have to remind people to turn around, not to come this way because of some of those downed power lines. You can see back here, that's the Miller Lane area. That's where all those restaurants, all those hotels are. Usually this strip is filled with lights. That speedway over there, open 24/7. All of it dark tonight because of the storms that rolled through here. That gas station has been powered down, and some local businesses here also shut off their gas lines out of concern that some of them might have been ruptured by the storms that rolled through here earlier this evening. Now over here to the left, you can see a donation bin over there. That white donation bin in front of this church here flipped on its side. That thing made out of metal. It is very heavy. If you've ever donated to one of those things, you know how heavy and sturdy it is, so people can't get in there and take those donations. That flipped over on its side. You can see over there that light pole in the street. We believe further down that way is where some of those downed power lines are. Over here to the left, you can see some of the trees here, the branches. That's where they were coming from as those strong winds whipped up and sent those branches into homes, into those signs here, knocking down some of the power lines. And over here, you can see the people gathered in front of the New Life Worship Center. We were telling you about them just a little bit earlier in this newscast. You can see somewhat behind them there is a piece of roof that slid off onto a car. Now, thankfully, no one was hurt there. We also showed you just a few minutes ago, this 2x4 went straight through the windshield of this car, and on the driver's side there, another piece of it as well. Thankfully, nobody was injured here. Truly a miracle in front of this church. You can see the front and the top of the church here. The windows there broken as well. The steeple cracked in half, but it did not go through the roof of this building here tonight. But as you can see, people here still gathered, still trying to make sense of the damage that happened here this evening. They were here coming back from a trip from Kings Island, a joyous time, trying to spend the Memorial Day having some fun. But unfortunately, by the time they got back, they were told immediately to take shelter because of the winds. You can see some of the debris here, some of the siding from the church here. Up there, you can see a little bit more damage, portions of that roof taken off here. And then over here, you can see this giant portion of this roof that slid off into this parking lot here. I was interviewing a gentleman earlier this evening named John. He told me that a woman's vehicle was actually trapped under here. You can see the van for the church still underneath that side of the roof, or the piece of the roof tonight. That's one of the vans they took to Kings Island earlier this evening. They came back, they got inside, and fortunately they got inside before this piece of roof came crashing down. I mean, you can see here part of the brick portion as well. I can't even begin to imagine how heavy that is and how devastating that would have been if that had hit a car or, thank God it didn't hit somebody. They were all inside the church at the time. But a part of the reason people are still out here, because it is so dark, are still getting a better idea for some of the damage out here. You can see those branches we were showing you earlier. This is where they ended up. They whipped around. They went here and landed in these parking spots. You can see just this tangled mess of siding, the metal poles here ripped out of the ground, brought here into this parking lot area. The branches, pieces, the further on back you get, you can see the bigger some of these pieces become here next to this church. So that's why crews here from Vandalia, from Dayton, are still on the scene here assessing some of this damage. I mean, just take a look at this, just this giant piece of branch that just was snapped off one of these trees in the background here and flew over here into this parking lot. But I can't say it enough. Nobody here at this church, 25 people inside the church, miraculously, none of them were hurt with all of this wind, the debris whipping around here. You can see here behind me another piece of roof brought down by those tornadoes that whipped through here earlier this evening. You can just see how much devastation in just a few minutes happened to this building here. So we're going to try to talk to some more of the people out here just about what they heard and saw earlier tonight as the storms whipped through here. But for now, we're going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Alan, thank you very much. We do have reporters all over the area trying to give you an idea of what this damage looks like, and it is obviously very extensive. We want to go out to Tessa DeTiro, who is out in Beaver Creek tonight. Tessa, what can you show us?
Well, we're right by the Fairfield Commons Mall, an area we've been talking about that's been heavily hit. I just want to walk you through this damage. This is the National Tire Battery, what's left of it. You can see here in the parking lot all of the siding and the roof and bricks taken off. I'm just going to walk you through the building here just to show you what we're seeing. What used to be the door and the windows totally out here. You can see inside. Everything inside the building is damaged. Water everywhere. The roof totally blown off of the building. You can see through this door as well. There's a couple of employees here looking at the damages. Of course, they're very upset. This used to be some kind of side of the building, totally leveled. It's just no roof, no siding to this building. Looks like a direct hit here from the storm. So this is some very extensive damage that we're seeing in the Fairfield Commons Mall area in Beaver Creek. We're going to drive around and see what more that we can see. There's a tree in the middle of this. All of the tools and everything all pushed to one side of the building. But the cars in the parking lot are okay, and the building next to this looks like it's okay. So it's kind of interesting, but power out in this whole area again in the Fairfield Commons Mall area. We're going to look around for more damage, but this is what we're seeing right now. Back to you.
All right, one of the weakest links in a building like that is the garage door. Cars outside are okay. Those garage doors failed. And then you had just the bricks between the garage doors, a large expanse roof. That's why you don't want to be in an area, a large expanse roof area. That's why you wanted to be inside in a smaller interior room. We're going to see so many examples over the next couple of days of low and interior making all the difference in the world for safety. This is going to become evident and clear to everybody why you need to be low and interior in these situations. One more photo chimed in by a viewer. Glass door now all over the carpet here. Stay away from windows. We've been stressing that all evening as well. This is why you need to stay away from windows. Adam, Megan?
Jamie, thanks. We just got an update from the Montgomery County Sheriff tonight. He says that the Northridge High School at 2251 Timber Lane, the gymnasium, has been opened for those affected by the storm event. Obviously, a lot of people displaced by
That's good, because that's right in the heart of the area that was hit.
Right. So that's opened tonight. The American Red Cross has been contacted to assist. So again, the Northridge High School at 2251 Timber Lane, their gymnasium has been opened up. So if you or someone you know has been impacted by this and you need immediate shelter, please try to make it to there, and you can get some immediately. So.
Yeah. All right, well, we again have crews out all over the Miami Valley as they are beginning to survey the damage of what we experienced tonight. Our Bryn Caswell is live for us tonight, and I believe Bryn is in Brookville. Bryn, can you hear us?
Hey guys, yes, I am driving through Brookville right now. We're just trying to navigate all of these roads. It's very dark. Power lines are down. Cars are just trying to figure out how to get around all of the tree branches that are just scattered across the road. We are trying to get to Brookville High School, where there is an extensive amount of damage. We're having a really hard time because there are such large branches that are completely blocking roadways.
Bryn, sorry, if I could jump in real quick. What are you seeing as far as traffic on the roads? Are people heeding the warning to stay off of the roads tonight?
Right now, I'm actually approaching a group of people that are outside just trying to figure out what has happened here. There are a couple cars out, just trying to figure it out as well, what is going on. But for the most part, not too many cars are on the road. I've actually seen some tractors trying to help push branches out of the way. But actually right now we're driving over a bunch of branches. I see a car is completely off the road. Their lights are blinking. It looks like police crew and fire are here. A major power line is down. I'm just driving up on all this. We're trying to get to the high school. Trying to walk you guys through what I'm seeing right now.
All right, well, stay safe out there, Brent. Obviously, the goal here tonight is to not be on the roads. We're trying to give you an idea of what's happening, so that is why we're personally out on the roads trying to show the extent of some of this damage. We've been getting snapshots all evening tonight, and obviously power has been a huge problem. We had DP&L on the line here not too long ago, just minutes ago, talking about how they expect this to be a multi-day event, and when you look at the amount of power outages, you can see why. Currently, 44,000 outages.
That's jumped. It just keeps jumping because it started out at 200. We went up to 1,200, and then it seemed like it spiked as soon as it hit Montgomery County.
In fact, it's jumped 10,000 outages in the last 10 minutes because I had just tweeted out about Montgomery County having about 22,000. Now they have 32,000 customers without power in Montgomery County, which was one of the many counties impacted by this severe weather, tornadoes that blew through here over the past 3 hours. Beginning around 9 o'clock tonight, we went live at 9 o'clock. Chief Meteorologist Jamie Simpson has been on air ever since then, keeping people updated about what's been happening. We've been trying to update you, as Megan is there, on social media and keeping everybody informed. But
it's hard to get your arms around something so big and so widespread because, as we've been mentioning, this isn't just one small spot.
No.
This literally started in Indiana, moved north, and has hit all over the Miami Valley. And the damage that we're hearing, we've covered storms in the past and one barn gets damaged, and that itself is a story and newsworthy, and we go and we talk about it. But tonight, I don't think that we're truly grasping how great this is. As far as the magnitude of what has happened here in the Miami Valley.
It's extensive, Jamie Simpson, and as you had mentioned previously, it looks like we have some more pictures that are coming in. Is that?
I have some things I've retweeted. Right now, though, I am trying to converse with someone in Beaver Creek that was in the path, trying to get an idea, perhaps, of what things might be like there. East of the Fairfield Commons Mall. All right, so this is Megan. I retweeted this from you. This, I'm not sure exactly. 75 and Needmore. Okay, it's right here. So this is what we're going to see in the morning. This wall of this house came down on the truck. So the entire wall is gone. The roof is gone. The more I see, the more I was initially thinking EF2, maybe EF3, perhaps. We'll see. We'll see. Wooden homes, maybe just an EF2 with this, but we're certainly talking over 100-mile-an-hour winds, I believe, with the tornado that did move through. All right, what do we have next here? That's the same person. Again, that's probably the other side of the home, so pretty significant. Randy, I haven't watched his video yet, but he's probably giving us a little report here. These are images. Scroll up a little bit. Click on this one here. On the left, there's a tornado right there. You can see the funnel right there. So this is 75 at Carillon. Okay, so just south of the Great Miami, which is right here, looking towards downtown, and there it is, passing north of downtown. So there was a clear vantage point from the south. If you were to the east, though, you were in all this rain. So it showed up here on the camera. All right, let's see the next one, which I think is the same one. All right, and then there's we saw Alan with the, click on that one there. Alan showed us the 2x4s. So we'll go back to the last one here. So, yeah, that one right there. There it is. There's the tornado as well. Looking from the other side of the river. So, I mean, it's there. It's on the ground. We can see it. It's clear as day, even though it was dark. And we're getting some illumination from behind. Perhaps it's lightning, perhaps it's some transformers that are being hit, but enough illumination that we can certainly say that that is the tornado on the ground. All right, we're going to head back out to Trotwood now and check in again with Danielle.
Yeah, that's right, Jamie. So we were driving down the road. We saw a lot of down power lines. Again, people are told to go around, but take a look at this house, this damage. I don't know what this is. When we drove by, me and my photographer, we thought this was a roof. I just talked to someone walking by. He tells me the same thing. He says, I don't know where this came from, but if you come a little bit closer in here, you can see shingles all over the floor. Of course, there are over the ground. You can see branches. This tree right here, almost knocking into this home. It looks like it didn't hit the home though. It's so dark out here, and of course the street lights are down, so you really can't see. But what I'm sure is very easy to see is all of this damage here in this yard. A woman who is, there's citizens out here that are helping each other. They're trying to direct traffic. They're trying to keep people from going over these active power lines. And she tells me that down this road, there's even more damage. But again, if you kind of take a look at this, it's not a roof. I'm not sure what it is. It's almost like a tarp, but it is everywhere in this yard along with branches. I'm gonna have my photographer walk here, be a little careful because there is stuff everywhere. But you can see this tree branch coming so close to this home, almost hitting it. The gentleman I was just talking to walked by and said, whoa, did it knock out their door? It looks like it didn't. It also looks like no one's home, but we're seeing, like I said, a lot of people kind of get together and really be there for each other because this is devastating. A neighbor a couple of blocks away tells me that he's scared to see what this devastation is going to look like in the morning because some of his friends, some of his family, they don't have homes tonight. Roofs have been blown off of homes. Again, debris like this that I can't even tell you what it is, everywhere, all over the roads. We did see some crews out there cleaning up a lot of those power lines and everything like that. It's kind of hard to see a lot of stuff because it is so dark, but back over here, we can see a lot more damage. We're gonna head that way. One woman tells me her home's okay, and then another person will tell me that they feel they lost everything. So that just kind of gives you an idea of just how unpredictable these storms can be. Again, I am in Trotwood. This is somebody's home. We are seeing a lot of damage, and we're going to go check out some more, and we'll have it live for you in just a bit. Back to you.
All right, Danielle, thanks so much. Again, lots of damage, widespread. I just want to reiterate, we just got another news release. This is something we've been talking about. The Montgomery County Sheriff, though, telling everybody just stay off the roads, don't go out. They're just saying that, in fact, until further notice. So this isn't just stay off the roads right now. This is please stay off the roads tonight and until you hear something else from us. Now, again, I've been talking all night about how we've been monitoring social media. One of the things that popped up a while ago was a live Facebook video. And we actually had the gentleman who took that video, Matthew Hoskins. He called in for us. And Matthew, thanks so much for taking your time.
Hey, yeah, it was crazy.
Now, can you kind of set the stage? We're going to try and show your video here in a second. Can you kind of tell me, where did you take this and what was this? What were you seeing here?
So I think the video that you're watching, I don't think that's the one where I was on my front porch, but it all started, we got the warnings over our phone. And we went downstairs, and I went on the front porch and was watching, and the sky just was lighting up with lightning, and winds were blowing, and then all of a sudden I heard the tornado, and it just about blew me off the porch, and ran inside, and the tornado took a turn and went up Diamond Mill. We live right on Diamond Mill, and as soon as it calmed down, me and my wife are both nurses, and we got in our car and drove around town trying to help rescue people because one of our good friends right up the street, her house is completely leveled. I mean, it is completely destroyed off the foundation, gone. There's nothing left.
Now,
but a hole in the ground.
Where are you? You're in Brookville. Can you kind of let us know what part of town you're in there?
I am on the east side of Brookville on Diamond Mill Road.
And Matt, you talked about how you and your wife are nurses. Can you describe a little bit for viewers, because we're just getting a view of what you've been seeing all night long.
So
what was it like getting out of your house or out of your home?
Well, first of all, just driving around town is nearly impossible. There's down, we move trees off the road. There's down power lines. There are cars that are turned over with debris all over them. And then there's a development in the middle of Brookville called Terrace Park, and it looks like a war zone. The houses are destroyed. The trees are almost all down. Cars are turned over. Roofs are gone over most of the houses. It sits right behind Brookville High School. And the roof is gone on part of the high school. But our friend, her first name's Shirley, and she lives just up the street from us on Diamond Mill, almost at the corner of Diamond Mill and Westbrook. And she got the warning and heard that it was just down the street, so she was going to her basement. And she got to her basement stairs, and the wind blew her down the stairs into the basement.
No.
And she looked up, and her house was gone.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she's okay.
Physically.
She's at the hospital. She's at the hospital now. But I do have pictures of her, of what's left. It's like a war zone out here. I mean, we need prayer out here bad. The destruction is unreal.
Is this something you've experienced before? Anything like it?
I haven't experienced. I was a trauma nurse at Miami Valley when we had the 2 Xenia tornadoes back in the early 2000s, and so. But I've never been in the middle of it. When I saw it, it almost blew me off the porch. And, I did a Facebook Live video. It's on my Facebook page, too. It was just, it was scary. I mean, I can't imagine what she went through, though, when she at her house. I mean, if you see the picture, her house is literally completely gone. There's nothing left of it, or her barns, or anything.
Matt, you mentioned the woman who was pushed down the stairs from the wind and lost her home tonight. We've been trying to get an idea of the extent of injuries. In your professional opinion, I mean, the injuries must be extensive tonight.
Well, we talked to some of the rescue workers here. They actually were at my friend's house when we were checking on her, and they told us that there are still people trapped as we speak under downed roofs and down. So we heard a call that there was a man under a downed tree, and we don't know the extent of the destruction. If there's been any lives claimed, we pray that there's not, but the likelihood of there being some death around this is very likely.
Unbelievable. Well, Matt, I'm glad that you and your wife are okay. I'm glad that woman you mentioned is okay. Certainly, there's going to be a lot of tough news as the sun comes up today.
Tough images to see in the dark. And, Matt, we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us tonight, and wish you the best as you move forward in this.
All right, we're gonna move over to Tessa DeTiro now. She is live for us. She's been following some of the damage in Beaver Creek, as well as where are you now, Tessa?
So we're right by the Fairfield Commons Mall area off of Esquire Boulevard, and we're at the National Tire and Battery, actually. I'm going to step out of the shot so that you can see the damage here. I know that Matthew on the line was just talking about, destruction and devastation, and we're seeing that in this part of the viewing area as well. I've never seen any destruction like this. This was a National Tire and Battery, and now the whole side of the building completely gone, trees in the middle of it, the roof blown off. I mean, we're being careful here. There's no power in this area. We're being careful about, down power lines and anything. I mean, there's a what looks like a porch chair here, and tires and all kinds of things. A tree just right in the middle of this. I'm not even sure. That probably was a giant machinery that was used by the employees here in National Tire and Battery, and it's totally morphed. All of the bricks down. I mean, the roof totally blown off. The manager, actually, of the National Tire and Battery is here taking some pictures and things, and he said he really couldn't talk to us about the extent of the damages, but of course it's sad for these employees. I mean, we're talking about injuries and we're talking about people who are losing their jobs. Luckily, there was no one inside of this business when this happened, but I mean, this is people's livelihood here that's destroyed. So this is what we're seeing in this area. I know that meteorologists talked about that they thought that the line went right through this Fairfield Commons Mall area. So we want to look around. Apparently, some people have told us that down the road here, down Esquire Boulevard, is just as bad, if not worse. You really can't even get through the roads with everything down. And we've said it before, but all of the power is out in this area, and there's a lot of people walking, driving, out and about. And so just be careful. You don't know what's on the ground. You don't know what's in the road. So that's what we're seeing here in Beaver Creek. Back to you.
All right, Tessa, thank you. Just one of the snapshots we've seen tonight of the damage, which, as we've been talking about for the last 4 hours we've been on air tonight, it's extensive, and it's going to continue to be shown here over the course of the next several hours.
Truly some incredible images, and one of the people that we've been hearing from, our own Alan Henry, who's live in Dayton tonight at a church that, if you were with us a few minutes ago, you saw the steeple was blown off. We've seen incredible images of a 2x4 that actually pierced a front car windshield. We want to check back in with Alan. I know he's been speaking with people there. And Alan, how are things going?
Well, Megan and Adam, it is true. Every time we walk around this building, we get a better look at some of the damage left behind here. Let me show you the shot again of this roof that slid off or was blown off the top of this church here, landing on a van that just minutes earlier was carrying a group of people up from Mason at Kings Island celebrating Memorial Day. They had just gotten back into the Dayton area when they were told to get to the church and to take shelter. I'm here with one of those people, Blake Gifford. Blake, tell me about those moments earlier tonight when that happened to you.
Yeah, like you said, we were at Kings Island, started coming home, and about 15 minutes into our drive home, my parents text me and they say, where you at? There's a big storm coming. You need to get to the church as quick as you can, take cover. And, there's nothing going on where we were. So I was like, okay. So we get back to the church, and as we're coming through Dayton, it starts to rain. And then when we get to the church, it starts pouring rain. And then we get to the church, we sit here for a while, and then eventually the first wave hits. And we get to the bathrooms. Nothing terrible happens. We get through the first wave, we're fine. And then we come out, everything's quiet. Like there's no wind, no rain. And then we're sitting here. And my parents call me and they say, take cover, there's another big storm coming. And we're thinking they're crazy. It's no wind, no rain. And we're sitting here by the front doors here. And dead quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Within 5-10 seconds, it goes from dead quiet to a jet engine taking off. It's the loudest noise I've ever heard. So I look over at one of my friends and we look at each other and we take off for the bathrooms. We run, cover in the bathrooms. I run in, just dive on the ground. My head lands on a vent and I'm laying there shaking. My head's up against the wall and the wall's shaking back and forth. There's wind from the tornadoes pushing through up through the vent into my face, and I'm freaking out sitting there. It lasts about, I'd say, 10 to 15 seconds, scariest 15 seconds of my life. And then we think it's fine. We come out and then we see this canopy completely gone on our church van. Scariest moment of my life, honestly. We're lucky. We're lucky to be here.
What was going through your mind during those 15 seconds?
Man, I was praying, asking God to keep us safe. Like I said, scariest 15 seconds of my life. Yeah, I was terrified, shaking, praying, hoping we were safe. I was extremely scared, and I wasn't sure what was going to happen.
So we came outside after it all ended.
Yeah.
You see us on the van. You
Yep.
see the other portion of the roof behind us here.
Right.
You see that 2x4 go through that car's windshield.
Yeah.
What do you make of all the damage?
Well, initially, we're stuck in some of our youth leaders told us to stay in the church. I see through the window the canopies on the van, and there's a wire coming in front of the store, or a power line or something, so we can't get out. So eventually they figure out there's structural damage to the church, so they get us out. We go to the front, like we see that car or the piece of wood through the car windshield. We see our church steeple ripped off. As soon as I saw the damage, I realized how blessed we were to still be here. Honestly, if it wasn't for the grace of God, I'm not sure what would have happened.
Yeah, and that's one of the great things about tonight. If there is a bright side to all this, is that there was nobody injured here. Nope. Thankfully, truly a miracle in some of this devastation that here at this church, nobody was injured. We're going to send it back to you in the studio now.
Yeah. I mean,
it's
tough
hard
to
put into words.
It really is, to see the community that you live in, that you obviously love going through the kind of.
Well, we're starting to hear the stories and the impact that it's had on people and the experience that they had going through this all in real time.
Yeah, we have other reporters we want to go to now to give you another view of what is out there currently. We want to go to Walter Smith Randolph now. There he is. He is live at Siebenthaler and Dixie. And Walter, can you give us an idea of what you're seeing out there this morning?
Yeah, we just arrived here. I got to tell you that it's really dark out here. The only lights that we're getting are from our cameras and these cars here, as well as the police officers. So we are here at Siebenthaler and Dixie, as you said, in the Northridge neighborhood. I understand. And we were trying to get down to Buena Vista, where we're here. There's a lot of damage, but the road is closed. And there are lots of ambulances that are trying to get by. And I heard that there was the warning from Montgomery County earlier saying people should stay at home. And it's probably because these ambulances can't get by because of all this traffic. I want to show you here at this intersection of Siebenthaler and Dixie. It's kind of dark. It's dark outside, but this is a UDF right here. You can see some of the damage here. The sign kind of is blown out here. There's debris here on the floor. We've been talking to some neighbors, and they're out here with their flashlights, really, just trying to see some of the damage. We've seen some cell phone video from people who live around here who said they heard it, they saw something, but they didn't really think that a tornado was going to come through here, and something came through here, and that they were able to get us that video. This across the street, you really can't see it, but this is a Rite Aid, and the entire side wall of the Rite Aid is off. It's gone. That's just like how bad this damage is. We're here with Jeff Oakes. Jeff Oakes was driving an Uber, and you said that you saw some of this damage. So talk to me a little bit, Jeff, about what you saw.
Yes, well, I just picked somebody up, and I tell you, we got in and we took off down the road, and what I saw was absolute carnage. Trees started snapping off. I mean, the winds came out of nowhere. It's almost as if it just kind of dropped down on top of us. And I just couldn't believe it. It was suddenly such chaos everywhere. I'm driving around in a little Prius, and it's blowing me all over this street. So we tried to go back to get back in the building. I just took the woman out of a nursing home, and both trees had fallen down over top of the entranceway, so we couldn't get in. We're stuck on the road, and then here comes the winds again, and I mean, I just punched the gas and went into nowhere. I mean, there was nowhere to do. We were at the complete mercy of the man upstairs, to be honest with you. I'm lucky to be here, to be honest with you. I'm very blessed to be here right now. I can promise you that. Yeah. It was total carnage. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Okay.
Truly.
All right. Well, thank you, Jeff. And you can hear some of these sirens. This is what we continue to see here as these sirens keep trying to go by to get through here. So that is why you are hearing, this is why they're telling people to stay inside, is because a lot of these ambulances and police cars are trying to get by. But right here at Siebenthaler, it's down to one lane. It's a 2-lane road, but it's down to one lane because there's a tree that's actually, in the road. So people are trying to get by. So that's why they're telling people to stay inside. But again, we're here at Siebenthaler and Dixie. The road is closed here. We're told that there's lots of damage down this way, down Dixie into the Northridge neighborhood. So we're going to stay out here and keep looking for damage and keep talking to people to get really a grasp of what's going on. But for now, we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Walter, thanks so much. Yeah, you can see a very active scene there. Not only are we talking about emergency responders trying to get out and trying to get around the Miami Valley, we're also talking about ODOT crews that we've seen out clearing debris using snow plows off our highways just to try and give access to those roads. And also we're talking about the electric company, DP&L crews, trying to get out to make those repairs necessary. This is an outage map right now that you can see. And at this hour, we were talking about more than 58,000 customers.
Oh, wow.
These are just
and that
deep, you know,
jumped.
yeah, and that's been jumping. We were at 44,000 the last time we checked, which was just in the last 15 minutes or so, I would say. So again, this number continues to increase. Unfortunately, not the direction that we would like to be seeing it go, but you know, they're saying that this could be a multi-day event. They're also reminding everyone the danger of those live wires. If you come across them, you see them out on the road, stay away from them. They say that they're trying to assess the damage and restoring power to customers as quickly and safely as possible. But again, they are reminding everyone, stay away from down lines, assume that they're energized and report them. Keep away until crews can make that area safe again. So
also, we want to mention if yourself or a loved one is watching this and you're looking for somewhere to go, because there's been a lot of houses that were damaged or just destroyed tonight, and the Montgomery County Sheriff wanted to let you know that Northridge High School at 2251 Timber Lane, excuse me, the gymnasium there has opened for those affected by this. They've also called in the Red Cross, so they're working on it. But Northridge High School at 2251 Timber Lane, the gymnasium, is opened as a temporary shelter tonight. If you do not have somewhere to go to get out of the damage that's surrounding many people tonight. We want to go out to Danielle Malagary. She has been in Trotwood. She has been talking with people who have been impacted by this storm, specifically those who have had damage to their homes. Danielle?
Adam, and you can see some of that damage right here at Salem Bin apartment complex here in Trotwood. Take a look up here. The wall is completely knocked down. You can see through this apartment. You can see mattresses. You can see their entire house. And if my photographer will show you down here, the wall, this is brick. This is brick on the ground. This entire wall is on the ground. And if you look over here to my left, you will see another wall. It's damage everywhere. These are windows, bricks. You can even see damage on the cars behind me. And I'm here with Jay. Jay, you don't live over here, but your mom does. Talk about why you came over here.
I actually came to pick up my mom. They were telling us all the damages that they had. So my daughter and my mom, we came out to rescue both my mom and my daughter. And my mom's been over here for, I know, 40-something years, and I've never seen nothing like this. Even in Ohio, I haven't seen nothing like this.
Your mom has a little bit of damage as well. She said her patio.
Yeah, her patio is messed up. All the trees are down on her home. Her car, it got damaged as well.
Thank you for speaking with us. I hope you have a safe night. We're going to show you this damage here one more time, because you can see through this apartment right now into this home. I did speak to another woman who lives here, and she tells me that there was only minor injuries. That is such great news, because when you're looking at this, it's devastating. Again, we are seeing full brick walls on the ground right here. We're seeing walls to the side, cars, trees, devastation everywhere. The people here are actually getting together and helping each other. They're giving people rides. Like you just heard Jay, she's coming to pick up her mom, because this is a very scary situation, and everyone is telling me the same thing. They've never seen any devastation like this before, and it's heartbreaking. Definitely heartbreaking to see somebody's home where people live. Clearly multiple people live in this house. You can see straight through their home. You can see this window busted out over here, and this is not the only damage we're seeing over here in Trotwood at this apartment complex. Back to you.
All right, Danielle, thanks so much. Yeah, the images, hopefully somebody was not in that second floor when that happened, that they had the warning that we were giving and they were taking shelter in a safe place.
And that's really some of the first images we're seeing of the houses that have been damaged tonight. And, you know, we heard about it when we had Montgomery County Sheriff Rob Streck live on our air several hours ago, I guess now, talking about what his crews were seeing and the amount of damage that was happening. You know, we want to mention, excuse me, because there's so much damage, that the natural instinct is to call 911, which of course we always encourage you to do. But in these cases, the non-emergency line in Miami County, are down. They're down right now. So if you are in Miami County and you have an emergency, they're asking you to call 911. Not the non-emergency line.
But again, we want to reiterate, if you have an emergency, because I would assume, are much like Montgomery County and Greene County, they need to keep those lines open.
Yes.
So this isn't something that they want you to call if you've got a broken window or you've got some minor damage. They really need those for people who may be experiencing maybe hurt, or may have fires or anything that needs immediate attention. So again, the non-emergency line is the one that's down. only if you have an emergency should you be calling that 911 number in Miami County tonight.
Yeah, and you can really extend that to really all these counties that are dealing with massive amounts of damage tonight. You saw crews in all these live shots, sheriff deputies, emergency first responders, as well as ODOT crews even trying to remove debris from I-75 and other roads tonight. There's that much. We want to go to Bryn Caswell now. She is in Brookville tonight. She is live on Facebook. Bryn, can you hear me?
I've definitely heard this before.
Bryn, can you hear me?
Shoot.
All right, we seem to be having some issues with her. We're having some audio interference there. But again, she is in Brookville, and we had a gentleman on the line, a trauma nurse, Matt Hoskins, who was out with his wife tonight. He kept going back to calling that area a war zone because of the amount of damage that they were seeing out there.
And he's been sharing a ton of pictures, and there are images that are starting to look, he took them in Brookville, but they're looking a lot like what we're seeing in Beaver Creek and like what we're seeing in Salina.
Yeah.
It's a very similar story that's playing out across the Miami Valley. And as Jamie was telling us earlier, this wasn't just a one touchdown type of deal.
No, not even close. Jamie, you'd been following this all night. Come on in here. This has been something that started on the border of Ohio and Indiana, and just left I hate to use the term trail of destruction because it gets overused, but this is literally a trail of destruction.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the first storm was in Wayne County, and that's the one that worked up across southwest Stark County, where we have the grocery store in New Madison that has damage. Then up into Miami County. We haven't gotten any images from Miami County yet, but we know there's some significant damage up there. I've gotten some Facebook posts that there's probably similar damage to what we have been seeing down here in Montgomery County. And then the next storm, first touchdown right around Brookville, where Bryn is, and then came down through Trotwood, where Danielle is, and then down through the area north of downtown Dayton, where Allen is. We've seen what that's done. That was probably a stronger tornado than the one up to the north by a bit.
Okay.
It's way too early to speculate as to how strong it was, because we have only seen the tip of the iceberg in terms of damage so far.
What about what touchdown or whatever happened in Beaver Creek with the buildings down there? That was the same one.
Yeah, it was on the ground. It was on the ground from Brookville all the way through Beaver Creek, at least.
That's stunning.
Yeah, it's a pretty long track. I believe the Weather Service mentioned in a statement that it was on the ground for about 40 straight minutes.
Wow.
So all the other tornadoes we've had so far this year, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 70, 75, 80 mile an hour winds at the most, spotty damage. This one, 20 plus mile path. And I believe we're going to find out that there were winds well over 100 miles an hour in spots along this path. So this is a whole other ballgame here compared to what we were dealing with all the other tornadoes. So the damage we've seen, that I've seen from photos from Salina, tells me that was a pretty significant tornado as well. We got that one. So we don't know if the one in New Madison was on the ground all the way into Montgomery County. So that may be counted as either one or two tornadoes.
Okay.
Salina's a third. The one in Montgomery County is a fourth from all the damage we're seeing. Now, from what I'm seeing from some comments from the Weather Service, there may have been that second cell that came through Montgomery and Greene County, probably touched down in the Vandalia area.
Oh.
So we may have 5 in one day now.
How unusual is that?
Very unusual. Very unusual. We had a couple of years ago, we had Clark County. It was the day of the New Carlisle tornado that hit by the Melody restaurant. That was a day where we had multiple tornadoes, but none of them nearly as strong. I mean, the thing about the one where they hit the Melody, it hit in that one spot.
Right.
Just those businesses right there, south of New Carlisle, in the Park Lane area. That was it. And then it lifted. And that one actually kind of bounced a little bit. That's why it got counted a couple of different times, because each touchdown gets counted. And so that may have been 6, if I remember correctly. But again, small areas, not as much damage. This one, an entire path that we're going to find out tomorrow is going to be pretty significant damage. I believe, now I wasn't around here for the Arcanum tornado of 1992, But in terms of the vast area, the amount of population, the length it was on the ground, the strength it's going to be, this is probably going to end up being the most significant tornado for the area since Xenia in 1974.
Wow.
Not anywhere close to as strong as that one was, because that one's still, I believe, well, the things are changing this year because we've gotten some EF5s this year, but as of the end of last year, that was still classified as the 20th most significant tornado in American history. Well, since we've been recording tornadoes.
Right.
And there's been a couple this year that have been up in the Xenia range. And we're not anywhere close to that, thank goodness. Yeah, this is.
But we're still talking about tornadoes that hit highly populated areas.
That's
and
the biggest thing about this one was the population
damage.
density. Yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we want to go back out. We want to try Bryn Caswell again, who is in Brookville, which is one of the areas that were hardest hit, at least from initial reports tonight. Bryn, can you hear us?
Yes, can you guys hear me? Service out here has been very spotty.
Understandable. Yep, and there she is. She is live on Facebook tonight. Bryn, can you? All right, we seem to have lost audio again, or the.
Hello?
Okay, the timing sounds like it's off a little bit. Can you show us a little bit about what you're seeing out there tonight, Bryn?
All right, so right now I'm standing in front of what used to be a spa. Neighbors I've been speaking with tell me that this was actually rebuilt last year, completely brand new, and now it is completely destroyed. The entire roof is gone. The whole right side of it is completely collapsed in, and then all the surrounding trees are completely leveled. Now there's a couple houses behind some of the neighbors that live on South Wolf Creek Pike here in Brookville. First responders have told them to come out to the road with any of belongings that they may need. I've seen some people out here with their dogs and just a bag of just the bare necessities in their hands so they can go to a shelter and get help. There's a huge power line that is down. All the houses on this road have absolutely no power whatsoever. First responders are out here trying to clear the road. Right now, cars have absolutely no way of getting through. It's total devastation here in Brookville. Power lines are completely down. Trees are just everywhere. I'm going to toss it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Bryn, thank you. So again, you're seeing a little bit of that, and we apologize about the audio. There is a little bit of a delay, but you could see just some of the damage. And again, with it being so dark right now, we don't know how much damage there is. We've heard reports. We have a general idea, and we know it's extensive, but until the sun comes up, we're not going to have a for sure idea.
No, daylight will definitely be telling. We again have a team of reporters that have been all over the Miami Valley. We've been checking in. Jamie mentioned we've kind of hit all the big spots of where he said that the storms moved through earlier, but just to hear the 40 minutes that he believes this was on the ground.
Yeah.
That path of destruction is not going to be minimal, I know.
No, it's not going to be minimal. It's going to be, we've used the term extensive many times this
Well, we
this
heard
evening.
Catastrophic. That was the first time that came out, as it had touched down in Montgomery County, that it went from being basically serious damage to catastrophic damage. And that was early on as it continued to move through Montgomery County. One of the areas that we know there is significant damage is in the area of Siebenthaler and Dixie. And that is where Walter Smith Randolph is for us tonight. We want to check back in with him and see how things are going there.
Hey guys, yeah, there's a lot of damage here. I gotta tell you, as we were coming in on Siebenthal, you can really start to see some of the damage coming up. So right now we're at Siebenthal and Dixie. This is a Rite Aid right here. So I'm going to stand by. I'm going to have a little bit of audio issue here, but I'm going to show you this Rite Aid right here. You can see how this wall is gone on the side of this Rite Aid. You can see, the siding as well as the insulation. And if Rashad can go down a little bit, you can see there's debris on the ground here as well. And this goes all the way to the end of this building of this Rite Aid right here. Rashad's going to turn back around here. I'm going to show you where we're at Siebenthal and Dixie right here. You can see how Dixie right here, we were trying to get down over into Buena Vista. It's closed off right here, and we keep seeing cop cars, hearing them go by as they get more damage reports in and go check on people. It's really a traffic mess right here at Siebenthal and Dixie because Interstate 75 is right here. We thought maybe we could get on and try to go back in around the neighborhood. You can see some cars, some trucks slowly passing through, but I believe the north side is is the side that is just completely shut off. They're not letting anybody onto the highway. So again, we just arrived here and we've been walking through the neighborhood. I talked to the lady across the street. She came up to me and showed me some video that I'm putting out on my Twitter, Walsh Reports, and tagging the station as well. And she showed me some of the video of the rain coming down and the wind as well. And she told me that she put her kids into the bathtub and she was hiding. And she said she came out. She's displaced now because the roof on top of her apartment complex is gone. So that's the type of damage that we're seeing here in the Northridge neighborhood. And you can see some of these cars trying to get through. It's really down to one lane because there's debris all over the roads. We see a lot of neighbors coming out here with flashlights just trying to look to see what is going on. People keep telling us the same story over and over again. They were inside their homes, they heard, they looked outside, and all of a sudden it really came fast and in a hurry. So again, we're going to keep checking out this damage here in the Northridge neighborhood. That's what we're seeing right now. We're going to send it back to you guys.
All right, that was Walter Smith Randolph at Siebenthaler and Dixie there. Now we want to go out to Rachel Aragon, who is at Green Hill Road for us in Dayton. And Rachel, what are things looking like where you are?
Megan, it's a similar story here as elsewhere. Power lines down, trees damaged, but Elshawn here, though, helping out as much as she can to clean up the debris. I'm going to talk to her right now. She was saying you live just a couple of doors down, and you decided to come out and help some of your neighbors out here.
Yeah, because the first responders can't get through. So we're trying to we're helping with the trees.
When did you first hear about the damage here? Did you hear it? Were you asleep?
I've seen it.
You saw
I was up. We was watching the news.
Okay.
So we was watching the news, and they said that it was coming from Trotwood, and then it was downtown. And since I live off of Main in Philadelphia, that's when we took shelter, and we can hear it. You heard it.
You told me you have a daughter as well who there was some concern for.
Yeah, my daughter has a disability, so she can't move. So my husband picked her up, put her in a wheelchair, and we got in the hallway, which is covering 2 spots, so if anything fell. But the trees came down, and by the grace of God, they hit my husband's car, and they all are in the street, but they did not damage my home. So
last thing, what's the plan from now until the morning? Are you going to still be out here? Are you going to still be cleaning up? What's the plan for your neighbors and for yourself?
To clean up, because we have a lot of people that's disabled on my street, so we're just trying to make sure first responders can get there, because right now they can't get nowhere.
Well, I'll let you keep cleaning up, of course, but I know the sheriff's office was here just a few minutes ago.
Yes, he's down there now, and they're trying to get Philadelphia, the bottom half, clear so first responders can get through.
Okay, thank you, Lashana. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You have a
Lashana was just one of at least 5 people on this road, all across Philadelphia Drive and Green Hill Road. We've been showing throughout the evening. Complete damage. A lot of these roads closed off. It's dark right now, so it's kind of hard to see, but just a few feet down, you can see the sheriff's office and the sheriff's officers over there, really just trying to clean up as much as they can. But a couple of people telling me they've been out here for about an hour at least, and probably still going to be out here for another hour or so, they say, to make sure this gets cleaned up so crews and so drivers can pass through here on Green Hill Road. Of course, we'll be keeping you updated throughout the evening. Back to you guys.
All right, Rachel, thank you. We want to go down to Tessa DeTiro, who's talking with a business owner. Tessa, what can you tell us about what they're seeing out there tonight?
Well, I'm with Lee Culver here. We're in the Fairfield Commons area. Tell me what has happened tonight to your business, Lee.
Well, the storm came through this area, and it took 6 of the 9 air conditioning units off of the building. Many of them were brand new units that were just replaced in February, and then awnings were ripped off the building and trees taken out by the roots, so a lot of substantial damage.
And you said some cars too?
Yes, some cars. Some of the air conditioning units, they fell on top of the cars and hit the cars, and trees also hit the cars in the parking lot as well.
But you said the roof was still intact, it seemed, on the building?
The roof was intact, but it was damaged. It was a brand new roof that was just installed about a year ago, and so there's going to have to be some more work that's done to repair that.
As a business owner, what is tonight like for you?
A lot of work.
Emotional?
Not so much. It's business, but we have great support from our banks and our insurance companies and the good people that work for Creek Technologies.
What do you think? I mean, you drive these streets every day to get into work. What do you think of this devastation in the area?
Well, you don't imagine it hitting so close to home, but it does become a reality when you do face that.
It's a bad reality tonight. Have you spoken with any other business owners in the area?
No, we have not.
You said you saw one of your units. Here's one right behind us, and then there's one you pointed it out, was like still up on the roof. It didn't make it off the building.
Correct.
And one was by the Chick-fil-A, you said?
Yes, and that's what we understand is that one unit went across the North Fairfield Road and into the Chick-fil-A property.
And when all this was going on, where were you during the storm?
I was at home watching the storm on my front porch.
Were you nervous, scared? Any damage at home?
No real damage, just loss of trees.
Wow. Well, that's a good blessing for you, for sure. We'll check in with Lee and more business owners in the area as we continue looking around the Fairfield Commons Beaver Creek area for damages. But for now, back to you.
All right, Tessa, thanks. So we want to go back to the map, it sounds like?
DP&L outage
DP&L
map,
map. There it is. All right, so we've been monitoring power outages. They have progressively gone up over the last...
They've jumped up from 58 to 64 just since the last time that we checked. 64,028 people right now.
Yeah, the vast majority, of course, in Montgomery County, where there's currently 43,564. This is certainly a situation that I imagine is going to continue to rise over the next several hours. We had the spokeswoman from DP&L on our air a couple hours ago, and she mentioned that this is likely a multi-day event. And as the numbers keep going up and the images of damage keep coming in, I think it's fair to say that cleanup is going to take a long time.
And unfortunately, as those wires are down, you've got to be careful, avoid them when you're driving. You just don't know what is live and what is not until those crews can get out. Of course, they're going to try and get to anything dangerous immediately and prioritize that way. But still, we are just a few hours out from this storm. So just assume if you see a wire that it is live and stay away. Yeah, and the Montgomery County Sheriff and I imagine many other public officials tonight are saying, if you don't have to get out and drive, don't do it. The reason why is simple. The power lines, trees down, debris everywhere. ODOT trucks are out trying to plow, literally out trying to plow our roads tonight because there's that much damage. We've showed you those images earlier. We'll get to them again later. But for right now, I think we want to go to Alan Henry, who is live for us tonight from Dayton.
Adam, Megan, we are in Harrison Township right now at the River's Edge Apartments. We just got here literally just a few seconds ago, and we're getting a tragic look at some of the damage here. Just take a look behind me here. You can see the doors, the windows of these apartments completely blown open. We're getting closer here as we can, but we can't get too close. The firefighters here tell us they are worried about gas leaks inside of these apartments. They're still working to make sure that the gas is completely shut off here. This is as close as they are allowing us to get to these apartments at this time. But you can see here, even with the lights from these trucks and what limited light we have out here tonight, just how devastating these storms were. You can see some of the doors completely ripped off their hinges, the windows blown open, the roofs are completely gone off these apartments. And this is just one section of this apartment complex here. Driving up to this complex here on Riverside Road, we can tell you there was, on Chute Mill especially, a lot of tree branches down. We followed a caravan of about 9 Montgomery County Sheriff's deputies just to get to this location, and they kind of split off into different packs. This is where a lot of the damage is here tonight in that Chute Mill Road area here in Harrison Township. Again, we're here at the River's Edge Apartments. You can see these firefighters here working to make sure that the gas lines are off. I can tell you I can get a faint whiff of that gas in the air here, but they are working to make sure the gas lines are off. That has been a very common theme from the different scenes we've been at tonight, is gas lines, making sure those are turned off, making sure power lines are turned off and safe if they are down. So we're going to try to talk to some of these fire crews here when we get a moment to get a better idea of some of the damage here. They weren't able to tell us yet if there were any injuries as a result of the damage you're seeing here. But we're going to keep an eye on this situation here at this apartment complex and some of the others in the area. I mean, you can take a look here to the right and see that giant tree branch down in the middle of that road there. Imagine that times 20 near the roads here, especially, like I said, on Chute Mill Road here in Harrison Township. That is where we are seeing a lot of that devastation here tonight. I was trying to take pictures of it on our way in here, but it was hard because it was so dark. But we had to kind of go off-road a little bit because these roads are blocked. There are a lot of deputies from Montgomery County here navigating traffic because a lot of the traffic lights are down, a lot of the street lights are out. So especially in some of these areas, it is really dark, it is hard to navigate, and we don't know yet when that will change. So if you live in this area, you know anybody in this area, the best advice I would have for them is to stay put for right now, because just getting here ourselves was a little treacherous, it was a little tricky, but rounding this corner here and just seeing some of the devastation here at this apartment complex. I mean, again, you can see those windows and kind of peek in from where we are and see some of the devastation inside those apartments. I see pieces of roofs coming down on the second floor of some of these apartment buildings here. And again, this is just the one part of this complex. This is where firefighters are kind of focused right now, but as we were driving in, we saw other crews at other sections of this complex dealing with similar things. This is just where we set up for right now. We can't show you those other areas right now because they're a little further off, so they'd be kind of blurry and in the distance, but right now this is the best look that we can give you of these apartment complexes here on this road. So we're going to continue to follow this. I'm going to try to talk to some of these firefighters, get more information again about any injuries here, about those gas lines, making sure they're turned off, and we'll bring it to you as soon as we can. So I'm going to try to get that information right now, but for right now I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Alan, thanks so much. Yeah, Jamie had mentioned just minutes ago that gas lines can often be a problem after storms like this, and something, you just don't think about. A lot of these things that follow. You think about the immediate damage, and then it's everything else. So we're still going to be looking into that throughout the evening. We want to get back out to Rachel Aragon. She's live at Green Hill Road in Dayton. That is near the Northridge neighborhood. And Rachel, how are things where you are?
Well, Megan, just so you know, this is a high-density suburban area, a lot of homes. The big story tonight, at least in the residents here nearby, they cannot get to and from their home. I'll actually point this over right now. Adam, if you could just look at this car right here, you can see slowly trying to get by. Cars literally trying to figure out what to do next, how they're going to get around this debris. As I've been saying throughout the morning, this is just one section of Philadelphia Drive, and you're going to see this giant tree right now that has completely pretty much fallen across this road. This is just one giant tree across this road, but this tree right now, several like this across several homes and front lawns. We've talked to residents this morning who said they never expected to see debris like this before. It's not only hard to drive through, but the darkness is making it even harder for drivers to really figure out when it's going to come, when it's going to hit them. We've even seen some drivers actually almost plow through this debris because they don't see it coming at all. We've even seen motorists and drivers having to drive through front lawns of their neighbors just to get by. Several portions of Philadelphia Drive are closed off, but this one right here, you're seeing some major damage and debris. Cars, as we just saw right now, sneaking through here, trying to figure out how they're going to get back to their home. Obviously, if you're watching at home, do not come out and try to drive. And I can only imagine, Adam and Megan, when people wake up this morning, it's going to be even worse to see more of the damage. I'm going to point, Adam, go a little bit to my right. You're going to see some of the backup right now. These cars actually trying to get by. This is a scenario you can see to my right, Adam. If you go over here, the cars backing up on Philadelphia Drive because there is nowhere to really go from here. Again, this kind of backup is not that uncommon this time of the morning because, as I mentioned, this portion of Philadelphia Drive is just one portion where you're seeing heavy debris and damage fall through these roads. The last thing I will say, though, a couple of residents we spoke to so far, none of them have said they themselves have been injured. Most of their homes, their cars, windows shattered. But again, stay safe out there this morning if you have to get out. But a lot of roads are closed off through this area. But again, keep it slow if you have to come out, and do slow down and make sure you don't go through this debris. Of course, we'll keep you updated throughout the morning and updated on any of this damage that you may run into.
Rachel, can we just ask you real quick, is it a consistent flow of traffic of people trying to get through there at this hour?
That's what we're seeing right now. I'm going to just point to you guys again so you can see this has been nonstop for the last 30 minutes or so that I've been here, and it's frustrating for a lot of these residents because they just want to get to and from their home. And you're seeing right now, if you can tell, Adam, all those cars literally driving through front lawns and driveways, if you can see that backup of lights, because there really is nowhere else to get through this road on Philadelphia unless you go through a front lawn. And that's what we've been seeing throughout Philadelphia Drive. I should say and give credit to, there there has been plenty of police cruisers and sheriff's officers. You're going to see one right now to my right coming down, because that's how backed up and dangerous this road is. There needs to be, and I'm sure there's coming, as you can see, some kind of flow and guidance as to where people can go next. But again, there's a township rescue right now going through. But as you're seeing those lights to my right of the screen, those are cars literally driving through driveways, front lawns, trying to figure out a different route, because right now Philadelphia Drive is pretty backed up. But again, the biggest concern that I've seen so far, Adam, is that cars driving at normal speed and not knowing when they're going to run and hit into debris like this. We've seen them slam on their brakes, almost going through this kind of debris. So that, for me at least, what I've seen is the scariest part about this morning. So until it gets bright, I definitely say stay inside or slow down if you're on the roads.
All right, Rachel, thank you. And Megan, this is exactly why the sheriff came out and said,
we're holding the news release saying don't come out on the roads. Crews are working to ensure the safety in all affected areas. Many of the roads are impassable due to damage in those areas. So again, he has issued a request for everybody to stay off the roads. And you saw just how many cars there are just out. If you're just going out because you're curious, we've got you covered. We've got crews all over the Miami Valley. We'll show you what it looks like in your neighborhood. But just stay off the roads, because it's simply not safe to do so. And it's keeping emergency crews from being able to do their jobs.
Well, and Rachel laid it out for everybody right in that live shot there. You saw the trees down, potentially power lines. It's dark. You don't, I mean, people were going through yards.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, look, every circumstance is different, right? But if you don't have to, if it's not an emergency, stay at your home. Do not get on the roads. Let the first responders do their jobs. And ODOT crews and everybody else who's out there right now at this hour trying to clean up those roads and make them safe for people to try to move tomorrow morning, which is quickly approaching here at 2:17. So here we are. Chelsea, we're going to go to Chelsea's our producer. She's been in the booth with us tonight telling us who's up and ready to go. We're going to go to Walter Smith-Randolph now.
He's at Siebenthaler and Dixie.
What are you seeing there, Walter?
Yep, I'm here at Siebenthaler and Dixie. This was a strip mall here, and I can tell you that I'm seeing a lot of flashlights of these people coming out trying to see the damage. And you know, you really can't see it, but we got this bright light, so we're going to show it to you here. We're seeing a lot of insulation, and we're smelling a lot of propane because there are a lot of damaged buildings. I want you to take a look behind me here. You know, this is what we're seeing. This is the strip mall. This is a Masterpiece Hair Incorporated and Jackson Hewitt. You can see how this front wall is completely blown out. Rashad here behind the camera with me is going to show you. Watch your step right here, Rashad. You can see how this pole is completely knocked down, so you can see just how strong these winds were. We're going to come back up here, 2,000 nails. You can see right inside how that roof came down. We're going to keep going to the right, Metro PCS here, and the Family Dollar. You can see just, you know, kind of right through it where all of this damage was, and we still hear some stuff falling from inside. So, you know, people are curious out here, but you really want to stay out from in here. So there's also a club right over here called the Library, which is just really completely gone. You can just see all of the debris that's there. This is Dixie. We continue. We told you earlier, Siebenthaler and Dixie, how this road was shut down. You can't get down Dixie, and we continue to hear police cars trying to come through, just going to different emergency situations. So that's the situation that we're seeing right here. But you know, these neighbors here just are kind of like just perplexed at how much damage is here in this strip mall. There's going to be a lot of rebuilding here. You can see some of these folks who are trying to take this all in. So we're going to send it back to you guys here, but that's what we're seeing out here.
All right, thanks so much, Walter. Now, if you're seeing damage in your neighborhood, always take a picture, send us a video. Let us know what you're seeing. It always helps us tell the story. You can also call into our newsroom, 262-1400, because, again, we're just kind of trying to get our arms around all this. Now, one of the areas that we have been visiting earlier tonight was Philadelphia. This is where Rachel was. When she was there, she was talking to a woman about what she saw and heard during tonight's storm. Take a listen.
I was scared, to be honest. I was just really scared because we was just all in my mom's room, and all you hear is like shattering and boom, like big boom sounds, and then it was just crazy. It just sounded like the windows was about to shatter and everything. It was just crazy. The roof part of our house, it fell off, and it's like, it's just, whew. I'm glad we safe though.
Now, amazingly, that's been the story so far around much of the Miami Valley. These are some photos that were sent in and video from Ashley Nicole Perry in New Madison. You can see a tree down there.
Yeah, in this photo here, you can see from Brooke, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, also from New Madison, but again, showing the debris that's down there and more, this is still Ashley, excuse me, more New Madison photos. This is another part of our viewing area here that's been hit hard, just like many surrounding counties. This is not just a Dayton problem. This is a problem that is extensive. This is something beyond just the metro area. This extends into Salina. It extends into Darke County, extends into Preble. It extends into all of those counties because this started on the Ohio-Indiana border and stretched all the way down, as Chief Meteorologist Jamie Simpson has explained, throughout the evening tonight.
That's right. And, you know, we're seeing all those images of damage throughout the Miami Valley. So we do know that the Red Cross is stepping up, opening shelters for people at some of the different locations. We know one of them is in Brookville at the Ridge Church. That's on Phillipsburg Road in Brookville, Morton Middle School, Peters Pike in Vandalia, First Baptist Church of Kettering on Swigert Road in Dayton, also Trotwood High School and Hoffman Methodist in Miami County. So these are just a couple of the locations that we know that have been open tonight. So if you are in your home, if you are unable to stay there, you need some place to go. We do know that these are shelters that have been opened at this point. They are opening and saying, come stay here, you'll be safe, and find some refuge for the night.
Yeah, and the Montgomery County Sheriff also had mentioned Northridge High School at 2251 Timber Lane also has their gymnasium open tonight as well, if you're able to travel. I know we've been talking about not traveling on roads, but if you're desperate for shelter, of course, that would be obviously an exception.
One other thing to point out, the Miami County Sheriff did let us know that the non-emergency 911 number is not working, and it's the non-emergency line. They said if you do need to get a hold of them to call 911, but the emphasis here is only if you actually have an emergency. So they need to keep those lines as free and open as possible to get somebody if they're hurt or injured, if they've got fires or gas leaks. So just remember that the non-emergency line is not working to the dispatch center, but you can call 911 if you need help and are in an emergency situation.
Right, and there are so many tonight, one of which Alan Henry is at tonight. He's at an apartment complex in Harrison Township. Alan, were you able to speak with firefighters? What could they tell you about what happened?
Well, Adam, Megan, I was not able to speak to firefighters yet. I'll explain why in just a second. But the story here tonight, part of it is the fact that the storms came in after dark, so it was hard to see them coming, and it's also hard to see some of the damage they left behind. So the longer we're on the scenes, the more we get to explore, the more damage we get to see here. You can see these trees completely uprooted here, hitting that apartment complex tonight. You can see the branches on some of the cars here, smashing some of the windshields, especially on that Dodge Charger right there. That windshield smashed in by these trees that you can see completely uprooted and thrown into this apartment complex. We showed you a little bit of that damage from that complex a few moments ago. Let's show it to you again. You can see parts of the roof completely torn off, some of the roof inside the top floors. I'm struggling to find a window that hasn't been blown out by that storm that came through here not that long ago. The reason I haven't had a chance to talk to firefighters, you can see these SUVs. Those are new here since we talked to you about 10 minutes ago. These search and rescue SUVs have showed up here. They are now entering that building back there. You can see now those firefighters, the search and rescue teams entering these buildings. We can only assume that they are looking for people who were not able to make it out of this apartment complex. We have not been able to confirm that again. Police, or rather firefighters, were telling us when we first got on the scene here, they were concerned about gas lines. They went about shutting those gas lines off here because you can still smell a faint odor of gas in the air here surrounding this apartment complex. I'm assuming they were able to shut those gas lines down. Now these search and rescue teams are going, and you can see them there entering some of these apartments, looking to see if anybody was injured or worse in these storms, if people were not able to make it out in time. So we are going to let them do that work. We are going to try not to bother them, and we will anticipate an update from them at some point tonight. But just looking at some of the damage here caused by these storms, again, you can see the roof on most of this apartment complex is just gone. Those trees we showed you a few moments ago, uprooted, the doors off their hinges here. Now these firefighters, these search and rescue crews going inside each and every one of these apartments here, looking to see who or what they can find. So we're going to continue to follow this story. We're going to let those firefighters do that work and stay out of their way. I know there's some residents over here who are also experiencing some damage. So one of them wanted to go get freshened up before she was on TV. So in a few moments here, I'll have an interview with her and have her walk you through some of the damage that she's seeing here in her apartment. So I'll have that interview in just a few moments. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Alan, thanks so much. Again, we've been keeping a close eye on social media throughout the night and looking at the images that are starting to come in. Our own team sharing some, but again, this is one that is on your screen right now. That is.
Excuse me, that's different. That's Josh Martinez sending in some images of some of the storms as they came through around 11 o'clock tonight. This is the view from Riverscape.
You can see the tornado there.
Yeah, when the lightning lights up. So I was just going to say, if we can hang on these.
Yeah, there it is.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's the photo that I saw earlier. So there's the tornado. Now, if we could, can we put this on the key wall? Is that possible? All right, let me show you something here that I'm seeing. Okay, so you have the wall cloud right here. You can see the funnel right there and right there. But right there, see that? That may be one of those little vortices spinning around. And I don't know if we're seeing trees here, because how it spreads out a little bit. I don't know if we're seeing trees or perhaps we're seeing debris with that, but that is a possibility. I'm going to hang out by the key wall, and if I want to jump in and if I see something, then we'll do so. We can continue if we have any more of these to show. Yeah.
We're just trying to tweet out too as well, because we're getting reports that Hara Arena was heavily damaged. And
I just saw
Ohio EMA.
We know we have a crew headed that direction, but we're just looking at those images.
Yeah, I just saw a photo that was tweeted, and yeah, the damage is significant at Hara Arena. Now, I don't know what structural shape it's in right now, since it hasn't been used for a while, but it took a direct hit. And as long as we're sending a crew there, which high school is right next to it? Is it Meadowdale? Or is it Thurgood Marshall? I can't remember which one. Meadowdale? I think it is Meadowdale.
Okay.
We need to check on that because it's in such close proximity to Hara as well. That's one certainly that needs to be checked out. So we have got this path here from Brookville to Trotwood down through those areas near Hara Arena into Harrison Township, and then across the highway. I've seen now a report of some damage at Smithville and East 3rd. So that is areas that we haven't been able to get to yet. We haven't seen any photos from there yet, but reports of damage there. It passed just south of the base, but perhaps impacting some base housing. South and southwest of the base. That's a possibility as well. And then we have the damage in Beaver Creek that we're seeing looks like the path was just south of the Fairfield Commons Mall, but impacting those businesses on Fairfield there. There are residential areas between Grange Hall and that place too, that we haven't been able to get to yet. We don't know what kind of damage there is there. And then we really don't hear a lot of additional damage east of there, although perhaps just north of the fairgrounds area in Xenia, there may have been some damage as well. I'm not sure if the tornado was still on the ground or not, but some spotty reports potentially of that also. So that's the path, 20 plus miles. On the ground the whole time. I fully believe it was, and it's significant damage, and we are just getting to just a little bit of it so far.
Well, and in response to that, we want to show you a graphic here of all the Red Cross shelters that are set up tonight. The first being at Ridge Church in Brookville, the next being at Morton Middle School in Vandalia, and First Baptist Church of Kettering in Dayton.
That's right, and there are some other locations: Trotwood High School, Hoffman Methodist, that's on Main Street in Miami County, that is also open. as far as a Red Cross shelter. So if your home was damaged or destroyed, worse, these are places that you can go for the night, and they are open to help and welcome people who need that assistance in the wake of this storm this evening.
And there's a lot.
That last shelter in Miami County, we've gotten reports in Laura and Potsdam area of damage as well. We haven't been able to get to there yet either.
Yeah.
So we don't know what the extent of that is. So there's a lot of play. And Salina, the photos from Salina look like that was significant damage also.
That was one of the first spots.
That was the first place that we had reports of any damage from, yeah. So that is another one that we've only gotten a couple of photos, but we know it's significant up there as well.
Well, and a lot of them I've read multiple places that they're saying that the emergency crews actually have access points blocked off into Salina, so I'm not even sure we can get into Salina right now.
And I saw a tweet from what I believe to be a reputable source of at least 12 injuries in Salina.
Wow.
So that we're just, I mean, every 10, 15 minutes we're learning something new here.
It's nonstop. It's continuing to evolve here. So we want to go out to Alan Henry now. He's at an apartment building in Harrison Township that sustained a lot of damage there. Alan, what can you show us?
Yeah, Adam, just keep in mind, today was Memorial Day. People were inside their homes. They were grilling out. They were barbecuing. Take a look at this damage here. I mean, this front of this apartment just completely ripped out by the sheer force of these storms. You can see the window here that was once installed in this apartment complex, the cable box just hanging out here. You can see the table, the computer chair, the boxes, the screen just strewn about this yard here, ripped out by the sheer force of this storm. And as you head back into the back of these apartments here, you see even more damage. Now, it's kind of hard to see. That's the story of tonight because of the storms coming at night. It's hard to make sense of some of the damage here. I'm here with Utrice Jackson. Utrice, you live in one of these apartments here. Tell me just what happened here earlier tonight.
Well, today I got the warning on my phone about the tornado warning, and I was telling my daughter, the phone kept beeping off and beeping off. She says, well, Mom, we're not going to have a tornado in Ohio. I said, tornadoes been all over. We don't know. Then I heard the rain coming, and then it starts was hailing real hard. And I was laying in my bed watching TV, and then the building started trembling. And so my daughter hollered upstairs, get away from the windows, hit the floor. So I went into the bathroom and got on the floor until everything stopped. And when I came out, it was like this. I couldn't believe it. I was just saying, thank God that no one was hurt. Everybody was knocking on everybody's doors, asking, was everybody okay? Is everybody all right? First responders came by, and we're just blessed. We're blessed.
So,
because this could have went another way.
You live over here on this side of the apartment complex. What kind of damage was done to you, to where you live?
The top was taken off the building. The trees on the side was lifted up off the ground. And my whole backyard is everybody else's trees from this side all the way to the end. I'm blocked in. I can't get out of my foyer.
But you said, as far as you know, nobody over here on this side was hurt at least?
Everybody so far was okay. My neighbor, she left, Regina, her ceiling is off in her bedroom. You can see up. So I had her come stay with me for a while, but she left going with family members. But it just was a blessing that nobody was hurt. Everybody was looking out for everybody, checking and making sure everybody was okay.
Now, these gray fences, everybody here gets a gray fence. You can see that tree right there completely uprooted.
Mine's that way, too. It's a foyer. Everybody had a back foyer where they had a patio, their own property patio. All of this is gone.
What was going through your mind when you heard that storm roll through?
I didn't know what was happening. I couldn't believe it. It kind of startled me for a while. But I just hit the instincts kicked in, and I just hit the floor.
So what I mean, you take a look at this damage here. I mean, all these patios, these windows. I mean, it's hard to see one that's not blown out here. I mean, what kind of sense can you make of this?
There is no sense to make of it. We were blessed. Nature. All I can say is nature.
So what's your plan for now? Are you going to go stay with some family? If you're going to hunker down here tonight, what's your plans moving forward?
Well, since they cut the gas off, there's no leak anymore. So the gas is off. So I'll just pick up and work on it the first thing tomorrow. I have to call. My car is damaged, so I'd see what the insurance company is going to say about that. But I'm just going to pick up and do the best that I can one day at a time, because it could have been worse. So God has something better for me. That's all I can say.
Definitely. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you.
And as you can see here, the trees still down just in this area here. There's siding, there's fencing, there's a lot of damage. And like I was saying earlier, it is hard to see a lot of this damage because of how dark it is. We've got this light on top of the camera, but that's the best we can do right now. You can see off in the distance, firefighters are still shining lights on one unit of buildings in the distance there. I know search and rescue teams are over there now doing work. So we're going to continue to try to talk to firefighters, see if they can give us any kind of official updates here at the River's Edge Apartments on Riverside Drive. And we're going to try to talk to some more residents as well as to what they heard and what they saw as this storm rolled through. But like you just heard, so far it doesn't sound like there were any injuries, but we're still waiting for some kind of official confirmation on that. So we're going to continue to follow the story, continue to follow this trail of damage, and bring you the latest updates as we get them. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Alan, thanks so much. I think that's telling. You hear from that woman right there looking around at all that debris and all the damage, and she feels blessed tonight because she's walking away from this.
I think there's a lot of that tonight, considering how much damage there is.
You know, we're still getting reports of injuries. We don't know the extent of them. That's going to be evolving as we continue to follow this storm. But so far, at least at this point, it doesn't seem that there have been any deaths reported. And that is something, again, we're going to be keeping an eye on and trying to get more information on. But as of right now, we've heard only of injuries. The severity of those injuries, again, we don't know. So that's something we're going to be learning and working to get more information on throughout the night. I think it's just too early to tell, as a lot of first responders are still trying to get out and find people that may even be trapped in some of these homes and buildings and apartments. We want to get out to Danielle Malagary. She is live for us right now at Hera Arena, which we know was right in the middle of this path, and we've heard that there's extensive damage. I know you just got out of the car, Danielle. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we just got out of the car. The first thing we noticed is this right here. I just talked to an officer and I asked him, what is this? I couldn't tell. Is it a sign? He tells me he believes this huge structure came off of the roof of the arena. I know it's really dark, but I have my photographer kind of show over there just a little bit towards the arena. You can see a lot of debris and everything like that. But if we walk around here to this huge structure, you can see this looks like it came off the roof clearly. I don't know what this is, but it is massive. And for wind to come through and take this off of the roof of a building and put it all the way over here, pretty strong winds. We're also going to walk right over here. I'll have my photographer show you. There's some traffic being turned around. You can see that the officers are blocking this road right here. That's because of down power lines. We have seen them everywhere in Trotwood, along with a lot of down branches. You can see right here, I believe that sign says Wolf Road. These power lines are completely knocked down, and I can hear officers, I can hear residents when we're in neighborhoods just warning people, do not drive over these. They are dangerous. And you can kind of come a little closer over here to the street. I mean, it's a whole power line pole just knocked down. It is absolutely insane to see this because it's not just in these small parts of town. It's just widespread. It's widespread. It's here at Hera Arena. It was at an apartment I went to where a wall was knocked off. I have a video of that on my Facebook page. Just search Danielle Malagary. A lot of us are seeing damage. As we've heard many people say, they're just grateful that they're doing okay. Again, like, take a look at this traffic right here. People are being turned around because of all these down power lines. So if you come across an officer and they tell you to turn around, do it, because we actually are seeing some people not doing that. And you have to, you absolutely have to at this point. I know a lot of people are trying to check on their loved ones. They're trying to maybe even check on their home. But at this point, safety is key. And if you're told by an officer to turn around, you absolutely need to do it, because damage like these power lines, it is absolutely everywhere. Back to you.
All right, Danielle, thank you very much. We want to go to Twitter now. One of our reporters, Bryn Caswell, has been in Brookville, which has been one of the areas that's been very hard hit by this. This is a picture that she took of Brookville High School. You can see the front door there looks like it's just been knocked in.
That is a heavy-duty door as well. You can see the metal barriers.
From the best I can tell there, that looks like the wind, just the sheer force of it, pushed it back into the actual school itself.
That's exactly what happened,
which is, Jamie, you would know better than me. This is a common sign of those strong straight line winds, or strong winds in general.
Yeah, the strong winds in general, and you know, the brick structures on either side of the doors are intact, but it looks like they just, yes, got pushed in from some strong winds, likely from a tornado. And this is why we tell you to stay away from windows and doors and get to an interior room. I said this, I don't know when I said this because we've been on the air for so long, but when the daylight comes tomorrow and we show you more images of the homes and the apartments, it is going to forever cement in your minds why we stress getting low in interior. We will see this over and over and over again. I remember in 2000 when the Xenia tornado came through, then the Groceryland store lost its roof. It lost all 4 walls. And the middle aisle of that store, there were chips still sitting on the shelves, completely untouched.
Wow.
I will never forget that image. And that was the first time I realized, oh my gosh, wow, interior really makes a huge difference. And then over the years, I see more and more and more and more and more. And we're going to see that tomorrow. And we're going to see that on Wednesday and Thursday as we head through the week that there's going to be. And we're going to meet people. We're going to find people who are going to say, once they get out of their home and see what happened, they're going to say, I'm so glad I was in my safe spot because it probably saved my life.
Well, and really quick, Jamie, the place where Alan Henry tonight in Harrison Township, that apartment complex, you saw it, every window blown out.
Yep. Every window blown out.
Roof tore off.
And the church he was at first, I want to commend all of them for getting in that bathroom.
Right.
Yeah.
That was the absolute safest thing to do. Of course, you can't get to your safe spot unless you know that there is a potential tornado, or in this case tonight, a absolute tornado on the ground coming. So you gotta be weather aware. Once we get the watches, you have to say, okay, I have to think about where I would go. And that was the case tonight. When you get the warnings, then you got to think about, I need to get there now. And as we mentioned during our coverage earlier tonight, we were streaming on our Facebook page. So when you get into these situations, if we get into a watch, plug that charger on the phone right away. And then if you have to go to your safe spot, bring the phone and you can just watch us right there. You don't have to worry about your TV. You don't have to worry about losing power. If you lose power, you still got us on the phone there. So I mean, we're going to learn a lot of lessons from tonight that'll last a long time, for years for many people. And we're going to have another generation here in the Miami Valley, like we did with Xenia in 1974. Another generation that will come together and rebuild and strengthen the community. I know that's going to happen because it happened with Xenia and it's going to happen with this, and we're going to need to count on each other and help each other because this is going to be a long process of recovering and rebuilding.
A process we're just starting to get a little bit of a picture of. And Alan Henry, as we mentioned before, is at an apartment complex in Harrison Township. Alan, are you there? What can you show us?
Yeah, Adam, we're taking a better look at some of that damage here, and one of those things you see with storms like this is how that debris, especially with those tornadoes, the rotation, how it all kind of gets whipped up and strewn about. So you can see behind me here the branches from these trees. Just looking, I was looking at the Google images for this apartment complex a few moments ago. These trees, beautiful earlier today, I'm sure, but now they are wrapped up, entangled like pretzels within each other. You can see some of the debris here. There's a suitcase lying over here, somebody's grill. I'm assuming they were using earlier today for Memorial Day, having that cookout, that grill now just laying in waste here in this parking lot. You can see over here, this apartment complex is the River's Edge Apartments on Riverside Road. It's right next to the Stillwater River. That's where these trees are. You can see these trees here snapped by the strength of those storms. That tree especially right there, you can see the splinters just sticking out of it. Take a look over here to our right. You can see firefighters and those search and rescue crews still working, going through each and every one of the apartments here in this apartment complex, working to see and make sure that everyone either made it out okay or is inside their house and doing okay. They have not been able to give us an official update at this time as far as injuries or anything like that, because they are continuing that work. You can see them right now struggling to get inside one of the apartments here. Most of the windows blown out, like you were just saying, by the force of these storms here. But those firefighters, with the debris, the roof caving into those apartments there, they're having to work extra hard to try to make it inside that apartment, and like I was saying, to make sure that whoever is inside, if anybody is inside, is doing okay. So we're hopefully going to get an update from them soon. Over here, I want to show you though some of the debris here on the cars in the parking lot. Here you can see the windshield wipers on this car covered with insulation. Now, it's one of those materials you'll find in apartments like this, obviously, but the force of the winds bringing that insulation here, sticking it to the windshield wipers here and into the front bumper there of the grill of the car. Take a look here though, underneath this Pontiac, you can see this piece of pole here is wrapped up in insulation and was thrown underneath that car, just to give you an idea of just how messy this storm was. This pole managed to wrap itself up in insulation and then insert itself underneath the back bumper of this car, causing a lot of damage. You can see the mud, some water coming up from the river here, and just over the edge here is the Stillwater River, like I was saying. So you've got that mix of water, this insulation, the branches, this pole, and you can see the damage done in the dirt on these trees as a result. So a lot of damage, a lot of indications of just how messy the storm was. I mean, you can see off in the distance there, more trees just snapped, just bent, limped over, like they couldn't hold up and gave up in the force of the storm that rolled here just a few hours ago. So we're hoping to talk to firefighters. It looks like they're done working on that last apartment over there. So I'm going to go try to talk to them, try to get some kind of official update as to what's happening here, and hopefully I'll have that for you here in just a few minutes. But for right now, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
That pole underneath the car wrapped in insulation, I mean, that really
There's
just...
some telltale
wow.
signs of a tornado in that video that you were probably looking at, though, right? When you look at the damage?
Well, I know that there was a tornado on the ground based on the radar data I was looking at, but now we're seeing the damage from the winds, and it's just confirming how significant this is. And we're going to get to place after place after place. And if you're watching us the next couple of days, you're going to see some things that are going to make you go, oh my God. Yeah. Because that is the way it is with these stronger tornadoes. You know, things, because I've seen photos, not necessarily. Yeah, there's the tornado.
This is an overpass in downtown Dayton, we're told. This was taken by, is this from Josh, or who is this? Well, this was a photo that was shared with us of, you can see Jamie right there. I mean, clear as day.
Yep. Clear as day, even though it's night, yeah. Wow. And on the, well, it's hard to say. Hard to say if that's a power flash on the left or not. I don't know, not having the context of this photo. I was saying a moment ago, I've seen photos in some stronger tornadoes where a plastic straw.
Oh yeah, and Xenia, I've always been told,
driven through
playing
wood.
card through the power pole.
Absolutely, yeah. If you get something moving fast enough, it just slices right into it, and that's one of the dangers. And we're gonna see images here of things like that over the next couple of days, as we see more and more. I want to see what we see in the morning, but I don't want to see what we see in the morning. You know what I mean?
I think the scariest thing right now is how many people are injured out of this.
Yep.
And if anyone
We don't
lost
know.
their life, because we don't know. We know people were trapped under homes. We know they were trapped under trees.
Yeah,
from
it's going to
reports.
take so long to get to all of these homes. My greatest fear, if we do have a fatality, is that it's going to end up being somebody that was in their car, and the car got tossed. So we just don't know yet.
This just hit at the absolute worst time. This was right as the sun was going down. We were talking about night starting. People were probably just settling in for the night. And
Memorial Day, so that they may not have been as aware,
right?
Not having been in front of a television, or maybe not. You look at the phone as much during the day today because you're with family, you're celebrating Memorial Day, so unfortunate scenario in terms of the timing, absolutely. But You know, what if it had been a weekday?
Yeah.
What if it had been 4 hours earlier and I-75 had been backed up because of an accident or traffic? So, I mean, there's always glass half empty, glass half full ways to look at these
Well,
things.
this is why we take it so seriously.
Yep.
We came on the air at 9 as soon as, and a lot of people are saying, well, Richmond's not really, that was Richmond, that's not my neighborhood. But this is why we start watching them when they come to that Indiana-Ohio line.
And I said with that first warning, I said if this tracks a little farther to the south, it's going to head right for the Dayton metro area. That's why we were staying on top of this so much early on. And I said this to you guys off the air. I'll say it to everybody right now. We were actually overdue for this. We were overdue. We've had so many small tornadoes that have done, isolated damage, minor damage to a farm or through a field. We were overdue for something this significant here in the Dayton metro area, statistically.
Well, we have had a team of reporters out tonight. We're very grateful to them for being out and showing us a little bit of the damage. One of them is Tessa DiTillo, who is out live tonight for us, showing some more of that damage. Tessa, what are you seeing right now? Sounds like chainsaw.
Well, right now we're still in the Beaver Creek area. Yeah, you pointed out the chainsaw. That's what we're seeing right now. So when we pulled up on this road off of Kemp Road, this massive tree was blocking the neighborhood here. People were climbing over the tree to check on their family members. But some neighbors decided they were going to grab their chainsaw and they were going to take this tree out themselves. They brought out their pickup truck. And actually, they're doing this very safely. They have headlamps on, flashlights, and one man is working the chainsaw. And it looks like they're going to clear this tree out. They said, we need to check on our families here. And if you look to the side, actually the side of this damage on both sides of this road, you can see these massive trees. It looks like twigs broke in the wind, but these are massive trees, and they missed this house, and then right across the street, they missed the other house. It's unlike anything I've ever really seen. If you look across this street here, they missed this house as well. There's cars there. Actually, that car's back window looks like it's blown out. But again, the structure of the house intact. Massive tree missed it here. So we'll see as these men clear out this tree from the road. Hopefully they're being safe. There was a police officer here that was monitoring a little bit. But this is a really big tree for them to move out themselves. But they're doing the best that they can here in Beaver Creek. We'll keep you updated from this area that's been hit pretty hard. Back to you.
All right, Tessa, thanks. Yeah, the cleanup is massive. This is something that's going to take days, weeks. Who knows at this point?
But we're just a few hours in, and this is what it's all about. Neighbors helping neighbors get things back to normal as quickly as possible so that the important things can happen. Emergency crews can get through those streets, and life can start to resume a little bit as normal when the sun does come up, as far as checking on people and getting to places that they need to make the repairs necessary.
That's right. We want to go back out to Alan Henry now in Harrison Township. He has been following the situation at a apartment complex where first responders have been going door to door trying to see, I imagine, if anybody is trapped inside of these apartments or needs assistance. Alan, what can you tell us?
Well, Adam, Megan, and I'm not sure if you can hear it right now, but you can hear that pounding in the background here. You can see over here these apartments, they are going through door by door, making sure that everyone is out of these apartments okay. I'm going to bring you over here to this Harrison Township firefighter, fire and rescue right now. You can see he's taking what looks to be, I believe it's a crowbar. It's hard to tell there because of this uprooted tree in front of our shot here. But they are going through door by door, making sure that everyone made it out of these apartments okay. Looks like he's taking a break right now. But they've been doing this for literally the last 90 minutes. It has been intensive just to watch them do this, try to take every single one of these doors, pry them open. They go inside, first floor, second floor, and then they'll do something. I can only compare it to, I used to work in New Orleans. You'll see it in some of the homes that were hit by Katrina. They go through, they make sure it's clear, and then they'll spray paint that X on it to make sure to signify that nobody's in there. That's the last time I've ever seen something like that happen, but that's what they're doing. They're going in door by door, making sure no one's inside, and then spray painting an orange X on the door to signify that nobody was inside the building. So you see this Harrison Township Fire and Rescue firefighter working right now to get that door open, but you can take a look on the second floor there where the windows are blown out. That's what they have to look forward to when they get inside. It's just some of that damage that they're going to go through, inspect, make sure that nobody was inside or that nobody is still inside this apartment. But when you just take a look right here in front of us, this uprooted tree, this is some of the damage, some of the proof of the damage and destructive force of the storm that rolled through here just hours ago. You can see this tree laying here in the front of this apartment complex. You can see some of the firefighters heading this way as they continue to go through and clear out each and every one of these apartment buildings. They've got different tools that they're using. They've got axes, they've got sledgehammers, they've got what I can only describe as giant crowbars. I don't know the technical term for them, but they are going through in groups, busting down these doors, trying to get inside. But it is remarkably difficult for them to do. Some of those doors are being blocked by debris. You can just see one of the windows there, I can see a refrigerator unit from the kitchen blocking one of the doors. So they've had to kind of get creative as the night goes on to open up these doors to get inside and to make sure that no one was inside. But just a few moments ago, I was showing you some of the damage. I mean, the insulation, the roof, the power poles, the telephone poles, trees uprooted, and they've all kind of were whipped together in a giant mess. And you can see some of the insulation on top of this tree here, here at the River's Edge Apartments. You can see the roof here just completely gone. All the windows nearly blown out of this apartment complex. So, and like I said, they've been at this for at least 90 minutes. It took them 10 minutes, or 5 minutes, I should say now, just to trying to get this door open. Finally, they were able to do that and get inside. So when they go inside, it doesn't look like anything was blocking the door. It's just that these deadlocks, these deadbolts were securely fastened. So I'm not sure if that's a sign that somebody was inside the apartment or they got out and locked their door. But especially those locked doors, that's what they want to make sure is that nobody locked themselves inside. Rather, they got out and were sure to lock their doors behind them. So they're going to go through this apartment complex here, that apartment specifically, the one they just busted down. They're going to go up to the first floor, check that out, go to the second floor. You can see, I'm not sure if you can make out the shot there on the second floor, but you can just kind of take a look up there through the window on the second floor and see where that roof just, it's part of it is missing. There's a giant hole in there. That's where, you know, this insulation, this pink fuzzy insulation that we're seeing all throughout this apartment complex, that is where some of that came from. And again, once they are done in this that individual unit, they'll go through, they'll spray it with an orange X. She's doing that right now. And then I'm not sure if they'll shut the door. Sometimes they'll shut the door, other times they won't, just to signify it's an all clear. So they've been going through this process. I can count real quickly here, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, about 20 apartments here. And they started this about 90 minutes ago, I believe. So they're still in the process of doing that, making sure nobody's inside here and that everybody got out okay. So we're hoping to get an update from these officials, these firefighters soon, just to find out if there were any injuries. Just from what we're seeing so far, a lot of orange X's. That's a good thing. That means nobody was inside the apartment. There was no remains or anything like that discovered. So once they get done with this important work, which is the priority, hopefully they'll give us just a small little update, and I'll be able to provide that for you with something. So right now, I'm sending back to the studio.
All right, Alan, thank you very much. You know, I missed the last part of what you were saying there. Could you? Okay. Could you perhaps repeat what you said there at the end about what you're monitoring there? It's just getting a little bit loud there because of all the crews.
Right. Yeah, so what they're doing is they're going through each and every one of those apartments and they're breaking down the doors. A lot of cases they have to do that. They'll go through, they'll inspect the apartment, make sure that nobody's inside, and typically the protocol in that case, if there's nothing inside, they'll spray it with a giant orange X on the front of the door, signifying the all clear, meaning that there was nobody inside, no remains, nothing that that would require further investigation per se. So, and what we're seeing, they've been spraying nothing but orange X's. That is a good sign. An orange X means there was nothing inside that apartment, nothing that they need to say call the coroner in or anything like that. So they are obviously still in the process. They just busted down another door here. They're announcing their presence. They yell firefighters. They go in. You can see the crew, about 5 here, busting down the door. They go inside. You can see here that window right there. They're flashing that lighting. You can see that refrigerator unit that just kind of came toppling over. We've been seeing a lot of that just from the sneak peeks through the windows that we've been getting inside these apartments here. A lot of damage, a lot of debris, a lot of things that just looks like these apartments were shooken up by the force of this storm. So you can see them going inside there. They've announced their presence. They're going to go through and make sure hopefully nobody is inside. And once they do that, they'll put that giant orange X on that door and move on to the next one. Once that is complete, then they'll move on to the next unit of apartments, or hopefully they'll just have to inspect this one and make sure that everybody got out okay. So we're going to continue to follow these firefighters and make sure that there are no injuries. There have been no reports of any injuries here so far, thankfully, but we're hoping to get that officially confirmed with some of these crews here on the scene.
Alan, thanks. Hey, well, it looks like we lost him there, but it looks like it's a very delicate operation, clearly. Trying to go door to door, and it's probably something I would imagine that is happening across our viewing area tonight.
And I don't know if he mentioned it, but after they check each one, they'll mark the door.
So they spray the door. Okay. I mean, it was an exhausting process. We watched there for 2 or 3 minutes, and just for them to get into one apartment, you know, banging down the door, and this is going to be an extremely lengthy process.
Yeah, you know what's interesting about this situation with it being a holiday weekend is we may have had people out of town, and they're going to be coming back to this as well. So, I mean, you know, maybe some of these places were vacated or empty this weekend because they were out of town. But you know,
the crews can't take that chance.
No, they
can't.
Exactly.
Everything.
You're right, absolutely. But yeah, and just think about what these crews are going to be doing through the night. You know, we had a lot of people that are going to be up all night dealing with all sorts of repercussions from what has happened here this evening in the North Dayton area, back up to Trotwood and Brookville and over to Beaver Creek. Not to exclude those folks up in Dark and Miami County, as well as in the Salina area that are all dealing with this as well. That's a lot of people.
All right, well, we have a team of reporters out this now morning, and we want to go out to Danielle Malagary, who is out live tonight for us. Danielle, can you tell us where you're at tonight and what you're seeing?
I'm still in Trotwood. I'm off of Shiloh Springs Road, and what I'm seeing, it looks like a jungle. When we pulled into this street, you can see there are just trees down everywhere. If you come walk over here, you really have to be careful again, because you can see down power lines here on the ground, but up over here, trees are split in half. And this is not just this section right here. This is absolutely everywhere. In the middle of all the trees, pieces of people's home, shingles, anything right on the floor here. If you come walk over here, you can kind of get a better idea of just how many trees are down, how many limbs are down. I mean, these huge trees are cracked in half. And while we were waiting for our live shot out here, we heard a voice from the home back over here, and it was a woman, and she asked if we could go get her help because there were power lines blocking the front of her home and the back of her home, and she says she can't get through to 911, so whenever we stop out of here, we're going to let the firefighters and the police officers who are blocking the road over here, let them know that there are people over here and there are plenty of down power lines. You can really see just how close they are to their homes, and again, very easy to tell just how many trees and everything are down over here. It looks like the roads are still going to be blocked in some parts of Shiloh Springs Road, so you do need to keep that in mind. We're seeing tons of blocked roads and tons of streets that look just like this. Back to you.
All right, Danielle, thanks. So here we are, Jamie. We started the night off at 9. Just to recap really quickly, obviously you were a much better person to talk about this, but we started off around 9 with tornado warnings on the Ohio-Indiana border.
Yeah, first one was for Wayne County. It was issued right around 9 o'clock. And we haven't heard of any damage from Wayne County yet.
Not yet, no.
There probably was some hail and wind. We had hook echoes, but they became a little more intense over time. Now, that first cell in Wayne County, we believe is the same one. I believe it's the same one that touched down a tornado in New Madison. We've seen an image of the grocery store there with bricks torn off that building.
Yeah.
It then moved up into Miami County, Laura, Potsdam area. We have heard of damage there. We have not been able to get to there yet. So we don't know how extensive that is. We also don't know if it was on the ground from New Madison up to those areas in Miami County. You can connect the dots, and it's a straight line.
I'm going to stop you right real quick. Alan Henry, who we've been following along as he's watched first responders go inside of an apartment building tonight in Harrison Township that was heavily damaged. He is now, I believe, inside of one of them, the apartments with a person who lives there. Alan?
Yeah, that's right, Adam. Here with Faisal. He was telling me just about what he was doing earlier tonight when those storms rolled through. Obviously, we've been hitting this point all night, getting inside your safe space. So, Faisal, if you don't mind telling me just a little bit about where were you, what did you hear earlier tonight?
So I was in my bedroom upstairs, and I could hear the entire house rumbling. Came down and set up this little bunker here, or safe spot, you can say. I just bunked in there till the tornado passed, and it was less than 30 seconds and the huge devastation outside. I came out and looked what was destroyed. It was crazy out there.
What was happening when that tornado was coming through? What did you hear? What did you see?
So everything was, I could feel the entire structure where you're literally moving. And it was vibrating, and I could hear things falling outside and glass shattering outside. It was scary. It was definitely scary.
So show us what inside looks fine.
Yeah,
what's happening outside?
I was one of those lucky ones which my inside of my house didn't get damaged, but when I walk outside, everything is on the ground. Everything is broken, it's down. This tree is probably a 30-feet tree. Missed my roof here by literally 2 or 3 feet, less than 2 or 3 feet. So it's all on. It's crazy. The entire neighborhood is devastated. It's gone. I don't think you can see the tree line over there. Those tree lines had flowers and had leaves and was covered. I can now see the other side of the river now. It's everything is destroyed.
And you were saying as you were in your safe spot there, you could hear the glass and the wood breaking?
Yes, I could hear that. The neighbor houses also, I could hear the glass shattering and probably some wood or something probably falling on the other side of the house.
What was going through your mind as you heard the sounds of that destruction around you?
I was just sitting there praying that it passes and praying that I'm safe and I'm alive and I stay put and nothing happens to me. That was all going in my mind, and that 30 seconds was crazy.
And that's how short it was, just 30 seconds?
I believe even less than that it passed through. I'm saying 30 seconds a window, but less than that. Definitely.
Did you get any alerts on your phone? Did you hear the sirens go off, or what kind of
before that I heard siren go on way in the distance. I heard the siren going off. Yeah, I didn't get any alert on my phone in particular, but I heard the siren going off.
So what's your plan for tonight? Obviously your place is okay, but it doesn't look like you're going to be staying
here. I don't think so. I'm going to be staying because the fire department is doing a good job and they're going door to door checking everybody. So I'm going to probably either head to the hotel or probably head to the hotel or one of my friend's house. But most likely I'm going to head to the hotel for the night and come back tomorrow in the morning and see what can be done and what can be saved from this house.
Now, when I first saw you earlier this evening, you were talking to some of your neighbors. I mean, what's that been like? Is everybody okay from what you know, or what's been kind of the consensus here?
Neighbors, some are fine, some are not. Somebody's houses is entirely destroyed. Somebody's roof is gone. I heard the other neighbor upstairs, they were crying when they came in to check their house. I don't think so they can even live in that house. They have to evacuate. I think so this section of the house, all their windows, all their doors, foyer doors are blown out. At least if you can, I don't know if you can see over there, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. This entire house, their foyers are blown out, literally blown out, in and out, through. So nobody's there. I did my due diligence to go check on them. They were safe and they're out now. But it's a complete disaster. The roofs is blown off. There are bits and pieces of roofs all over this place. The roofs, we have a lot of them here.
And these fences, this is what kept everybody, gave them a little bit of privacy, a little backyard. Now it seems kind of like it's all jumbled together.
So all the houses have their own little privacy fence backyard, and none of them survived. Not even a single house privacy fence is standing. They're all on the ground. It's all broken.
From what we've heard, though, nobody was hurt or injured. It's just a lot of damage to property. Is that what you've been hearing and seeing too?
Yeah, I think so. Most of them were following the news, so they went into their bathrooms and hid themselves. When I went to check on the houses over there, I had to call them out and say the tornado has passed. So they were slowly walking out of their bathrooms inside. But I didn't hear anybody getting injured or hurt or anything. I think most of the people are safe, at least what I know of.
I'm assuming this hasn't happened to you before. So
This is my first time.
What's your plan for tomorrow?
I don't know. Tomorrow, I don't know. I don't know. I have no clue. Probably call off work first thing, or I speak to my boss and see what can I do, and find a different place probably, because they're gonna mark this house as unlivable probably. So searching for new houses, probably what I will be doing next. Yeah.
Faisal, thank you so much for your time. And Adam, that's what a lot of people here have been telling me tonight, that they're just not sure what the process is going to look like for them going forward, because this is the kind of thing that it doesn't happen that often. So a lot of people are going to be looking for that help and trying to figure out what to do these next couple of days. So I know we're going to continue to follow these stories of damage and hopefully bring that information to our viewers and let them know what they can do to start the process of rebuilding. So for right now, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Wow.
Yeah, I want to make a comment on what an outstanding job he did with what he called his bunker. Mm-hmm. He went to the bathroom. He was upstairs in the bedroom. He came down, got into the bathroom. I don't know if you noticed it from the video. He brought the mattress in to surround himself. I mean, there's nothing more you can possibly do to equip yourself to get through that situation than what he did, and he should be commended for his actions in getting to his safe spot and making it even safer with that mattress.
Absolutely,
No
safe
question.
because of it. All right, well, we did just get some information that we're considering breaking. Beaver Creek's mayor has declared a state of emergency for the city of Beaver Creek, saying that the city is still in search and rescue mode right now. Beaver Creek PD says that they're close. There are many gas lines and gas leaks reported, and they're asking you to stay off your roads for safety concerns because of that.
And speaking of Beaver Creek, we have a viewer on the line right now, Teresa Jaquist. Teresa, are you with us?
Yes.
All right. Well, we really appreciate you giving us a call so early in the morning today. Can you walk us through, if you can, what you went through today?
Yeah. What happened is I was watching the television when Jamie Simpson broke on the this television show I was watching, and I just want to say I want to praise him wholeheartedly for what he did and coming on when he did, and to warn people about the storm that was coming. Because if it wasn't for him and his actions, my mom and dad would probably not be here right now. Because when he told that it touched down at Beaver Creek on Kemp and Grange Hall Road, I called my parents and to let them know to seek safety because I knew they were in bed. My dad is 84 and my mom's 75, and they made it to the bathroom. And if it wasn't for him and what he did earlier and breaking in early on the show that people were watching and not really caring what was going on with the weather, he did exactly everything right and saved lives. I can tell you right now. I just came back from Beaver Creek, and let me tell you, I worked for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Department in Florida for 14 years. I was there when Hurricane Andrew went through. And the devastation I seen when I went over there to check and get my parents tonight is something that tomorrow morning, when they see this in daylight, is going to be like something they've never seen before.
Yeah, I agree.
But let me tell you, I'm calling in to say that what he did was absolutely amazing. And if it wasn't for him and me watching your show the whole time, and I was in Uber Heights when our sirens and everything went off on my phone, and me then after the fact trying to get over there to them, it's just like something you've never seen before. I mean, it literally looks like a bomb went off over there. Grange Hall Road is closed for me to get to my parents. My parents live off of Kemp Road. And so I had to go around. NTB over by the mall is pretty much completely gone.
Yeah.
My car wash has no roof, and I had to get around and get to them. But I got over and got to them. And like I said, if it wasn't for him and giving them a quick heads up and all of the people around them, my mom and dad have a huge tree that we are just thankful that it didn't go into their front of their house. It's laying in their front yard and everything else. The devastation over there is just unbelievable. It's unbelievable even at nighttime seeing it. And tomorrow it's going to be just, it's going to be, I would say, as worse that I've seen in a hurricane that I've seen before.
Oh, there you go. There you go. And you calling them is something that we don't stress enough. You don't know if the family or friends are watching. You don't know if they are in a situation where they could be in danger. So you make that phone call.
I knew
make
they
that phone
weren't.
call.
Yeah, I knew they weren't because I know they go to bed at 9 o'clock. So I knew they weren't. So as soon as I saw that on your broadcast and was watching him, and I knew I could see him, he was so. I knew that he knew that this was going to be a really bad storm. I knew that he felt this way, and I knew that, people were saying, oh, get back to programming and stuff like that. But he was so diligent in saying, this is going to be something really, that's going on. And I'm thinking, well, I'm going to keep with this and watch this because, if I have to call them, I do. And then they were right in the path of it. So I am so thankful to him for doing what he did, because I wouldn't have been able to alert them and get them to safety.
Thank you, Teresa.
I think that really says a lot. Teresa, how are your parents doing right now?
My mom's really shaken up. She's a diabetic and she has a lot of things, and they have no power. They have no electricity over there, and I can tell you it's a mess. It's a disaster over there. They wouldn't let me bring them, and they wouldn't want to leave their house tonight. They wouldn't let me bring them home with me. I'm going to get back to them in the morning, and I'm going to bring my mom here. My dad's going to stay over there, and I'm going to bring her back with me, but she wanted to stay tonight over there, so I came home to get some stuff, and I'm going to try to get back over there to them and be there to bring her back and get her medicines and everything so I can bring her back, and my dad's going to stay. And my husband and my son are going to go over there and try to help them clean up some of the damage.
Well, we're so happy they're okay,
Yeah,
Teresa.
absolutely.
I mean, this is why you do what you do.
Yes, absolutely.
And we try to support you the best we can because of the impact that had on Teresa and her family.
I've been preparing for this day for years because I knew that this would happen eventually.
Well, and I could tell because, like I said, I lived through Hurricane Andrew and living in Florida, and I knew by the way you were acting that this was going to be really something severe and that you were really concerned for people to listen to this.
Yes.
And, and I was like, why are people saying, oh, go back into the local programming? And you were so insistent on it. And I'm like, this is really going to be, something that we all need to stay on top of. And I so am thankful to you for that, for when that happened, that I was able to call my parents and get them to safety.
It's good to hear. Good to hear.
All right.
Well, Teresa, thank you so much for calling in. I know it's very, very early or late, depending on how you want to look at it. But, that's...
She said it beautifully.
Yeah.
Yep. Hopefully we hear more stories like this of people alerting family and friends who may not. I mean, she said she knew they were in bed, and that's important. And
well, I stepped off set at one point and went and called my parents. I said, turn my mic down. I mean, I know that they're loyal viewers, but you just don't take that chance that somebody doesn't know.
That's right, because they
People
were
go to bed early
potentially in the path, where they are. So, what keeps me going through all these events is hearing people like her.
Right.
Yeah.
And there were years ago, we had a storm headed for I'm so tired now, I'm starting to have trouble remembering things, for Indian Lake in Logan County.
Okay.
And I said, hey, if you know somebody out on a boat, get on the cell phone, let them know they need to come in early. And I had a similar situation where someone after the fact said you might have saved a life. And you know, every one of those is 1,000 times more positive than the folks that say, I want to watch my TV show.
Right.
Well, and you know, you made it abundantly clear, Jamie, right off the top, that this was something that was going to be bad. Not just something that's going to, you know, down a couple trees, that this was going to be something bad.
Yep.
And you stuck with it, and sure enough.
And it ended up being a little bit worse.
Unfortunately, it turned out exactly
a bit worse than I expected, actually, given the damage that we are now learning about and seeing. Yeah.
And speaking of which, we want to go out to Alan Henry now. He is live again from Harrison Township, I believe. He's been following the story of an apartment building there that's suffered tremendous damage, and crews were going door to door trying to see if anybody was injured. Alan, are you there?
Adam, they are continuing that work right now. You can see behind me here this scene of damage that we've been covering for about the last hour now. That tree uprooted, one of several here in this area. The roof of this complex torn off, the windows blown out, the doors off their hinges here. But I'm joined now by Dale and Lisa Hassler. I just found them getting some of their belongings from that building we've been covering for the last hour now with such devastation. Tell me, where were you earlier tonight when these storms rolled through?
Well, we were sitting in our living room and actually got a warning on our cell phones that there was severe weather in the area, so we turned it to the local news stations and they told us to get under cover. And we followed their advice and we got in the bathroom. We were in a basement apartment, so we were probably in the safest place we could have been in this building. We got in the bathroom and
grabbed pillows and the dog.
Yeah, sure enough, the tornado came through, you could feel the pressure in your ears. It made your ears pop like you were in an airplane or something like that. And it tends to shake you up a little bit.
You could tell. We knew exactly that it was a tornado going over. There was just no doubt. The train sound, the pressure, and the damage noise.
Everything that they ever said about a tornado was really true about it sounding like a freight train coming through, and very, very frightening.
So we've just taken a look from the outside here. We've seen refrigerators toppled over. We've seen some of the furniture make its way outside.
Right.
What was it like when you left that safe spot? What did your home look like?
Well, ours isn't touched because we had a basement apartment, as I said, and
we had no broken windows, no damage. We have no damage, except when we looked out the window, all the trees are gone, and the fence is down, and what was upstairs is now down in our courtyard.
Yeah, it basically went right over the top of our apartment, but you can tell that there's structural damage to the building because the patio door doesn't open and close properly now. So that tells the story right there.
You walk outside, you see these trees uprooted.
Oh my goodness. Well, I see my truck, that big black truck over there is my truck, and it's basically destroyed. So
from the dumpsters.
Yeah, it picked up the dumpsters from right here.
2 dumpsters.
And put them right over there on my truck and my neighbor's car.
Our truck and Neil's car.
So those 2 dumpsters,
they were enclosed here. There was fencing around the 2 dumpsters. You couldn't even see the dumpsters. The fencing's gone, and the dumpsters are on the vehicles. The one vehicle we're going to try to leave in, the windows are broken out. We're trying to get the glass out so we can get in to leave. Because they told us, you have to leave. Oh my.
So let me get this straight. Right here is where those dumpsters were, right here. This was a fenced off area?
This was a fenced off.
You could not see dumpsters except from this way.
And those dumpsters now, the force of that storm brought them over there to where your truck is now.
See how they're damaged also. It has caved in the sides of them. It just shows the force of the tornado that came through. I'm sure it wasn't a super powerful tornado, but it was enough.
So have you ever seen anything like this before?
No.
No.
Never.
No.
This is one to check off the list and never revisit.
So you mentioned you're trying to take this vehicle. Where are you going tonight? What's your plan for tomorrow?
Well, I've got a brother that lives down south of town, and he's got a large home that he can accommodate us for a little while until we find someplace else to live. So,
Because most of the people that we know, they don't have power, they don't have water. We're going to try to go to his sister's, but we understand that North Main's closed, and she lives up on Sherry Lynn, which they mentioned on the news. That was one of the streets they specifically mentioned, and that's the street she lived on, and we called her.
Well, Dale, Lisa, thank you so much for talking to us tonight. I appreciate your time, and I wish the best for the both of you as you look for a new place to live.
Thank you very much.
I just want to emphasize what they just told me here a few seconds ago. This area that we're standing in right now, this is where those two dumpsters were fenced in and once located. The force of that storm took those dumpsters, brought one of them over here, the second one further back over there, damaging not just their truck, also that vehicle over there. Just another sign, one of many that we're seeing in just this one location tonight, about the power of these storms and how much destruction they caused in such a short amount of time. So we're going to continue to follow the updates here. There are more firefighters arriving on the scene. Hopefully we will be able to get an update from them about the condition of this apartment complex and whether or not there were any injuries here. I hope to have that information for you coming up in just a few minutes. Seeing it back to you in the studio.
All right. More, just to hear the first-hand accounts of what people saw, what they experienced is pretty incredible, Jamie.
Yeah, the other thing that's incredible is Alan is literally going from here to here to here to here. I mean, like
we're not
right next
traveling
door.
all over.
Yeah.
And he just turns around and there's more, and he turns around and there's more. And he happens to be in one of the areas that was probably as hit as hard as anywhere. The amount of trees down that Danielle has seen in Trotwood and Bryn has seen up in Brookville, there's got to be a lot more of that as well. I mean, we saw people that had to drive through someone's front yard. It's going to take so long to get all this stuff cleared out, these road closures. And Kristen's back here trying to get traffic ready for the morning shows, and everything's closed.
Just expect it. Well, I mean, the Montgomery County Sheriff has come out and said if you don't have to drive, do not drive. And the reason being is that you have down trees, you have down power lines, you have ODOT trucks plowing highways as we speak, trying to get that debris off the roads. So we're getting our first look this morning from Miami County, a place that has been severely hit as well from all the reports that we've had so far. Eric Onyechefele is live there for us this morning. Eric, what are you seeing as you stand there?
Adam, we're in Miami County, as you said, right now, and it's actually kind of hard to see out here. The storms have just knocked out all the power. We are on New Miami Street and Edgar Ave. It is completely dark out here. As you can see, there's debris, an uprooted tree. We have seen closures on the roads. That's what's been so hard for DP&L crews to be out here to help shave off some of the the power lines to try and get and help and try to restore any type of power. There was a DP&L crew where we were at, but then they just went right down Edgar Ave. They're just going up and down the street trying to just get some semblance of power. We're trying to be careful here. We can still see power lines. We can see, again, uprooted trees. It is completely hard to see out here. The storms have completely knocked out all sorts of power between here and Ludlow Falls. It's completely dark, hard to see, and we're just trying to find anywhere, just to stay safe, to just stay out of the way. But again, we saw DP&L crews out here earlier. They just left. They went down Edgar Ave, and it's kind of crazy to see because I was driving through downtown West Milton. There was light, but then it was like a certain threshold where it just went completely dark. And again, we're trying to show you anything that we can see here. You can see debris. You can see trees that are down. You can see the poles that have the things that they use when they try to block off the roads. But it's just completely dark in this neighborhood, and we don't know how long it's going to stay like that. So if you're living in this area, waking up, you're going to have a loss of power. Again, the storms have come through and knocked out everything, and we're going to continue to stay out here, try to update and monitor the situation, and as soon as we have any information, we'll send it right back over to you guys.
All right, Eric, thank you.
Sunrise, by the way, 6:13, so we'll have light around 6 a.m. or so for those of you who
And
might
that's going to be shocking, to say the least.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because we've only seen snapshots throughout the morning here. As Eric showed you, with the power out in many places, you can't see more than a few feet in front of you. It's going to be a mess.
And just DP&L power outage map keeps updating. We're now at 61,940. So at its height, it was about 64,000. It has dropped just a little bit.
No, it's 61,000. Yeah, 61,000.
61,940.
Which 2/3 of those are in Montgomery County alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so.
Yeah, we're going to toss it back out to Danielle Malagary. She is in Harrison Township right now, where a gas station, we're told, has been destroyed there. Danielle.
Yeah, it's right off of Shoot Mill Road. It's the BP, and just go ahead and take a look. You can start from over here. This is what we noticed when we first were driving down the road. It's the, don't get getting gas.
All right, so we're clearly having some technical issues with our live shot there. That's actually, surprisingly, the first time we've had that throughout the morning. We've been able to see it a lot, considering all the power outages and everything else.
And there's probably some cell towers that have been.
We saw a power pole.
Yeah,
damaged.
We're going good too.
Tweet.
So comments. I hear her again. We're about to go out to her again, but the canopies at gas stations.
They're about to come back here.
Just like with the mobile homes, the air can get underneath and lift them up. So that's why we often see damage with those. And people will take shelter under those if there's hail, which is not a smart thing to do if you're in a tornadic situation, which we were with both of those as we made our way through the evening.
So do we have Danielle back, or are we going back to? Yep. Okay. All right, Danielle. Sorry, we lost you there for a second. Can you show us a little bit more of what you're seeing?
Absolutely. As Jamie mentioned, we just showed you those canopies right over there. But then if you come over here, you can see that the pumps are completely destroyed. They are tangled together, and it's not just right here. If you kind of walk back a little bit more, you can see them. And there's even damage all the way back over here. I'm not too sure if it came from the gas station and blew all the way over there, but there is debris everywhere. And if we kind of walk back from underneath these awnings out here and take a look at the top of it, you can see just completely ripped off over there, completely ripped off. But the scariest part is these gas tanks, these pumps are just all tangled up together. I was talking with one of the city employees, and he was getting out and taking a look at the damage too, and he's telling me that it's everywhere. It's devastating, and it's everywhere, and this is just a small piece of it because we are seeing so much of it tonight. Again, if you kind of missed it a little bit, we were having technical difficulties, but you can see this awning right here completely flipped over on its side, and then again all of these gas tanks. So we're going to keep driving around and looking for damage. We spent a lot of the time in Trotwood, but now that we're making our way out, we're still seeing the same thing. If my photographer will show you right over there, we're still seeing road closures. We're still hearing sirens, emergency vehicles. This is all going on, and it's been going on for the night, and it seems like we're just going to keep running into situations like this. Back to you.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Jamie, I mean, when the sun comes up around 6 this morning, we're going to start seeing the vast amount of damage that.
Given the situation with the pumps there, I'm wondering if that's safe, if there was a main shutoff that has been shut off.
Let's hope so.
You wonder who was there when, there's so many questions.
Yeah, it probably was still open when it hit, because that would have been where she is probably just before 11 o'clock, so I'm guessing probably was still open at that point in time. So hopefully there was a main shutoff. We've got gas leaks, we know, in Beaver Creek at least.
Yeah, they declared a state of emergency not too long ago.
Yeah, there's going to be more gas leaks. We've seen, you mentioned it, you noticed, Adam, a propane tank for a grill. Those things get tossed around. That's dangerous. I mean, that thing can explode if you hit the right surface at the right speed as well. So a lot of dangers out there beyond power lines down. I want to state this again for those that are watching that may not have ventured out and about in your area yet tomorrow. You got to have really sturdy shoes on, because there's going to be wood, splinters, pieces of glass, pieces of metal, nails, absolutely nails. All those shingles that get torn off, those nails are going to be, so there's going to be all sorts of issues out here. These are the paths that we do have. Kind of shows the main path of the damage, starting first in Wayne County with some hail, and then we had the tornado reports, of course. That last one was a funnel cloud around Jamestown that we believe did not touch down, but a lot of wind damage. But the heart of the damage here is the areas that we're covering, I think, very well location-wise. Brookville, Trotwood, down through Harrison Township over to Beaver Creek. That's where the worst of it was. That's where the tornado moved through from 10:45 to 11:30, and it exhibited the greatest tornadic signature that I've ever seen here in the Miami Valley in 20 years. We had something on radar called a debris ball that showed up. The radar was actually picking up the things that were being thrown and tossed into the air by that rotation as it moved along on the ground. I've never seen one of those here in the Miami Valley, so this is the strongest tornado I believe we're going to find out that I've seen in 20 years here, rivaling the 2000 Xenia tornado that was a F3, marginal F4, but that F4 was only based on damage to one particular house. This is a path that's 20 plus miles long, and we're seeing it from start to finish pretty much. That it's pretty significant damage.
Now, one of the areas that we know we're hearing a lot of damage reports is Northridge, and Rachel Aragon is there right now for us. She's at a trailer park there. Rachel, we're hearing about quite a bit of damage. I know you've caught up to some of the people that live there. What are they saying?
Oh my God, in just the last, I'd say 30 seconds or so, we heard literally tree limbs falling down from a lot of these hanging power lines. Right now we're at Somerville Estate Mobile Home Park, and we wanted to actually drive further into the park, but we could not because of the damage you're seeing right now. Much like the rest of the Montgomery County and this area, a lot of down trees, down power lines, but it's really making it hard for residents to get through or even get by right now. James is here with me right now, who's lived at this mobile home park for about 3 or 4 years. And James, you said you actually didn't fall asleep this last night. You were already awake, but trying to go to sleep when this happened.
Right, because I had to be working in the morning, but not now. A lot of these trailers are flipped over upside down and off their foundation from the impact of the tornado, and some of them got window damage as well. I was going to go to bed, and I heard the alarm on my phone go off, and my wife was having a panic attack, worried about the tornado, because there's no shelter in a trailer versus a house. So, and after the second siren that went off, just didn't know where to go, so we went over to my brother's next door, and we just wrote it out in the bathroom.
Being a mobile home park, do you think about even more so a safe spot or where to go in times like these?
Probably my father-in-law's on the other side of town, but other than that, I'm not sure yet. We just got to figure it out and go from there.
Tell me a little bit about, we can walk a little further. You were saying that some of the damage, though, your house was more or less okay relative to some of your neighbors. Is that right? We're going to watch it a little bit. So what have you been seeing, I guess, more or less from some of the neighbors?
Well, I was worried about my next door neighbor because she's elderly, but I found out that she was safe. She's at another person's house. Like I said, a lot of these trailers over here are either the siding's off, the awning's off, or they're just flipped over, tree damage. Some of them, the trees that went through the house on the roof.
Several residents right now out here right now. Do you know if they're out here cleaning up, volunteering, caring for loved ones? Have you talked to them at all?
I think they're just trying to assess the damages and go from there.
What is your plan from now until sunrise? Are you going to stay up? Are you going to clean up?
Yeah, I'm going to stay up because some of my belongings fell out of the shed because the shed turned over. So we're just waiting until daylight so we can see and pick up all the debris and stuff.
Last thing, how did you ever think something this damaging could strike this area?
No, I mean, I've lived here off and on since 80s, and I've never seen any tornadoes out here. Or probably the only impact that I saw was like the Texas tornado winds that we had. It done the same damage, just not as bad.
And it's completely dark out here with the exception of your flashlight, our car lights on. I mean, lights have been out, I'm assuming, all night, all morning.
They have at least since 9:30 when all this happened.
Okay. And game plan, like I said, to get those lights back on, you're hoping that comes on sooner than later.
Yeah, but I don't see that happening.
A lot of could probably, right?
Yeah, because it's affected all the areas over here. The gas station, it took out the gas pumps. I'm surprised nothing exploded.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, James. We're going to give you a better look, too, of the damage here at the mobile home park in Northwich. But again, people try to stay safe and really blocked off, nowhere else to go, at least via car. But as you heard from James, no one here really has seen or heard damage like this and never expected it. But again, a good reminder at this mobile home park, if you live in one for the future, know your safe spot and go there, especially when you hear of a tornado warning or watch. Back to you guys.
All right, Rachel, thank you so much. Now, as she was referring to, there is a lot of power outages this morning. In fact, more than 10% of DP&L customers by themselves are without power this morning. It's right around 60,000 customers without power, including 41,569 customers in Montgomery County alone, a significant amount, although we will tell you that that number has gone down about 5,000 or so just over the last hour. And we had the spokeswoman from DP&L on our show several hours ago who talked about this being a multi-day event. So it's going to take some time to get all the power back up in our area.
Again, we are starting to see some signs of improvement, though.
Yeah.
So that is encouraging at this point. Now, we again have reporters all over the Miami Valley tonight, and we've been surveying damage areas. One area that we're going to visit now is Butler Township, and that is where Walter Smith Randolph is for us right now. Walter.
On Coppersmith, we just got here a few minutes ago, and I can tell you there is damage all over the place. Sorry, a little bit of sound problems here, but we are here on Coppersmith, and there's some damage all over. Right when we came on a Coppersmith, there was a house that's still standing, but the roof was completely gone. I want you to take a look at this house right here. We put some more lights on it. You can see it's a tri-level, and half of the house is really gone. If you look over here to the garage, you can see that there are just trees, debris all over the garage. The gentleman who lives here tells me that the back wall of the house came through, that his roof is gone. Mr. Officer is here with me right now. Chuck, officer, if you want to step in here, sir. You said that you heard the first storm go through and then a second storm come through?
Yeah, there was a storm that they were worried about hitting our area earlier, and that storm actually clipped a little bit like south of us a little bit as it came through. And as that came through, that hit Dayton pretty hard there, like that. They were talking about like some of those areas there they call Old North Dayton around Stanley Avenue, they were talking. And then all that stuff was going a while farther out, to like where they call like Beaver Creek, Fairborn area. They were talking that way towards Xenia, east of here. And it looked like it was pretty much over. And my wife had actually went back up to bed upstairs in the upper level, our tri-level. And one little other band was coming through. It was the last thing. And it was clipping right this way on 70. And they said, well, this is another one. It's got a hook, and stuff, and get in there. So I yelled for my wife, to get back downstairs. And we got a half bath downstairs in the lower level that we thought's our safe room, and luckily we got in there. We were probably in there about 30 seconds, and you hear that train noise they talk about, and then you really just had like one big bang, and it was one big bang, and it was over with just like that quick. And pretty much our house is completely gone. I mean, the roof's off everywhere. The whole lower main level is completely destroyed, and the rooms upstairs and stuff, the ceiling's in too, like on the bedrooms, all the way collapsed and everything. So if my wife was upstairs, she could have got killed real easy. And if we were in our family room where we normally sit and watch TV, that whole brick wall came over, like on the couch we sit on and everything there too. And you can see the bricks from the walls there all over my cars in the garage and stuff there too. And it's an all brick tri-level, but it just destroyed it. And the trees are amazing. It's like the trees in the back, you can't see them, but I got a big oak tree in the back. And all the limbs are gone on it, and it's a pretty high oak tree. And all the limbs are gone. It kind of looks more like a little spike with just a few little limbs on it and stuff there too. It's pretty amazing what can happen. But we're just lucky to be alive.
Yeah, and you said that your neighbor was taking you in tonight. We saw your neighbor across the street was packing up their stuff, going to somebody else's house.
Yeah, one of my neighbors actually took us in because we wouldn't really even, the roof's all off. It's just, wet in there and debris everywhere. So one of my neighbors was nice enough to take us in for the night there too. I was, like I said, I'm not really sleeping anyways. And I saw these lights on out there. I said, what's out there? I thought maybe the police were back and stuff because they were wanting everybody to, stay out and stuff there too. But yeah, it's pretty amazing what can happen.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Officer, and we're glad that you're safe. And again, this is what we're seeing at a lot of the houses. It's kind of like hit or miss. One house will be fine. The next house, you'll see it look like something like this. We also saw some of the Butler Township crews out here as well. They're trying to block off some of the roads because there's a lot of down power lines as well, a lot of trees in the road. And they said that, we can't stay at a place for very long because you're just getting too many phone calls. So we're seeing this on our way over here. We also saw some buses coming in that looked like they were bringing people onto the bus to take them to a shelter as well. So we're going to keep in here in Butler Township taking a look again, because it's dark out here. We have this extra light, so we're able to shine a light and see this. And when you put the light on some of these houses, you're really starting to see the total damage that is happening here in Butler Township. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Walter, thanks so much. And that's so true. A lot of these places we're bringing in lights, and that's the first way that a lot of people are even getting to see their own properties.
But again, low interior made the difference potentially with that family as well. We're going to keep seeing this. This is going to be a theme here that's going to repeat itself, and we're going to find some people that are going to think, you know what, that made the difference tonight.
But how great is it that we go out, we do Team Tornado, 6,000 plus area kids got that message about getting to a safe spot, what their safe spot is, and hopefully went home and had that conversation with their parents.
And I need to, when my brain's a little fresher, I need to go back and look at this path again because we may have had another couple elementary schools that we went to for Team Tornado that may have been in the path of this tornado. So hopefully they remembered what they learned, and hopefully they had the conversation with the family like we want them to do when they go home. And I can tell from what we've seen tonight that the message is getting through to people in terms of where to go, what to do with your safe spot. I'm really, really pleased actually with some of the things that I've seen and heard so far with our reporters that have been talking to people out there in terms of knowing what to do.
Yeah. Well, and here we are. We got about a little over 2 hours until sunrise. And,
yes.
The world's going to be different for our area when that sun comes up tomorrow because based on what we've seen so far, the damage is extensive.
And we've only
scratched the surface.
Oh, absolutely scratched the surface. That's a perfect way to say it. There's so many places we haven't even gotten to yet.
Yeah.
Well, we still haven't made it into Salina, and that's simply
logistically,
it's almost impossible right now.
And we've been in Beaver Creek, near the Fairfield Commons Mall. We heard from Teresa, whose parents were on Grange Hall Road.
Yep.
There's a lot of residential areas between those two spots. A good couple of miles there. We don't know what that area's like. We can only imagine based on the damage we've seen near the mall, what we've heard. That came down. It came through Riverside as well. Between Dayton and Beaver Creek. So there's base housing just southwest of the base. I believe that was hit also. We haven't gotten to there yet either. The area just south of Airway Road. Also, there's a lot still that we need to get to and see what kind of shape it's in.
Now we've been getting viewer pictures and videos sent in, so we want to take a couple of quick looks at those. This was sent in to us through Chime In. You can see this one. This was in Greenville. It's a kitchen there, it looks like.
And they didn't even get the worst of it in Greenville.
Well, and there wasn't a ceiling, it doesn't look like either.
Yeah, it's gone, right. Okay, this is the grocery store. Okay, this Shelley is in Greenville. Oh, this is New Madison, though. That's the grocery store in New Madison. So she's in Greenville, but those photos are New Madison photos, I believe. And you can see that the bricks have been removed from the top of this building, and they're in the street in front of the building. That's the grocery store in New Madison, we believe.
Now here's some of the cloud shots.
This was in Jamestown.
Jamestown, yeah, which was the last area to get hit
You said it was kind of tapering down, beginning to at that point, correct?
Starting to. There was a funnel cloud spotted in Jamestown that we believe did not touch down, at least from the reports that I have seen. Yeah. North Dixie at Wagner Ford. So that is the tornado. We know that's the tornado.
Yeah, you can see it right there.
That's the area where it came through. Where we've seen that's pretty close to where Alan has been, and the damage that he's been seeing.
All right, well, it sounds like we can go to Alan Henry now. We've been checking in with him. He's been in Harrison Township. He has been at the scene of a very, I mean, I hate to use the term dramatic, but this was a situation where it was.
Yeah.
You had first responders going door to door inside of an apartment building looking for folks who may have been
It's the
injured.
same thing we've seen them do after Katrina, and when they go door to door, they knock and see if somebody's there. Once they've cleared it, they put that X on there to let everybody know that it's been checked.
Photos of the motel in El Reno, Oklahoma from the Saturday night tornado.
Precisely.
Big X's on those motel doors to check and make sure it's either nobody in there or the person in there was okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So let's check back in with Alan. Alan, what can you tell us?
Well, Adam, Megan, Jamie, we are seeing a little bit more of that from those search and rescue crews that have been on the scene here for about 2 hours now. Like you were just saying, they've been going inside each and every one of these apartments one by one, taking various tools and busting open the doors to these apartment buildings. I mean, you can just take a look at this complex here and see some of the damage. Part of that roof caved in there, shattered glass, insulation hanging. Portions of the roof here just completely gone. They've been going through one by one. Just this one section of the complex here is about 20 apartments, and it took them about 4, 5, 6 minutes, even in some cases, to bust down some of these doors. They were bolted tight, and then they go in, make sure that that apartment was clear, and they tag them with these orange X's here to make sure that everybody knew, the crews here and anybody who showed up later knew that there was nobody inside this apartment complex. I just spoke to a battalion chief about 10 minutes ago. He couldn't give us an official update on camera, but he did tell me so far no reports of any injuries here at the River's Edge Apartments here in Harrison Township, but it is still early on yet because this is just one section of that apartment complex. There are about 8 more rows of buildings going on and on and on here on this road. So they're going through each and every one, busting down those doors and making sure that whoever was inside got out safely, or that there is nobody still inside of this apartment complex. So again, a battalion chief telling me off camera just a few moments ago, no injuries to report so far. They're also not ready to officially declare some of these apartment buildings total losses, but just by taking a look at them, that is obviously the direction that they're leaning towards. But obviously they want to wait until the sun rises and they get a better look at these apartments here and the damage caused. I mean, you can just take a look here, nearly all the windows blown out, and you can just walk up to these apartments and see the drawers here ripped out, the oven open. I mean, just take a look inside there. You can see that fridge just blown out the back, and just beyond that back deck there is the Stillwater River. So a lot of that damage, I mean, a lot of people have been describing it as if their apartments were lifted up and shaken and placed back down. That's how they felt when those storms were rolling through here earlier tonight. And just taking a look inside of them, you can see that looks like what happened. These apartments, this broken glass here, everything, that refrigerator back there also, a lot of heavy items picked up, moved, strewn about in the middle of these apartments. And we were talking to a gentleman earlier, just about a half hour ago, Faisal. He got into his safe spot. He put his mattress from his bedroom upstairs. He brought it down with him. He made himself a little fortress in his bathroom, brought a pillow to protect his head. He did the right thing in that case because he had no damage to himself. But outside, a tree came down. I mean, just take a look inside this apartment here. You can see the door blown off the hinges there. Firefighters did not have to work on this apartment. They could just walk in and tell that there was nobody inside of this apartment. And just take a look straight up there on the second floor. You can see the roof completely gone up there on those second floor apartments. That insulation strewn about this apartment complex here. You can just take a look down here on the ground. You can see this metal pipe the insulation here stuck in the trees. This tree, you can see right over there, it has been uprooted completely or nearly completely out of the ground, crashing into the corner of this apartment complex here. Take a look over here. You can see, wow, just the side, I haven't seen this yet, the side of this apartment complex, the brick just taken out completely, almost the side of the wall here on this complex into the other side of that wall, almost caved in. So anybody maybe trying to get through this pathway here when that storm went through, this is why you want to stay inside and not be moving around, because these two walls caving in, those heavy bricks, you can see this path is now impassable. And this is one of those areas the firefighters earlier were flashing their flashlights in, making sure nobody was in that debris earlier tonight. But again, you can see here another tree crashing down, this one going through that window of this apartment complex. So it's a lot of the same here at the River's Edge apartment. Uprooted trees, insulation strewn about, broken glass, broken windows, just damage everywhere here. And firefighters say that their night here is just beginning. But thankfully, so far, no injuries have been reported. But again, the night is just getting started. So we're going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Alan, thank you. And we got some breaking news that came in just from the city of Dayton. They sent a news release saying due to the widespread power outages, which we've been telling you about all morning, they're asking all Dayton and Montgomery County customers to conserve water. That is because we have lost power to both water plants and pump stations. They go on to say first responders are performing search and rescue operations and debris clearing. Dayton residents are asked to call 911 for all emergencies. But I want to again emphasize, the city says they've lost power to both water plants and pump stations.
So yeah, this is impacting infrastructure now as well.
It affects so many things. I mean, it's just a domino effect. So,
yeah. Again, one of the many implications of the storm and what's going to happen next, and what we're going to see when we wake up tomorrow.
Yeah,
well,
a lot of
people still.
A lot of businesses with no power tomorrow morning. Also, so there's going to be local businesses not making money tomorrow.
Yeah.
Not getting customers, not having any power. Yeah.
Well, we'll be following up on that. Rachel Aragon is live for us in Northridge right now. Rachel, I understand you're talking to a gentleman that lives there.
Megan, that's right. A lot of people here in the mobile home park in Northridge have not even gone to sleep yet because their mobile home literally lifted up quite a few feet because of this storm and the tornado. Right now I have with me Mylene Taylor, who's lived here for just 6 months, right? And you felt your mobile home park actually lift.
Yeah, it lifted up quite a bit. It was pretty scary.
Well, more or less, what time did you feel that happen?
Around 10:30ish.
You're safe, and you're still smiling when I came up to you, which is remarkable, and you're so brave because, again, a lot of people waking up tomorrow morning may see some damage similar to yours. I was talking to you earlier. Someone told me you don't drive, and your plan was to do what to be safe. Did you have a plan?
Hide in the closet. That's what my roommate did. And when it lifted, she flew in her closet. She flew to the other side of the closet, so I did too.
You did too, but she's safe as well, correct?
Yes.
No injuries?
No injuries.
Tell me more or less how many people live in this mobile home park. I know several are walking around right now. Is yours some of the worst of the damage you've seen?
No. Some of the worst is there's 2 or 3 that are flipped over on its side, actually, and damage to the roofs.
When you came and stepped out of that mobile home park right here and you saw this and you looked inside, how much personal stuff was damaged, if at all?
Quite a bit of it, but not as much as I thought it would be.
So you're pretty happy even though despite what we're seeing right now, it could have been worse. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, a lot worse.
What's the plan right now? I see a lot of you out with flashlights, a lot of loved ones here and neighbors and roommates walking around, checking on people. Are you guys going to be up throughout the morning?
Yes, we're going to make sure nobody steals from anybody else's trailers. And we're going to just make sure we keep the rest of our community safe.
Looking after each other.
Yeah.
And then last thing, walking around, I'm seeing some damage. Have you heard of any help coming through or coming to the mobile home park in terms of cleanup, in terms of electricity coming back on?
We heard from one police officer that it was going to be a few days for the power to come back on.
A few days for the power to come back on here in Northridge?
Yes.
Hearing that, did you have a plan? Are you thinking about what's going to happen next? Because without power, it's got to be hard to go through the next few days.
Yeah, I'm not very sure.
Not sure. But you're still smiling, which I love, of course. So, again, keep safe. And just a good reminder, again, to have that safe spot. And somebody on my way over here said today and tomorrow is the time to show love and step outside, volunteer, because while we're seeing crews out here and Red Cross opening up shelters, people are going to need help picking up all the debris, helping people like Mylan and others throughout the area pick up the debris, help with traffic, of course. So, again, especially if your home is not as severely damaged, do help out when you can, especially when it gets light outside. But we'll be keeping tabs, of course, on Mylan and other people here at the Mobile Park throughout the morning. Back to you guys.
All right.
Lift it up because the air can get underneath.
Right. It's something you've talked about again and again and again.
The canopy of the gas station. Air gets underneath, lifts it up. So that's why we want to get, again, as low as we possibly can in these situations. And there's going to be times where we have severe thunderstorm warnings with winds 70, 80 miles an hour, where we're going to stress safe spots for those as well, because that's can be as damaging as a weak tornado. This was not a weak tornado. This was much more than a weak tornado. Weather Service is already talked about the areas they're going to be surveying tomorrow. They're going to New Madison.
Yeah.
They'll be going to Salina. They're going to go to the Laura and Potsdam area in Miami County. The whole path that we've been talking about from Brookville through Trotwood, down through North Dayton over to Beaver Creek, that's going to be surveyed. And I believe that was it. But we may not get all these places surveyed tomorrow, because they can't afford to send too many people out, the Weather Service, our local office, because we have the threat for more stronger severe storms tomorrow evening across the northern Miami Valley. I believe they'll stay north of the areas hardest hit tonight, but Salina could be in line for more wind damage tomorrow night.
So they're going to have very little time to assess the damage.
This is probably going to take 2 days, I would think, to get all these storms surveyed.
Because again, mileage-wise, what are we talking here?
Oh, yeah, because they're Wilmington. I mean, the Salina one alone, it's a couple-hour drive up there.
I was thinking of the mileage on the ground.
Mileage on the ground. They'll want to, especially for the one in Montgomery into Greene County, because they're going to want to map out the path of that. That's going to take some time, certainly. So they have help with some radar products. They have radar products that will show them where the rotation track was. So that will help them kind of narrow down exactly where to go look and where to survey. But they're going to want to survey a lot of the path, because they don't want to, if it's an F3, they don't want to miss the small area that may have said, oh, wait a second, maybe this was a weak F4.
Yeah.
Or if it was an F2 in some spots and an F3 in others. And I'm totally speculating on this strength right now. I don't know. It's pure speculation. We haven't seen enough yet with it being dark out there. But, I mean, we've got
ingredients, though, were there for something pretty significant.
Yeah, it turns out that as the evening, I wasn't able to, spend my time looking at every single little thing when we're in coverage on air. But after the fact, looking back at it, there's something called helicity, which is basically the way that the winds arrange themselves with the turning with height of the storms. And the helicity actually increased through the evening with the storms from Wayne County into Montgomery County. And some meteorologists who are much smarter than me when it comes to picking apart these things with severe weather, I'm talking people that are professors at universities and stuff, started to post images on social media of the wind fields, what we call a hodograph, which shows how the winds turn as they go up in height. And saying, oh my gosh, this is textbook for tornadoes. And the one thing that kept us from having an even worse situation is the fact that these came through when temperatures were in the upper 70s.
It was nighttime.
And it was evening, and the sun had set already. If this had happened at 4 or 5 p.m. and we were 88 degrees,
right,
they would have been even worse.
On top of the fact that people were actually awake and out moving around and that sort of thing.
Yes.
So businesses would not have been empty and.
Right. So, again, glass half empty or half full. There's so many ways to look at this. It's all perspective on exactly how serious a situation it is. But we've got people that have lost their homes. We've got people that have lost property. We've got people that have a car that will never run again because 2x4s have gone through the sides of them. And we have people that have large expenses with the cleanup, with the trees that are down. So this is impacting a lot of people in a big, big way.
Well, and most importantly, we have a lot of people that are injured. And
yeah.
As we're on the air here at 4 in the morning, we don't know how badly people are injured. We've heard reports of people being trapped in their homes, being trapped by trees, by other debris, but we have no real sense of how severe those injuries are. And quite frankly, I don't even think first responders know how severe.
Still too
because
early,
there's such a wide area that they're trying to cover.
Right.
You know?
And as our reporters have been showing us, there's some places that nobody can get to yet because of the amount of tree damage we have on area roads.
Yeah.
So that's something else that is a factor here. Yeah.
Real quick, I want to mention in just the last 40 minutes, the city of Dayton has come out and said that they're asking folks to conserve water. And this is the tweet they sent out. They said they lost power to both water plants and pump stations. And they go on to say that first responders are performing search and rescue operations and debris clearing. So that's a lot to digest there, but the power to their water plants and pump stations are out right now. You know, just another spot that's fallen, you know, victim to the power outages that have, you know, currently there's, what, 60,000 DP&L customers without power. How many in Montgomery County? 41,722 in Montgomery County. So
yeah, that has actually ticked upward a little bit.
Yeah, and we're now 5 hours, about 5 hours after the greatest impact here in Montgomery and Greene County. 5 hours in, and there's so little that we know still, and so few places we've gotten to. We just don't know how bad it is yet.
Well, we've checked in a couple times. We've been up all around Montgomery County.
Right.
We've talked about damage there. One place that we haven't gotten to too many times has been Miami County. Eric Onyechefele is up there in West Milton for us right now. He is on North Miami Street. And Eric, what are you seeing?
Hey, Megan, yes, we actually are trying to make our way to Laura, but we've been constantly roadblocked with things and down trees just like this. Everywhere we've turned, it's just been hard to get around. The roads have been closed. This is just one of the lucky roads that have actually been touched. As you can see, the yellow tape that says do not enter and do not cross, that's been up. But there were areas that we've seen where it's just a tree has completely covered the street. We've had to turn around. We're trying to be safe out here. If you are driving around here, right now we're on 571 heading towards Laura. If you got to go this way, it's best if you actually just stay home. Just if you have to drive, just be vigilant, be safe, because there are down trees all over Miami County. Again, this is just one of the lucky areas that we saw that has actually been touched. And Jamie, I know you talked about some places that haven't been seen, and we've seen those type of roads. Again, we've been just out here just trying to make our way towards Laura. We're just trying to give you a brief glimpse of what we're seeing out here in Miami County. But for now, we're just going to toss it back over to you as we continue to monitor the situation out here.
Well, and as you saw with Eric's live shot there, that's a prime example of what folks are going to wake up to tomorrow, and that is roadblocks almost everywhere you go because of the debris.
Yeah, and there may be people that are injured. There may be people that are trapped that no one can get to yet.
Yeah.
So we got to keep that in mind with all of this.
Yeah, a lot of people are probably asleep when we were talking earlier. ODOT even bringing out the snow plows again today, just to take them out on the highway to get the debris cleared off the highway for them to be passable for emergency crews.
Right.
Yeah, that image was one of the most telling, seeing the ODOT trucks going down I-75, clearing off debris. I mean, that's, I can't recall ever seeing that.
No, I can't either. And yeah, I can't ever recall that happening.
Well, let's go out to Rachel Aragon. She is live in Northridge tonight. Rachel, what are you seeing where you're at?
Well, Adam, I'm seeing the damage getting worse and worse as I get deeper and deeper into this mobile home park in Northridge. I'm going to have him slowly pan down so you can see what I'm seeing right now. What you're seeing actually is a foundation of one of the mobile home parks here. There's dozens of them, and you're not seeing the mobile home park because literally this mobile home, probably about 20 feet or so, flipped completely on its side. So we're going to walk slowly because there's tons of debris and wires on the floor. If you get on this angle over here to my right, you can see how it's literally on its side. The good news, however, while this looks disastrous, I am told the best news, actually, no one was inside this mobile home park, according to residents, when it flipped over. But just take a look at the damage. I mean, this literally flipped at least 20 feet to its side, and we're going to have to walk slowly because, like I said, there are tons of debris and wood paneling, as you can see. We just heard from a resident earlier, about 10 minutes ago, when I asked her, you know, what about electricity? What about lights? They were told it may not come on for days. You know, that is one of the biggest concerns here, because they say, yes, there's damage. Yes, most people here are safe, but the concern is, while it's dark, they're concerned about looting or people stealing. So far, though, it's been good and no one has, but that is a concern that could be ongoing if it continues to stay dark and lights do not get back on for a couple of days. But again, I want to emphasize how bad this looks, yet no one was home, fortunately, inside this mobile home park. But again, the damage here is really bad. I'm going to walk you a little further over here so you can see some more of the damage. But some of them other mobile homes here, as I showed you earlier, their foundation has been lifted. They're wondering what the plan is next. And again, we've emphasized before throughout the tornado season, if you live in a mobile home park, even more important to find a safe spot, because this is how powerful the winds and the storm can be. Flipping over this mobile home on its side completely. Again, fortunately, no one was inside here when it happened, but a lot of residents, fortunately, still smiling, still positive, out here right now with flashlights, trying to figure out what the plan is next, because they said right now it's about cleanup, but in the next few days it's going to be about how to get that electricity back on. But again, you want to stay safe and have that safe spot in place and keep smiling, like a lot of people we're talking to right now. But again, right now it's all about figuring out what's next. Cleanup again is going to be an issue, so a lot of people are chipping in right now, but waiting till it gets bright outside so they can be safe and not step on a lot of this damage you're seeing right now. But we're going to continue going deeper into this mobile home park. But again, fortunately, no one here inside this one right here was inside when it happened. So again, we'll keep you guys updated, but we'll go a little deeper as the morning goes on. Back to you guys.
All right, Rachel, thanks so much. Dramatic images. They're seeing the mobile home there flipped onto its side. That's exactly what you were talking about earlier, though.
Yeah, the air gets underneath and lifts it, just lifts it up. That's why they're dangerous. That's why we stress in a tornado warning, if you're in a mobile home, you have to find a sturdier building, an actual building to get into.
Which we've talked about is not actually law in Ohio. We've done stories on this in the past. That
No.
It's not required for mobile home parks to provide shelters.
Yeah.
Which seems like common sense almost.
And during our coverage earlier, I was talking about there was an EF4 in Alabama back in March where every fatality was a mobile home, and none of them were properly secured to the ground, even though that is state law in Alabama. And that's the danger we're seeing. And I don't know what the laws are here in Ohio for securing mobile homes, but that's something, if you are in a mobile home, that's something you need to look into, is making sure that you're secured to the ground properly. And we're going to see this. We're going to find there's more of these. I know there's some other areas where this came through, where we have some mobile homes, and we're going to probably see more of this tomorrow, some flip mobile homes and whatnot.
Another thing that we're keeping an eye on right now is the water situation in Montgomery County. That's just one of the latest things that's come into the newsroom. This is out of Dayton and Montgomery County. Montgomery County now joining in, saying due to the widespread power outages that we are asking all Dayton and Montgomery County water customers to conserve water. The city of Dayton has lost power to both water plants and pump stations. So as Jamie said, the infrastructure now starting to see the effects of this as well.
Yeah, it's tough to escape from. I mean, when you're talking the amount of damage that these tornadoes, I mean, assumed tornadoes, I think we can call these tornadoes. At this point,
we
these
know
are
it was. We know it was. Yeah,
we don't need to wait for confirmation.
It was on the ground. We had observations. We have ground truth. We know it was on the ground. Definite tornado, strong tornado. You know what else I was just thinking about when you mentioned infrastructure again? There are a lot of people that are home dealing with issues at home that own local businesses, and they haven't even been able to get to those local businesses. Yeah. They don't know what the situation is with those as well. That's something that'll probably become more clear tomorrow as we head through the day.
There's a lot of layers to this, one of which Danielle Malagary is live for us tonight. Danielle, can you tell us a little bit about where you're at right now at this moment and what you're seeing?
I'm over here in Dayton. I'm near Philadelphia Drive, and this is actually a neighborhood. And if you look over here, this is actually a street. It's really hard to tell because there are so many trees down. I know sometimes when you're driving through it looks like you're entering a jungle. I'm gonna have my photographer kind of walk back over here on this sidewalk right here, just covered in branches, covered in limbs. And we're not even just talking about anything little. I mean, look at this. This is a huge limb, and we're seeing, this isn't even the biggest limbs that we've been seeing. We're seeing this everywhere. We've been trying to make it out to different spots, and you can't get through because the roads are blocked, because of down power lines, because of down trees. So it's making it really difficult to get through town. A lot of the officers have flares up, and they'll be marking trees. Like, let's say you're driving down the road, and you'll see some trees like this marked down. They will have flares blocking that so you know to go around, but it is so dark out here. It's really kind of hard to see when you're driving. Again, me and my photographer, we have had some trouble getting through different areas. I'm going to show you again just a look at this street. It just looks like a jungle. Whenever you're pulling up, it's hard to believe that this is a neighborhood, that homes are on the other side of them. It's hard to get to those homes because the power lines, again, when we were over there in Trotwood, I talked to a woman, I could hear her yelling from her home, and she was like, can you get someone to help us, because there were power lines surrounding her house. She wasn't able to get out. So after we left our live shot, we went and told an officer, and then when we were at the BP gas station, she actually pulled up to us, and she thanked us for getting her that help so she could get out of her home, because some people are trapped, and I don't believe that she's the only one. A lot of people are dealing with situations like this because this scene is throughout the Miami Valley. Back to you.
All right, Danielle, thanks.
Yeah, Nathan Edwards, who's going to be taking over here with our morning crew, said he was right on the edge of the damage, and he still has power, so he's one of the fortunate ones here, as he lives very, very close to where that came through.
But he also said his pharmacy right around the corner is not.
Yeah.
So
there's going to be a lot of people waking up this morning, tuning into our morning show, that are going to have no idea that this happened, that are south of us.
Yes.
It's going to be a different world for many people when they wake up tomorrow morning. You know, we still don't know the extent of the damage. We've seen reports. We've seen, we've been calling them snapshots, really, because that's all we've been seeing. For instance, these photos showing a little bit of.
That's a funnel cloud. That's a funnel cloud out in Jamestown. That was the end of the storms as they moved out, and we don't believe they touched down out there, but that was a funnel cloud in Jamestown, and then that is
over Dayton.
That's the tornado. That's the tornado in Dayton. Yeah,
That
as
is
it moved in through.
frightening.
Yep. And
Rachel, I believe Rachel Aragon is live in Northridge. Is that correct? Has an interview at the mobile home park she was at just a little while ago. Rachel, are you there?
Yeah, Adam, I'm here, and like I said, the deeper I go, the more damage I see, the more residents I meet, and the more grateful I think and what a miracle it is at this mobile home park in Northridge, because we're seeing the heaviest damage, believe it or not, at the mobile homes that no one was actually in at the time. And right here, Misty, you live here for how many years or so?
2 years.
2 years. So tell me, you were saying those who were actually inside these mobile homes, their foundations were lifted.
The trailers were lifted off the foundations, but the people were safe. Most of them got out. Other people bunkered down, and nobody got injured, thank God.
Let's talk about this mobile home we're seeing right now. I mean, literally, this tree, as viewers are going to see right now, completely falling in the middle of it, slamming it down, but no one lives in here.
Nobody lives here.
What did you first hear the damage? Were you asleep? Were you heading to sleep?
No, I wasn't asleep. I was watching the news because we got the alerts on our phone, and it calmed down, and I told my husband, I said, it's about to hit, because I've been in a tornado before. As soon as I said that, it hit. I got all my kids on the floor. As soon as it stopped, I ran out my door, went to my daughter's, made sure she was okay. I went to my dad's to make sure he was okay, and then we started walking the park to make sure everybody else was okay.
I don't think that could be emphasized enough, because one thing we talk about over and over again is find a sturdy, safe shelter, especially if you live in a mobile home park. Having lived in Ohio at least for 2 years, probably longer, is that something that you know about?
Yes. The only thing you really can do is bunker down on the floor and cover up with anything you can to make sure if the glass busts in the windows that you're not all caught up.
we've been talking about also electricity here. And are you hearing as well that it might be a little longer than you'd hope to turn back on?
Oh yeah, they're talking it might be a week or so because there's so many power outages, but in the trailer park we do have a lot of elderly people and people with medical problems, so we're praying that it don't take that long.
What about injuries? So I know no one lives here and you guys seem to be in good spirits and good shape, but are you hearing or know of anyone else who is either injured at all, or is everyone pretty much safe from what you understand?
Nope, everybody's safe. Nobody got injured, thank God.
So again, that is something to smile about and keep going. People are out right now at 3:30 in the morning, more or less. You probably haven't seen this many people out this early in the morning. Do you know what the plan is tomorrow to clean up, or what the next step is, at least for you?
My husband is the maintenance here, so he will start cleaning up along with everybody else, and we're probably going to pitch in and help because it's a lot of damage done.
And this is some of the worst damage we're seeing right now. Is that right? The one right in front of us?
Yes. This one's the worst besides the other two that are turned over on its side.
Well, perfect, Missy. As you guys saw, this one right here, a tree slamming right in the middle of it. And the one I just showed you about 10 minutes ago literally flipped on its side, moving about 20 feet. But as you heard from Misty, all the more important, if you live in a mobile home park, have that safety plan in place. Go somewhere else before it's too late, where it's sturdy and it's safe. But again, fortunately, all the damage we're showing you, the worst of it, no one was actually inside. We're going to continue to talk to residents and go deeper into the mobile home park and keep you updated throughout the morning. Back to you guys.
She mentioned people with medical issues.
Yeah.
And one thing that we haven't talked about yet that we'll probably need to address before the next time this happens is when you go to your safe spot, you should have an emergency kit.
Yes.
And one of the things that you need to make sure you have in that emergency kit or put in that emergency kit is medications. Because you may get cut off from your medications. You may need the medication. So that's one thing to consider in the future here. Maybe a little bit of food and water. You may be there for a little while. I mean, these people that are trapped in their homes, they may be there for a while, so they're losing power. So you have some non-perishable food, some water on hand if you have to go a day or so before people can get to you. So just wanted to add that as it was just on the top of my mind.
Just listening to how important that advance warning was, though, for them in that park.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting to a sturdier building is so important. Rachel may find even worse damage as she gets, as she says, getting deeper into that trailer park there.
There's no question. And we want to mention that this morning the American Red Cross has opened several shelters. We want to show them there, all listed on your screen. The Ridge Church in Brookville, Morton Middle School in Vandalia, First Baptist Dayton, Trotwood High School, and Hoffman Methodist in Miami County, all opening Red Cross shelters this morning.
Yeah, they're open right now, and they say they're going to remain open indefinitely. So if you are, if your home is damaged, or you just need a place to escape the elements right now because you may not have access to your home, or all the different situations, these shelters are there and open for you to use right now.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is something that's. Here we are. We got less than 2 hours until the sun comes out.
Yeah, we'll have first light about 6:13 is sunrise. So maybe even 10 of 6 we'll have some first light. And I remember in 2000 when the first light came in Xenia, we started to see a lot more than we realized we were going to.
Right.
So that's probably going to be a similar situation here. And
also, we should mention for many people waking up this morning, if you are south of I-70, south of Dayton, and you work in the Dayton area or in the Montgomery County area,
north of downtown,
north of downtown, it's a mess. And
it's like a war zone.
Well, that was how it was described by a man who called in.
Several viewers.
Yeah. War zone in many places. So it's kind of a mess. So as we approach, our morning crew is going to be taking over for us here shortly. But if you're just joining us, we have been on the air since 9 o'clock last night.
Yep.
When the first warning came in, and that was in Wayne County, Indiana.
Tornado warning. We had tornado warnings, and the first thing that became apparent to me was. We had observed tornadoes with the warnings west in Indiana, including the same cell that moved into Wayne County that prompted the warning. There was a tornado spotted south of Muncie with that particular storm. That's the one that ended up going north into Southern Dark and Miami County, where we're starting to get some of the first images out of Miami County, where there are impassable roads up there. We know the grocery store in New Madison in Dark County has been damaged. And then a new cell developed south of that one, and right around Brookville is where the first damage was. The roof is off of the high school in Brookville, and we have other damage up there. That came down through Trotwood, lots of trees down, then down through North Dayton and Harrison Township, down through Riverside to Beaver Creek, where we have some significant damage all along that entire path. More than 40 minutes on the ground, 20 plus miles, the entire path, tornado on the ground with damage from what we believe, from what we saw on radar, from the reports we're getting, from what people are telling us and showing us now. This is a significant damage path from a strong tornado that then lifted up probably east of Beaver Creek. There may have been some damage north side of Xenia with it, but we really haven't gotten reports of damage east of Beaver Creek. And as we had Rob Streck, the Montgomery County Sheriff on, and then Gene Fisher, the Greene County Sheriff on, they really were telling different stories in terms of what they were seeing, what their people were seeing out there, in terms of how much worse Montgomery was than Greene. With Beaver Creek being the exception to that. East of Beaver Creek, it's in much better shape. So we did have 1 3/4 inch hail in Cedarville, basically from Huber Heights over to Cedarville, on the north side of that storm that produced the tornado. So that was another, we're going to find out there's going to be some people with some minor hail damage in northern Greene County and even Huber Heights area as well. But that is far less than the damage that we're seeing and finding out, learning of from the tornado from Brookville down through Beaver Creek.
Well, that actually has to do with what we just received. It was a news release from Ohio Task Force 1, who's now been called in. They're saying they're mobilizing a Type 3 search and rescue team to support ongoing search and rescue efforts in Montgomery County. So they say this is a rapidly changing event. Further details are going to be provided as they become available. In this type of event, Ohio Task Force 1 is deployed and considered a state of Ohio resource. Search and rescue resource. This team will rapid deploy from the Kettering warehouse. So again, they're going to be headed out and get going as far as the search and rescue goes.
And it's possible we may have similar groups from elsewhere come in and help here as well.
Yes, because we know
just
that
as they go
everywhere.
to other places. Yeah,
100% agree.
Yeah.
Well, and we've gotten those reports of people trapped, and we don't know how many people out there are trapped this morning inside of their own home. Under a tree, and maybe they're stuck in a car. We don't know. There's a big area, as Jamie's been talking about.
Yeah, there are probably people in cars that were hit with debris. The car is inoperable. They may be injured in that car, and maybe no one's been able to get to them yet. That's a very distinct possibility.
Yeah. So you can see why the task force is coming in. We want to take, I believe, one last look at the power outages as we are about to get into our morning show coverage here. You can see that about 11%, almost 12% of customers for DP&L are without power. That number has fluctuated a little bit. It went down for a time. Now it's gone back up to 61,000 total. The vast majority are in Montgomery County with about 42,000 customers without power. And that brings us to the city of Dayton. They have put out notice that their 2 water plants and their pumps are without power. They're asking residents to conserve water. So infrastructure, as we talked about, is being impacted as well.
All right, and before we go, we want to send it out to Alan Henry, who is live for us in Harrison Township. He's been talking with residents there. And Alan, how are things going? I know we're getting closer to the morning hours, being able to see a little bit more. Has the situation changed at all?
Yeah, Megan, Adam, we've been taking a chance here the last 15, 20 minutes to kind of ride around these neighborhoods and see some of the damage done to this area here in Harrison Township. We've been talking for the last 2 hours now about this apartment complex behind me here and the severity of the damage done to it. I mean, you can just start right over here to our right. You can see just something simple as that sign being pulled out of the ground and that metal being just completely bent over. Just a sheer indication of how strong those winds are. Up here you can see these search and rescue SUVs. They arrived about 10 minutes after we showed up 2 hours ago, and they started the long, tedious process of going into each and every one of these apartment buildings here, knocking down the doors with axes, with giant pitchforks, with sledgehammers, making sure that anybody who was inside of these apartments were out, and making sure nobody was trapped on the inside. So you can see here just some of this debris. A lot of this insulation is what we've been seeing here. One of those clear indicators that the roof of this apartment complex is gone. You can see up here on the second floor of this building here, straight up into the sky, and it's kind of hard to see because it's dark outside, but in a few hours here, like Megan was just mentioning, we'll be able to see some of that sunlight pour through the now non-existent roof of this apartment complex. But as I was showing our viewers a little bit earlier this morning, once the fire crews got inside of these apartment buildings here, they took their heavy-duty lights, they flashed them inside, they announced firefighters coming in, and they'd go through, they'd check out, they'd open up the closet doors, the bathroom doors, the bedroom doors, go up to the upstairs and make sure that nobody was in the apartment building. Once that was done, they'd come here and they'd spray paint this orange X right here on the front of the door, one of those indicators that nobody was inside. Like I mentioned, getting inside some of these buildings was easier than others. It took them 5-6 minutes to open up one door, but you can see here, this door is completely off of its hinges. This door pushed through into the hallway here, the entryway of this apartment complex. Again, another one of those indicators of just how strong the force of those winds were. Also, when we first arrived here, another issue that they were concerned about was a gas leak. We've seen them go up and check those gas meters to make sure that there's not a leak here. When we got here 2 hours ago, we could smell that faint hint of gas in the air. I can tell you now, we are not smelling that, thankfully, but as crews took care of that first before they started the process of banging down those doors, just to make sure, be extra cautious that they didn't accidentally set something off before they started the process of the search and rescue. You can see again up here, broken glass, windows missing, and that insulation just completely gone out of those windows up there. We've been going through a lot of these apartments tonight, just not entering them, trying to respect people's space and their privacy, but just standing on the sidewalk, looking inside. You can see the doors, the oven door, just wide open. Back there in the back of that apartment, you can see that refrigerator, which we assume was up here closer to the kitchen, blown completely out, almost out the back deck of that apartment complex here. And again, just siding, insulation, trees, poles, 2x4s, bigger poles, just stuck here and strewn about this apartment complex. Thankfully, though, I spoke to a battalion chief about 20 minutes ago. He said no injuries have been reported so far. Something that they are very thankful to report. They are not ready to declare this building a total loss yet. However, he seemed to indicate that that's the way they were leaning. I mean, just take a look at this, the left side of this row of apartments here, and the right side, the brick just caved in into this, down this stairwell here that leads to the back of this apartment complex. Just take a look behind me here. You can see these trees also. And also another thing to be careful of, just to point this out as we see it, if your home was damaged or anything like that, you can see these wood slats here. You can see those nails, especially if your apartment complex is a little bit on the older side. Those nails might be a little bit rusty. You don't want to have to take care of your tetanus shot on top of all of this other damage that we're seeing here. But I know personally we've had to watch our steps. So if you have any damage in your home, make sure you watch your step with that debris as well. That's just one of those little hazards that could cause you big trouble later on. But just take a look here next to this fire truck. You can see these trees here, 2 of them uprooted here, completely crashing into the side of the apartment complex here. And then I want to show our viewers again something that was pointed out to us a little bit earlier on in the newscast. About an hour ago, we spoke to a couple who were leaving, trying to grab some of their belongings. Thankfully, they escaped unharmed as well. But right here, this wooded area used to have a fence around it. You'll see these commonly in apartment complexes. This was wooded off, and it held that dumpster right there, and that one as well further on back. That's how powerful these storms were late last night, early this morning, that they put both of these dumpsters, picked them up, and drug them over here, smashing into this car. The owner of that vehicle said he couldn't get it out, couldn't drive it because of the impact from the dumpster. And you can see the other one over here, that impact as well over there. Further on in the back there, you can see the line of trees next to this apartment complex. You can get an idea here just from what we've been showing you, the path that this storm took, causing damage along the way, blowing out all of those windows, picking up those dumpsters, and then snapping these trees almost in half. And you can see just, it wasn't a clean break, it was very messy. And that's what we're kind of seeing from this storm, just kind of how messy it was with the trail of damage it has left behind. So as you can see here behind me, the flashing lights still here, crews still at work taking in all of this damage, making sure everyone here is okay. I can tell you most of the residents here have cleared out. They've gone to stay with their family members. They've gone to hotels. An RTA bus came not too long ago, picked up some people as well, just to get them out of here. So this place is pretty much quiet right now, but with it being Memorial Day as well, some people might not even been here or in town. This might be the first time they're seeing the damage to their apartment complex as they return from wherever they were. So we're going to continue to follow this trail of damage here and destruction here in Harrison Township and bring you the latest updates as we get it. But for now, we're going to send it back to you in the studio.
If you're just joining us right now, we have been following this since 9 o'clock tonight. We did come in and give Jamie Simpson and Megan O'Rourke and Adam Arrow a break. They have been on the air for several hours right now. So we want to get right to Greg, because this is something that has been developing, and I feel like it's really going to continue to develop throughout the entire morning.
The worst thing about this is we've been on air for a good 6-7 hours now. We've seen these incredibly stunning images of just the damage right now. We're not even to sunrise yet.
Right.
So we're just getting the first glimpses of what we're going to see right now on the screen right there. You can see storm reports. The red box is indicating either funnel clouds or tornadoes. This all did start right around 9 p.m., but the bulk of what we're seeing as far as the damage in the Dayton area, Beaver Creek area, Trotwood, 10:45 to about 11:30 for 40 minutes straight. About a 20-mile path here was covered by a tornado that we know, confirmed on the ground. We've seen images of it here, and we'll show those to you throughout this morning. We're going to be with you guys here all morning long. We're not coming off the air. We're going to be here, and we're going to keep sending out to reporters because we're continuing to send them all over. We're getting these reports, and if you guys are waking up in an area and you're looking out your window and you're starting to see some damage where you're at as well, know 2 things. First of all, we have power outages all over the place.
Yes, we do. In fact, I've been looking at the outages right now from DP Now. We've got more than 43,000 customers in Montgomery County without power, 3,800 in Miami and 1,900 in Mercer, 1,300 in Champaign County.
And that also includes 2 City of Dayton water plants, so they're asking you to conserve your water this morning as you're waking up, so definitely make sure to do that as well.
Yeah, and be careful just walking out the door in some of these areas if you are waking up where there is damage close by, or if you want to go help someone who you know that may be in one of these areas as you're waking up, because with power outages means we have down power lines and spots.
Right.
And it's going to take crews a long time to get to them. You don't want to put yourself in danger even though the actual threat of this tornado is gone. Just getting out and looking at all this damage in itself can be dangerous. So you want maybe steel-toe boots or some thick, sturdy shoes. You want want to make sure that you're taking things very carefully. I mean, with the sun not being up
I
yet,
was going to say,
and these
quite
structures,
honestly, it might be safer to wait until sunrise, which is about 6:15 this morning, and that's when we're really going to start seeing, I think, the impact of this tornado.
And there's going to be a lot of people waking up who didn't even know that there was a tornado that came through the region because they went to bed maybe before the warning even came down. There can be people waking up and seeing, their yards, their neighbors' yards totally wrecked
Destroyed.
by this storm.
Homes destroyed. I mean, we're getting reports of homes down, homes, and Beaver Creek, it's a state of emergency. The mayor there declared a state of emergency. But speaking of all of that, we need to get right out to our crews because they have been working very hard for us tonight. So.
Yeah, we're going to get right to Fox 45's Rachel Aragon. She is live in Northridge right now. She's taking a look at a mobile home park that was hit by that storm. Rachel?
Nathan, the damage here is devastating. I've been here for about an hour or so, and the damage I'm seeing gets worse and worse. This right here is one of the worst hit mobile homes. You can see this large tree completely uprooted and slamming straight across this mobile home right here. I'm going to show you, if you pan down a little bit, you can see how the foundation is pretty much up in the air, uprooted. And again, this is very common among a lot of the mobile home parks where the foundation is lifted up. But again, this is one of the most worst hit ones. I am told by residents, fortunately, nobody was inside. Again, nobody inside, fortunately, when this thing lifted up a bit. But I'm going to introduce you to one of the residents of this mobile home park, Misty. We've been out here for about, 30 minutes or so. And you told me you were one of the lucky ones, actually.
Yeah, I was one of the blessed ones, I consider, because our trailer didn't get no damage to it. My daughter's trailer got lifted and is sideways. My son's trailer got a tree through the roof of his, but everybody is okay.
Again, this one of the worst ones, but I want to emphasize to viewers, you did what you're supposed to do. Tell me about the plan that went in place and actually followed through when the storm was coming.
We was watching the news and we started hearing the sirens. We got the news alerts on our phones. So I made all my kids get down on the floor. I had them cover up with blankets. Told my husband to get down on the floor because he'd never been through a tornado, and I had. So as soon as it got real calm, and then it hit, and as soon as it was done, I jumped up, went to my daughter's, went to my dad's to make sure everybody's okay. And after that, we went, and me and my husband walked around the park to make sure everybody in the trailer park was okay.
One thing we talked about right now that you had to show me where the damage was because it's so dark right now, I can't see it. You directed me to it. Do we even know all the damage that there is right here at the park? Have you walked around at all, or is it still too dark to really tell?
Well, when we first started walking around the park, it was kind of light because of the lighting, and there's a lot of damage done to the park. Most of the trailers that did get damaged that people lived in were shifted off the foundation. The ones that got the most damage, nobody was living in, thank God, because they're pretty bad.
Tell me what you were hearing in terms of electricity. Obviously, it's very dark right here. The only lights we're really seeing are your guys' flashlights and the lights on the camera. What is the plan? What did you hear about electricity coming back?
They're saying that electricity could be back on in a couple days to a week. We're hoping not, because there's elderly people in the mobile home park. There's people with children that have medical issues, so we're hoping that it won't take that long.
I think you told me the county sheriff was here. Any other forms or agencies out here for help or plan or telling you kind of what's next to get everyone safe and back up to normal?
No, the only person that came through was the sheriff's office to check and see if anybody needed medical. Other than that, nobody's came out. I sent my son to go get pop for some of the people that are still walking around. We're just making sure nobody is breaking into anything because there's no electricity, and making sure everybody is okay. And we've been at it since after the tornado hit.
Last thing, Missy, for people who are listening, and we'll try to repeat this throughout the morning, is there anything that people can donate, people can do when it's safe, of course, when it's light outside? I know right now it's even hard to walk around because there's debris, there's wires, there's broken glass, but is there anything you think the mobile home park could use once it's safe to go outside and once it's light outside?
Water. We need water, because without the electricity, if I'm right, a lot of people's not going to be opening their fridges to save the cold so our food don't go bad. So hopefully if we can get people to bring water to the residents, that would help a lot.
Well, you heard it from Misty. They could definitely use some water. This mobile home park here off North Dixie Drive and Wagner Ford. But again, this is some of the worst damage we've seen. But there's also one completely flipped on its side. We'll show you again later this morning. But again, Misty in good spirits because so far from what we heard, no real serious injuries. Is that right?
No injuries at all.
Okay, and that is the most important. But again, they could use some water. We'll be giving you updates throughout the morning. But again, this mobile home park can use some supplies when it gets safe outside. But we'll keep you updated throughout the morning. Back to you guys.
I just heard from Rachel Aragon. She's there in Northridge Live. She's showing us some of the damage from a mobile home park. She just talked about needing water. There are a lot of crews out there just doing welfare checks right now. There are a few Red Cross shelters open where you can get water, but obviously a lot of people are just trying to grapple with the situation, get their footing, and figure out what comes next.
Yeah, electricity is out in that area as well. And she was telling me, or not telling me, telling Rachel, the woman out there was saying that they don't anticipate that being back on for the next few days or even a week. So that's why they're asking for water, because they're not going to have any way to get that sort of thing. Thankfully, no serious injuries reported in that area. Also, Rachel mentioned that there was one mobile home that was on its side that she had seen as well. But we do want to talk about Justin this morning. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base did just tweet about 5 minutes ago or so. Wright-Pat is open and all personnel should plan to report for duty at normal reporting times. However, please use caution and check local media for any road closures. Of course, there could be road closures in the area. Damage or injuries that would prevent you from reporting duty, you need to contact your supervisor as well. So Wright-Patterson Air Force Base will be open this morning. So if you have to head that way, just be careful.
And on a side note, there are some schools closed right now.
Yes,
and so
Beaver Creek City, I believe, is one of them.
Northridge as well. So you definitely want to check the scroll right at the bottom of your screen right now.
Yes.
Also, we have that information on our website and our app.
We absolutely do. And we do want to send it back out live because we have reporters all over this morning to Danielle Malagary. She is in Trotwood this morning. And Danielle, what are you seeing out there?
Well, you all just mentioned the fact that they are doing check welfares out here, and I did speak to a couple of firefighters. They're actually about to drive by right now. You can see them right there. They told me that's exactly what they're doing here in this neighborhood, but they did say they did not find anyone, so it looks like they're on their way to check another one. But let's go ahead and take a look at this home right here and all the damage. We were here earlier today, and I still don't know what this is exactly, but it is huge, it is heavy, and it is covering the yard, and wind had to have blown this off of something, so that's going to give you a good idea about how strong this wind is. And if you kind of come back over here, you can see this tree is knocked down in front of this house. It looks like it didn't hit the home exactly. That's from where I'm standing. Looks like the door is clear. When I was over here earlier today, I was talking to some neighbors, and they tell me that they believe whoever lives here got out safely. But again, you can take a look at all this debris, shingles from roofs. Again, this huge tarp that is heavy and all, I mean, it goes all over this yard right here. I'm going to step out of here. You really have to be careful when you're walking around because there is just debris absolutely everywhere. And I know it's really dark out here, but across the street there is an uprooted tree. We've seen plenty of those, and a lot of cars are damaged. Again, we've seen so many homes that are damaged. People tell me that roofs have been blown off. Some people say their homes completely destroyed. But if you kind of walk down over here, again, looking on the floor, you get a good idea about how much the debris is really covering. And then these trees, uprooted trees in people's yards, some of them falling on cars. There is a vehicle over there that looks damaged, but I have my photographer show you right here. I mean, this is a pretty large tree just ripped out of the ground, and again, debris everywhere, limbs. We're going to kind of be careful because, again, it is really dark, but I do want to show you this car because this is just one of the many streets we've been on, and we're seeing all of this damage. You can take a look over here on the sidewalk. Trees completely covering it. Some of the neighborhoods I've gone to, there's just so many trees that it looks like you're in a jungle. I'm not too sure if you can see that truck very well because it is dark, but you can see it looks like a part of a roof or a shed, something just blown all over it. So another thing we're trying to watch out for is nails and everything like that. But we're gonna be a couple minutes and go down the road over here because there is an apartment where the wall has been, it completely was knocked over. That is the worst damage that I have personally seen. I do have a video of that on my Facebook page. Just search Danielle Malagary. But we're going to head back over there now, and we'll bring that to you live in just a little bit. Back to you.
As you saw, you were watching Danielle Maligari. She is live in Trotwood. That video that she posted on her Twitter page and her Facebook, I saw it myself. It is absolutely insane. It is, you can see inside somebody's apartment.
Yeah.
The whole wall is gone.
You have people's livelihoods that are totally disrupted this morning. You have widespread damage. Far north, down to Dayton. I mean, it seems like this kind of blindsided us a little bit. I mean, I was not ready for this personally when I checked my phone and saw that there's a warning. So how did this thing get started?
I mean, 9 p.m. we get the first tornado warning, and we came on air. Then we have not gone off air since then.
Right.
That was in Wayne County, and then things really picked up just before it got to the Dayton area. About, I'd say 10:45-ish, we got a good indication here on radar, and both just from what we were actually seeing, physical pictures of a large tornado on the ground, and this went straight across I-75. Some of the hardest hit areas are New Madison. There was also, I don't want to forget about this one too, another tornado earlier in the Salina area where there's extensive damage, and they actually can't even get into some of these areas right now. So sunrise about an hour and a half from now, we're just starting to see just the first little images of what's going to be a morning where we're going to see some of the most widespread damage we've seen in the area in possibly decades. I mean, this is the biggest tornado for sure since at least 2000 that we know of. And we don't know if it's an F3 or a 2 or a 4, if it was the whole time. That's not the point right now. The point is just how much damage we're seeing. And Nathan, you were telling me that it passed super close to your house.
Yeah, the pharmacy I go to, every week is destroyed this morning.
Yeah.
And growing up here, I've never seen a storm like this. Especially, let me put it this way. The widespreadness of this, the path of this is just absolutely insane. 20 miles?
20 miles, 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
40
wow.
minutes.
Incredible.
And all at night, too, which is the worst time as far as being able to visually see what's going on for our eyes and for everything else. So we're going to wake up and see a lot of things. We're going to send it out to another reporter, right?
Yeah, we're going to actually send it out to another reporter. We've got Tessa DeTiro. She is live in Beaver Creek this morning. She's from our sister station in Cincinnati from Local 12. And Tessa, what are you seeing out there?
So we've been in Fairfield, near Fairfield Commons area in Beaver Creek all morning, and we want to show you a new location that we just found. It seems like the more we drive around, the more damage we're seeing. So here, look on the ground here. This is insulation, siding, bricks, wood, everything from this strip mall that has an orthodontics, Smith Orthodontics, Jets Pizza, Beltone, and a couple other businesses at the end here. This is right off of North Fairfield Boulevard, again in this Fairfield Commons Mall area. This looks like partially part of this roof is off, the siding, all of this on the ground here. And then there's a Mike's Car Wash next to this strip mall, and that is heavily damaged as well. And then we showed you earlier, much earlier in our coverage, the National Tire and Battery. This is all in this area. It's just, it really came through here hard in the Fairfield Commons Mall area in Beaver Creek. But like I was saying, it's kind of eerie because all of the lights are out. The power is out in this area, and we were actually North Fairfield Boulevard here is closed off, and we were told, not to be driving on that boulevard because of down power lines and just hazards in the area. So be careful if you need to head out this morning as power is still off. And like you were saying back in the studio, as the sun rises, we're going to see more. It seems like, every little pocket we go into in Beaver Creek, we see more damage, and I can only imagine what we're going to see as the sun is rising. So we'll stay here in Beaver Creek and we'll bring you the latest. But for now, back to you in the studio.
As you just saw from Tessa DeTiro out in Beaver Creek, there's some businesses damaged. This is close to your house.
Yeah, this is actually probably less than a mile from my house. My husband and I took shelter in the basement probably around 10:30 last night once we started to hear the sirens go off. And Jamie Simpson, we were watching him since about 9 o'clock. And it was a pretty scary situation. The hail was probably about golf ball size right outside my house. The wind was weird.
It was howling.
It was, I don't know. I was describing it to Kristen earlier this morning before we went on the air. We described it earlier to Kristen, and it was a weird wind. It was almost like a growl. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, the thunder was distant, but the lightning was in your face. I don't know if that makes sense at all in any way, shape, or form. So it was a very scary situation.
My dog was going absolutely crazy. He's actually the one that woke me up.
Right.
And then I looked at my phone. I was like, we got to get to the basement ASAP.
Yeah, we grabbed our 3 dogs. We ran down. One hid under the table. The other 2 hid under the chairs. They found their safe spot for sure. They were not comfortable. They were not happy. They knew something was going on. But Beaver Creek Township did tweet out a little while ago, please stay out of the area of Kemp Road and Grange Hall, North Fairfield. Many wires and electric lines down. It is not safe. There is a Red Cross storm shelter that is open at the First Baptist Church of Kettering. That's at 3939 Swigert Road in Kettering.
And we want to get more firsthand accounts of what people saw, what they're doing this morning. We're going to get back out to ABC 22's Alan Henry. He's live now with a person who is waking up this morning to a lot of damage. Alan, what are they saying?
Well, that's right. In fact, they haven't been asleep all night. Just take a look here in front of me. You can see some of the damage caused by the storm last night. You can see where this window, this desk, this chair, this entire front of this apartment was brought out just by the sheer force of the winds last night. I'm joined by Jordan Harris, who is inside of his apartment here, and you can just take a look inside there and kind of get a feel for the damage and what was once inside being brought outside. Jordan, tell us, what do you make of this destruction?
Well, I think it was, pretty crazy. It was unexpected more so than anything. I was just sitting upstairs, just minding my own business, and next thing you know, all the glass explodes. Yeah, it was pretty traumatizing actually, but I'm gonna make it through.
So speaking of exploding glass, we can see some of that in the back there. Mm-hmm. You said you're letting us inside here to take a look firsthand. Some of the damage here. Just tell us a little bit about what was once inside here, what's now destroyed.
Well, pretty much everything. There's a lot of broken glass on the floor from all of the windows. My kitchen is pretty much upside down. My TV is in the parking lot. So, it's a lot of damage, actually. Like I said, a lot of broken glass everywhere. You can see damage from, just debris flying all over the room. A lot of, holes in the walls and things like that. It was pretty bad.
Now, I understand you were upstairs when this all started. Mm-hmm. Tell us a little about that as we head upstairs and see kind of where you were as the storm started.
Okay, so I actually record music on the side, so I was actually recording a song for one of my friends, and I'm in here with my girlfriend, and she actually noticed for me, or before I did, and she actually came in there and said a few things to me, and then almost right after that is when everything went haywire. So right after that, we ended up jumping into the bathtub here. Right now, how you can see it is how everything, was when it happened. We was in the bathtub. The door from our bedroom came out and fell in front of the bathroom door, so I had to push that out, to go ahead and get out of the bathroom. But I was sitting right now. See, the window was completely gone.
Wow. So you were in here, your girlfriend was in the back bedroom. What was it like when you heard that storm roll through?
I actually didn't really hear too much of it because I had headphones on, but when I took my headphones off, it was really loud. You can hear a lot of wind, and then the glass breaking. You could hear that all the way through the music. So, like I said, it was pretty traumatizing, but we move on from things like this. It's a storm.
So when you were trying to get out of the bathroom there, you said that mattress was already in your way because everything was kind of shook up and thrown around?
And the door.
Wow. You're okay, it looks like. Your girlfriend's okay, too?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. She's all right.
So what's your plan now that you've seen kind of all the damage done to your apartment?
Well, try to get everything replaced, renter's insurance. Hopefully everything's covered. But, can't really... It wouldn't help me to, mourn or, feel bad or down on myself over something I couldn't control more so. So it's more so about, just taking the next steps to get everything, that I did lose back and things of that nature.
All right, Jordan, thank you so much for talking to us. And again, it's important to point this out over here, like Jordan was talking about, that safe spot that he and his girlfriend went to. That is one of the most important things that we talk about every time we discuss severe weather. It is life-saving information. As you can see here, this mattress, the door came off. They made that decision to go inside this bathroom here in the center of their apartment. That became their safe space as their front bedroom window blew out. The back bedroom there, you can see, if you come around here, you can see where that window also blew out. This mattress here in that bedroom also shaken up. You saw downstairs that broken glass everywhere. That bathroom, of course, in the center, isolated, door closed. That was the safest space for them to be in. So many times throughout the night tonight, we have heard people do that exact same thing, bring in those pillows, cover their heads, some people bringing in mattresses as well, doing what we always tell them to do, get inside that safe space. And so many times tonight we have seen that information come from people who told us what they did with no injuries, just proof that that is what you're supposed to do, and it works, especially when a storm this strong comes through where you live. So we're going to continue to follow more of these damage reports and bring you more information as we get it. But for right now, we're going to send it back to you in the studio.
And as you saw there with Alan Henry out walking us through an apartment, one of the most striking images is seeing that mattress pushed up against that bathroom. And Greg, I know you really emphasize on this, finding your safe spot, making sure you get there, and making sure you're hunkering down while the storm's passing through.
And it's also important to stress to know where it's at before this happens, because it happened overnight. Your lead time from when you figure out what's going on, the needing to get to that spot could be a matter of minutes. So already having that plan of action, already knowing where to go, is going to be a world of difference here. It literally does come down to minutes sometimes. And you saw right there, bathroom, interior room of the house. We preached this here. We just finished up Team Tornado. We saw 6,000 students. Every one of them, we told them to go home and find your safe spot. And we tell them to send in their photos. It isn't just so they can get on TV. Okay, it's obviously a perk for the student to go home and take this information out of their backpack, but it's because the person who's taken that picture knows where their safe spot's at too. The whole family knows. So yeah, you want to be on the lowest level. That's key. We've seen some damage photos here of second stories that we just have walls that are just taken off of buildings here. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can. Because we have broken windows. We have windows blown out of some homes here. We just heard the gentleman we just had there say his TV is in the parking lot. You want to be in the rooms that don't have this glass. Debris can get in. You might not be necessarily where that tornado comes through. But you could have this debris that's being tossed. Who even knows how far with a large-scale tornado like this? So you see it on your screen. You want to be in your safe spot. Basement, if you got it. You both did the perfect thing. Got the dogs, got the whole family, got into the basement, and you rode this thing out. You also said you were watching Jamie.
Yeah, I was on Facebook Live the entire time on my cell phone.
Yeah, and that's the perfect thing to do because you may lose power. But if you've got your cell phone and you're on Facebook Live.
Which, by the way, the man of the hour.
He's still here.
Yeah. He's still here. He's still watching this for you guys.
Well, at this point, we're an hour from sunrise. I'm going to wait and see what we see when
Yeah.
the sun comes up. So that's why I'm still here. Plus, adrenaline's still a little
Yeah.
high,
I mean,
at this point, you can't go to bed anyway.
Yeah, I mean, completely. And it is one of those things where you do have to find that safe spot and knowing where to go. You both did what you're supposed to. If you're in a second floor apartment building, it gets a little more tricky. You need to be on that lowest level if you can. Make some friends. Meet your neighbors.
Even if you get in the hallway at that point with a mattress or a blanket or pillows. I mean, I've lived on the second story, third story in apartments. That's what you do.
Yeah.
You have to.
Got a bike helmet? Keep that bike helmet near where your safe spot's at. We're going to go to a reporter in a moment. But when we get back, though, I'm going to talk about some things you can keep in that safe spot. So when you are there, you've got a little extra foot above what could possibly happen for you. So yeah.
And just so you know, before we toss to Eric Onye-Shefele in Miami County, Fairborn Schools is on a 2-hour delay this morning because of this storm and because of the damage that we're seeing.
Yeah, we have all those delays and cancellations scrolling right now at the bottom of your screen. You also check it on our app as well. For now, though, we're going to head out to West Milton, where ABC 22's Eric Onye-Shefele is live now. And Eric, what's the damage look like out there?
Good morning, Nathan. Good morning, Elise and Greg. And we've made our way to Laura, and just like West Milton, it's completely dark. We're on 721 right now. It's hard to see. We just saw ODOT out here a couple minutes ago, about 10-15 minutes ago, putting down this road closure sign behind me. So part of 721 is closed. And another thing that you have to worry about out here after last night's storms is the cell service and sending a simple text to a family member or friend just to see if they're okay. It's going to be a little difficult right now because, again, last night's storms, there's no power out here. We just talked to one guy who said he's getting ready to go to work, and he was asking us what roads are open, and we said that it took us almost an hour to circle around from West Milton to get to Laura, and he has to go to a distribution plant, and that's what you're going to be having to deal with right now. It's almost 5 o'clock, waking up, people going to work, trying to find an alternate route to get here. Again, like we said, ODOT is putting road closure signs all around the area. We're on 721, as you can see. 571's next to us. It's completely dark out here. We're still trying to survey what's going on. And again, I know you guys have been touching on it on and off about we won't know how much damage has been caused until the sun comes up. And right now we were in Pike Street in Laura, and everything, it was just completely dark. It was a ghost town. The only lights that we have seen have just been cars that are coming this way, and that's been our only source of light. And again, it's just been tough out here to see. Again, the roads are closed. People are, if you're waking up now, you're going to have to plan to leave early because you don't know what roads are going to be closed. So we're going to be out here continuing to monitoring what's going on in Miami County, and we'll bring the latest to you guys in the studio.
Now, as everyone is waking up this morning, they're obviously going to be looking at the damage, assessing the damage from the storms from last night. But Greg, there's another threat headed our way.
There is, and we're always looking ahead. Obviously, right now, the damage, the cleanup. I mean, we're just starting to see what happened overnight, but there's already another chance for some storms later today, and we actually do have a slight chance we could see some severe weather once again. There's another wind threat late in the day. I want to re-rack the scene, though. This is what happened overnight here. Taking a look back at the radar. This is not current radar. I want to stress this here. We're in the clear for right now, but this, you can see this well-defined hook at the top left-hand side of your screen. The little back edge of this weather system here is this system that we watch from 9 o'clock straight through 11, 12 o'clock right north of the Dayton area. And I mean, the path of this, the scope of this, we're going to have survey crews out there today, but this may take them days to actually survey every one of these communities that has been impacted here. So we may not know the specific strength of this or if it was stronger at some points than others, which I bet likely is the case here. We'll find that epicenter of the strongest wind and the time this was at its peak strength, but this is what you looked at overnight. I mean, you're getting a classic signature here of one of the most impressive tornadoes I've seen go through any area where I've covered severe weather here in my career. And this was from about 10:45 to 11:30. We're talking about 40 minutes here, a 20-mile path of a tornado on the ground. Some of the hardest hit areas, New Madison. We've got Lower Potsdam in Miami County. We've got Trotwood, Beaver Creek, all of these areas here. We're going to be seeing widespread damage. Once the sun does come up here in about an hour and 10 minutes, I imagine that we're going to see widespread extensive damage from this. One thing we actually heard, ODOT got the snow plows out.
Yeah.
Not for snow.
Insane.
They literally had to drive them down I-75 to clear out debris so that emergency crews could get to areas that were impacted. So those are some of the hardest hit areas. We're going to be hearing about more damage all morning long. But as of right now, this is what we're seeing as far as the hardest hit areas.
Yeah, we want to get right to our live reporters who have been out on the scene all morning for us.
Yep, we're going to get right to ABC 22's Danielle Malagary. She is live in Trotwood and is going to talk to somebody who witnessed that storm firsthand.
Absolutely, but before that, I want to show you the apartment here at Salem Bend. You can see that the wall, if you look up there straight through, you're looking straight into someone's apartment. You can see their mattress, you can see their clothes, you can see their furniture, and here on the ground, you can see the wall that fell. There are bricks everywhere. There are huge chunks of bricks, there's small ones, and then up over here you can even see what looks like was a window. So I believe it was Greg who said we did see some windows blown out, and this looks like a portion of that wall. I talked to a woman who lives here, and she says thankfully the people who live all in this community, there was only minor injuries, so that is good news, because when you look at this damage, that's not what comes to mind. You can see that blown out window, you can see the wall missing, and then here on the floor you can see the brick wall just completely down. So when I heard that, grateful to hear. And I'm here with Rashad. What did you think when you saw this for the first time?
Jesus. That's what I thought. I didn't know what to think but Jesus. You know, I have a child, so he came across my mind. I have a family, they come across my mind, but firstly, Jesus.
And you said you've lived here for a while and never seen any damage like this.
Never. I've never seen nothing like this in my life. I hope people are okay, but I know from what I've seen, you know, it's not a good thing.
It's definitely heartbreaking to see. And you tell me you live just about a 5-minute walk away at Westbrook, and the damaged roofs are off at your apartment complex, but your apartment is okay.
As far as I know, yes. As far as I know, but I know there's a lot of damage. So, you know, all we can do is be prayerful and thank God that whoever didn't get hurt, you know, that's all you can do.
Talk about what was going through your mind when the storm hit.
Bathtub.
You were on the third floor.
I'm on the third floor. Bathtub, be prayerful. where's my son at? Things of sorts of that nature.
Well, I'm glad that you made it out okay. Again, we're going to show you this damage right over here because for me, this is the most damage that I've seen since we've been out here all night long. An apartment, you can see completely through it. Brick wall on the floor, and we are going to head over to Westbrook where Rashad lives to see the damage there, because as he just told us, he says that there are apartments with their roofs off, so we're going to go check that out, and we'll be live back out there. Back to you.
Danielle was just showing us some pretty stunning damage in Trotwood this morning. We are getting pictures, videos of much more damage throughout the Miami Valley. Let's take a look at some of that right now.
This is video that was sent in to us, I believe from a former reporter of ours, Rhonda Moore.
Wow.
This is video in Trotwood. She just went driving around. I know it's really dark, but you can see debris laying everywhere. It's absolutely incredible. I watched this a few minutes ago. Our news director actually emailed it to everybody here. I mean, look at this. Greg, what are your thoughts on this?
My thought is that there's things you can call this a once in a generation type of an event.
Wow.
Easily. I mean, we haven't seen anything like this in decades, and we might, but we always stress, people have asked me even recently, how come Dayton never gets hit? Dayton will never get hit by a tornado.
Guess what?
It only takes one with
Yeah.
images like this. I mean, it's stunning for me. I've never covered anything like this, and just to see it, it kind of gets a lump in your throat almost.
It does.
Because you know, every single one of us who's